there. Oh, Shane. All right, I'm over there now, and Shane's over there now. Shane's over there now, right now. There we go.
Oh,
look at that.
Where's Jiles?
All right. They are over there. I'm ending the first stream now. Jiles is just joining in over there. So Jiles is over there. I am over there. Thank you everybody for the first part of the 3-parter. We're ending that stream and I will see you over on the new stream. So you just go, you'll see where it is. See you there. And all right, let me hit end. There we go.
Here.
All right.
It's just
look at that. How we did that. And it's,
I guess I should cancel this link that I left in my community tab then for the old one.
Yeah. So there we go.
Do you want me to restream this out to my audience as well?
You can if you want.
Up
Knock
to
yourself
I'm
out.
happy to-
Yeah.
I'm happy to hit the button.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be great. We've already. I mean, the people are they're migrating over. So, but yeah.
Oh, I can do that too. Oh,
yeah, up
shoot.
in the right.
Yeah, I think we can do. I can do up to. If you can do it, because I think you can do up to so many streams at a time.
I think as participants, we can go to 2 things. I think.
Oh, okay. So I'm already on me, and it's on Twitter as well. So it's. But yeah, if you guys want to put it out there, knock yourselves out. That's great. I mean, I'm not doing this for ratings because I mean, geez.
What is the title of the stream? Is it like I go all day and all night?
No, 24 hours of home theater. I go all day and all night.
Did this work? Let me see.
I don't know.
Is it on my channel? Fancy StreamYard doing some fancy stuff here.
You don't use StreamYard, Shane?
What do you use? EV Mux.
Oh, okay. I've been using this one for almost a year now.
I was using that, but then EV Mux is like 1080p for half the price of StreamYard. I was like, it's no brainer for me.
Oh wow! And it's half the. How is it? What I like about it is being able to manipulate the backgrounds and stuff, and do this. Is it as allow you to be as creative or more creative?
Certain things you can be more creative with, like different pre-rolls, and I think you can do pre-rolls here and stuff like that.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Change backgrounds and all that. I think they're pretty much the same. And then there's like a studio mode where you can queue up what you want the next shot to look like too.
Oh.
Yeah. So
all right,
cool. I like that.
We're gonna have to talk.
Yeah,
because I'm always looking to upgrade. What's that?
It sounds like it's kind of a mix between OBS and StreamYard, maybe with like features of each.
Yeah.
Oh wow. And it's cheaper.
Damn. And it's cheaper.
Damn.
I'm all about that cheap life.
Yeah, that is so. Me too. This one isn't cheap, but it's not the most expensive either. I was using the most expensive one before, but now this one has kind of surpassed that, and it is cheaper.
$50, right?
This one here for what I'm doing is $50. Yeah.
Yeah, no. EV Mux is 25 for like the same stuff. So,
thank you for doing the math. I'm not very. Oh, that's funny. I'm just meeting the guy and I'm already using sarcasm and joking with him. Whoops. Sorry, Shane.
It's all good. Ain't nobody special.
It's just exactly.
I'm just like Jiles. I'm just a normal guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So like Shane, that was a great point. You said like I don't have that issue. I don't have companies coming at me telling me, "Oh, I would like you to review this product. I'd like you to do this." And honestly, I've had a couple of smaller companies ask me, and I've said, "No, that's not what I do. I don't want to do that." How do you like? I love my Zapedi. I love all my equipment. I actually went out, sought it out, bought it, and I talk about it. Now, how do you? Now, I don't feel bad because I'm just like a regular consumer. So my Zapedi's a brick or whatever it is right now. I don't feel bad. But like you said, Shane and Jiles, how do you do because you do have people seeking you out. How do you do that? How do you rectify that like in your head and stuff?
Well, Noah's got to be part of your repertoire for sure, right?
Yep.
And it gets applied in different ways.
Okay.
Mine is whoever pays me more. That's who. No, I'm just kidding.
There is the concept of being coin operated.
I'm like, I know sarcasm.
Robots that have the slot on the back and you put the money in and then it talks or moves. Yeah. Wind up.
Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, wow. Thanks, Shane. subscribe to DJ's channel. Thanks.
There you go.
Appreciate that.
Man, look at that. You're growing your presence. So here's the quick and dirty.
You'll get 5.
So, I say no whenever I don't like the product. Some people are into negative content, right? They want to find a product that sucks so they can tear it down. I don't do that, right? So if I don't have a product on my channel, it's either because 1, I couldn't get it, or 2, I don't like it, right? So so a lot of times you'll see, like, XYZ channels, everybody's doing the same thing, and some will be good, some will be neutral, some will be bad. And if I'm not doing it, that's because I just don't like it, and I don't want to put out the negative content. I don't have enough time for that in my life to make content about a piece of equipment or whatever it might be that I just don't like. And then philosophically, if I don't agree with the purpose of a product, and the ripping NAS is an example, right? So I did a review back in the day of the Speedy player, but I didn't do the NAS because that's just straight up illegal, right? And I don't want that content out there, and I don't want to be associated with it. So that's, I just say no, right? And I don't put it out there for people. I don't say, hey, guess what? Somebody approached me and I didn't want to do their stuff. I don't do that either. I just don't do it. I just tell them thanks, no thanks.
Yeah. And that's what's funny is to build off of that. It's like bright side. It's a play on words. I mostly talk about what the experience is in the room on the bright side of the screen, right? But it's also, I only want to be positive. Okay. And what I found is and I'm like this in everything in life. And I had a boss 20 years ago that used to call me and be like, DJ, just please, I just need to hear the bright side of and he wouldn't say bright side, but he'd tell me the positive side of this, whatever's going on in the company. But a lot of people get the misconception that you like everything because you don't do negative, right? And it's like, no, I just don't choose to tell you what I don't like. If you ask me about something and I don't like it, I will tell you the truth. But I'm not coming on here to tell you, hey, look, everybody, I just found the worst product ever. That's not entertainment to me,
Yeah, I think some brands don't like it if you have anything negative to say. Like I reviewed a pair of, I think, Wharfdale speakers, the Diamond 1.2 or 10.2 or something like that. And it was just really just unnaturally thick in the mid-range. And we brought that up. We were just like, yeah, it just sounds really weird. And then they had emailed me back. Like me and my buddy had reviewed it together. It was on video. And then they were like, yeah, this is just the way we designed this particular speaker. That's why it sounds the way it does. And we like compared it to like a Bowers or something like that. So we didn't say we didn't like it. We just said had an unusually loud mid-range, and they didn't like that, and they just kind of ghosted me from then on. So if you have anything to say that's slightly negative that they might think is negative, then they'll just drop you. And I know a lot of reviewers won't say anything negative. They just won't say anything. They'll just say everything positive. So which I get, but at the same time, it's like not everything can be positive. You gotta have something.
Yeah, but isn't there also something to that, Shane, that like maybe somebody likes it that way, right? Yeah. So like maybe somebody would like that sounding, that sound. So it's like you got to be honest, and you say to you that sounds weird, right? But maybe there's somebody that's like, no, I love that. It's like because we all have different ears, we all have different eyes, we perceive the world differently. So maybe like. And that's what's like, if a manufacturer is trying to tout themselves as something that like, how do you appeal to everybody? You can't. We know that with our shows. You can't you should do this right. No, wait a minute. I'm doing it my way. It doesn't mean it's right or wrong. Right? But it's the same with the manufacturers. So that's kind of not even fair for them to look at you and go, well, what did you say that for? Well, I found that to be the truth.
Yeah. Some people just can't say anything. I don't know. I guess after you've established yourself for a while, it gets kind of tricky because it's like you want to get the stuff into review. People know you. But then it's like, man, do I want to burn bridges here? So it's like
right,
kind of a balancing act. It's kind of sucks, but yeah. At least that's what it's like for me. I don't know what it is for Jiles.
I had a similar experience. I did a review of a subwoofer. Actually, it was a comparison video, and I was comparing a couple of different ones, and I got some feedback from one of the brands. They were very unhappy that I would put their subwoofer on the same stage as another competitor of theirs, and then I didn't hear from them for a long time, but they came back later and they're like, "Hey, you want to do something again?" I'm like, "Sure." So
Yeah.
I guess they got over it. I don't know.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's like you're not beholden to any one person, right? If they're like, that's it. It's kind of like, that like the only time, if somebody's holding a grudge, anytime they're holding a grudge, they're only hurting themselves, because usually the person that they're trying to be angry at doesn't even know it. So it's like your shows go on, and then they come back and go, well, they do a good job, so maybe I'll hit them up again.
Yeah.
But then they're the ones that kind of burn the bridge,
Mm-hmm.
That does happen. I mean, there are brands that, just are more difficult to work with than others for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's some brands. I know Jiles reviewed one recently where they're just like, they just want their review out quickly. But just to get on you, it's like, hey man, is that video done? Is that video done yet?
I get that too. And I have to say, I'm probably now that I know more about the industry, I was going to say that I'm one of the slower reviewers, but there are plenty of slow folks out there. So maybe I just kind of mix into the background. But, I don't do this as a full-time gig. So everything else in my life has to come first. So everybody out there, just so you know, when I say I'm going to do a video and it takes me 3 months to get it out, and this is mostly to my viewers who are like, I want this video. You said you're going to do it. Well, I've got 2 kids and a job and a life and all this other stuff. And it's on the list. I mean, I have a list, right? This whole thing is full of the videos I'm working on. So it's there. It'll get done. Just,
And do you ever do that? Do you guys do that? I'm just learning this. Like as like Shane, thank you for sharing. Thank you for guys doing this. You see the viewership going up and the comments and everything. But it's like, do you find that it's like, learn to keep your mouth shut about what's coming? Because then people start begging for it, and you're like, I'm trying, and it puts more pressure on you. No?
I think if it's going to build up some anticipation, then I
hope that's what's happening.
Do
but
it.
I just tell myself that.
So.
I'm like, I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Unless some brands will just give you, say, like, hey, this is an NDA, you can't talk about it till X date. So
right.
Then there's that too.
Yeah. It's
I
like,
have
but
no problems with those that you can't talk before this time. I'm all like, don't worry.
Yeah.
Get to you that fast.
Yeah. It's like, I just get so excited about stuff. Like, I try to save stuff, and it's like, and now I'm not doing review. I see a scene in a movie and I'm like, save this for the show, because I'm like, I can't wait to tell everybody about this one particular scene or something. And you're like, oh my God, it's amazing. And because I feel like if I went on like Twitter and I put it out, and then it's like, then I go to do it on the show, and it might not have the same passion. So I'm like, just hold it, and hold on to it. And then, or I'll tell somebody I'm going to do this movie, and then my mind takes me someplace else and I don't end up doing it. And then they're like, when are you doing it? Like, U571. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I hadn't gotten to it yet. I hadn't done it yet. And that's, listeners, they keep coming. They'll just like you said, like, when are you doing that review? When are you doing that review? And it's like, oh, I'll get to it, I swear.
Yeah. Dude, I had I did the XTZ cinema or review. That took me like a year to do. Like, I had it for like a year, like boxed up for months and months. So sometimes, man, time just gets away from you.
Yeah. Do you still, are you still running the Trinov, Shane? And playing with the,
Of course, where else am I going to go? To Denon?
He's all like, let me go get this Marantz.
No. Yeah. No. I didn't know if you went to like, now.
Have you seen the new Storm?
I have. Yeah.
That's the business right there now.
It's nice. The only thing I have with that is like, they just came out with that last one a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. And there's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Trinov had theirs come out in 2015, and the replacement came out, I don't know, never, because it's still pretty relevant. So it's like, why would you
throw it down?
Why not just buy one and just have it continuously be upgraded? Now, whoever bought the last year's Storm, last version's Storm, they probably got a little bit of FOMO, because now there's a new one now that just came out.
Yeah, there is that, but man,
are they upgradable though? I thought Storm was maybe not as upgradable. I thought you could upgrade the Storms. I know Trinov you can.
You can. It just depends on the feature set though. Like like their model that's all audio over IP. You know, obviously there are other models you can't really upgrade into that kind of technology.
Oh, okay.
Right. But the other pieces you can, you know, you can, the HDMI boards for most all of these, you know, Trinov, this, every, you know, so on, they're all upgradable. But when you get to features like a fancy display on the front and that kind of stuff, no.
Right.
You're
Yeah.
not doing that.
I used to get into the fancy display on the front, but now all my
Plus,
stuff goes in a closet.
I know we talked about this with John from Trinov. The storms are based on the chips. So whatever's in that chip is what it is. So it's not software based. So it's not really software upgradable. So you're kind of stuck with whatever they have in that particular chip. It's basically just like a really
ASICs or flip chips. Do you know?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what
the
it is.
FPGAs. So if it's ASIC, those are completely burned and you can't do anything to it at all.
Yeah.
FPGAs are field programmable, so you can make some changes there, but ASICs are the fastest. So I don't know what the architecture is.
Yeah. But so
I was going to say,
they're just souped
how
up
does
like
Trinov do that? How does Trinov put something out in, what'd you say, 2015? Their hardware can just, or do you have to upgrade? Are they upgrading the hardware as well? And you have to do that in the process. How does that work? Because wouldn't the software just bog it down, 2015 hardware?
Well, they had two processors. They had the i3 and the i7 at the time. And I guess even now, the processes aren't bogging down either one, unless you get the i3, which they kind of capped at 16 channels. But then, you know, the i7 version, the 24, 32 channel version can do up to like 48 channels. I think maybe more now. So it still hasn't bogged down that older i7 processor. So everything's just software based. So
yeah, it's like the Mad VR players. They're computers, and then they just drop whatever operating system on there that they're going to use. I'm not sure what Trinov uses, but I think Mad VR is still using a version of Windows as their backend.
Yeah, it is. So. Yep. Yeah, because when he went to go to like VNC inside the setup for mine, when I did the review, everything's all Windows behind the curtain there. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean the Mad VR is pretty simple architecture if you think about it. Yeah. You got a computer and you've got a video capture card, right? And you plug in your source there, right? What's coming out of your processor or whatever, and it captures it, and then it processes it, and then it spits it out. HDMI port on a video card.
Yeah, the only difference is they have their own, their own UI on top of whatever.
Oh yeah. It's That's totally worth it. I think it's a great product, and they've really optimized it for the commercial market. So it's freaking awesome. But it's not like crazy secret sauce, right? The things that they're doing is pretty straightforward, but they do it really, really well, and nobody else does.
There's a guy that put up a YouTube video on how he made his own Mad VR. The only difference is that you have to go in and just manually make settings through the program itself, which can be a little cumbersome, I guess. But
well, the Mad VR has the free software. It doesn't do the aspect ratio and stuff. It does the tone. Isn't that basically just the tone mapping version of it? Correct.
I think his did the aspect ratio switch as well.
Oh, he did that.
There is a disparity in the feature set, but I don't know what it is specifically.
Yeah.
But if you've ever gone through, have you set up Mad VR, the free version?
No, I've never.
Shane, when you're like, it's kind of cumbersome, man. It's like really cumbersome.
Yeah.
And it's not for me. It's not for the lighthearted to take on.
Yeah. Well, that's what I did. I have Illumigen, but that was before Mad VR existed, and then Mad VR came out with the Envy, and I was like, oh wow. And what I like about it is they do have the off-on switch, like so you can do your A/B comparison. But I always warn people, I'm like, understand that whatever you're putting this to, the HDR is shut off, so of course it's going to look awful because you've got to change the setting on your display as well. But I do love how Mad VR is so user friendly as opposed to the Lumigen, which is what I have. It's like you set it and then that's it. You're done with it and you don't really play with it or anything. It's more just like do your tone mapping. That's what I got it for, is the tone mapping for my projector. But
yeah, I mean, I think the aspect ratio, because I have the 21:9 screen, so I think that's like the best feature for me, at least. Because now it's like Netflix has like 2:1, Apple has all these various aspect ratios. There's like 5 different aspect ratios nowadays, and it's like, Now, if you have an ultra wide screen or a 21:9, it's like you got black bars sometimes all the way around the stupid thing.
That was in what was the what the heck was the movie? Asteroid City.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Oh,
and they had
that one yet. Oh.
Yeah, they actually do exactly what Shane said. It's like it actually has the black bars all the way around, and they give you that small middle screen, which it's part of the movie. And it's like Asteroid City's got like I think it's got every aspect ratio in it, and it's like for that reason. But it's actually part of the movie. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But I like that movie. I would
like to see how the Mad VR handles that. Actually,
I wonder if it gets fooled. Like if somebody's like hard coding in all these black bars top bottom inside the actual video.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. The only thing I was able to trip it up on is like if it goes to like 4:3, then it zooms out into 16:9 or 21:9.
Right, like Black Panther.
Yeah, so
like Black Panther when he first goes into Wakanda, it looks awesome too because it's like part of the movie. So it's in your widescreen mode, but then when he goes into Wakanda for the first time, he even says right there, and he goes, "Oh, I love this part," or something like, "I love coming home," and it goes into it, and the screen actually gradually opens nice, and you're like, "Oh, that's great." It's not just a jump cut. Yeah. So how does the Mad VR handle that? Does it not, or does it just do a jump cut?
It's choppy. It's like pop, 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 pop. You can see it in steps rather than making it really smooth. Unless they fix it on the newest one, I don't know.
Yeah, that's just processing, right? Just speed that up.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like mind reading too, right? So, and the reason I say that is the processor doesn't know what's coming in the movie. I mean, it's got some frames in there so it can tone map and stuff like that, but it can't predict like, oh, the director is going to have this thing zoom out and this is what we're trying to do, and it's not just a aspect ratio change. So it's trying to figure this stuff out as it goes along. So that's a tough one.
It is also buffering too, right? So like the movie comes in and we're getting the movie maybe a second later, but a second in computer time is like a day. It can do all of this stuff. And it's like by the time it puts that out on the backside, it's already figuring out a second earlier or whatever. My mind's going crazy.
It's ahead. I would doubt that it's 30 frames ahead though. That would be a lot.
I don't know if they specified it, but he did tell me that there's a nice little buffer between what we're seeing on screen and its processing.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that's the only way you could do it at that speed to be able to do the aspect ratio changes and everything.
Yeah, because you don't see it. I know in the Lumigen you kind of notice it. It's like just a split second or whatever before it switches. It pops up to fill the screen. Whereas on the Mad VR, it's just like you don't see it. It's just normal. It's just instant.
Yeah. I know Jim, just reading them in the forums and stuff, he didn't want to do that for years. Jim Peterson from Lumigen, he's like, he didn't want to do that. People were begging for it. Yeah. And that's what I love about like Mad VR coming out. I know I have a Lumigen, but Mad VR comes out and it's like they push the envelope and it makes other people like now Jim, amazingly, like 2 months after Mad VR comes out with their version, Jim's like, all right, here you go. I didn't want to do this. And he even said it in on AVS forum. He's like, I didn't want to do this, but the masses want it, so here you go. And he put it out, and it's like, that's what you need, that competition. You need these companies pushing each other, right? And it's like, and Jim's at this point, the Lumigen is the cheaper one, which keeps Mad VR. Okay, well, we've got to try. They've got to compete with that. So it's like, will somebody come out with one that's cheaper than the Lumigen, or will it's there? We, the consumers, win with competition like that.
Yeah. So Sammy says it's 6 frames ahead.
Just 6.
A tenth of a second, or 0.2 of a second, fifth of a second. That would seem reasonable.
Wow. You with the mathematics, Giles.
I know. I'm doing it fast in my head, man. I can do these things.
I'm like, what time is it? Oh, the math. I can't do math now. Are you nuts?
Math? What is that?
My question is, we have all these point solutions out there today, right? I wonder if there's going to be consolidation at some point down the line, right? Does Trinov say, hey, we could just bake this Mad VR in, right? And we'll put
why wouldn't they?
Core i9 in here, and it can just do it all and put a big ass video card. and it could be easily done.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, like DennisBurger has video processing in their AVRs, so why can't
How
Schramm add
big?
that? Aspect ratio changes would be not that hard. I would assume.
But when you see, and we mentioned this earlier in the show, in the day, people wonder, like, why doesn't like Kaleidoscape have Dolby Vision? Why do I need a video processor if I have this? And when you get to the higher price points, you start to separate things out, kind of like back in the 80s into the 90s, it was like, ooh, a subwoofer, so that your speaker doesn't have to do all the work. And when you take the jobs and separate them out, each piece does a better job, right? Instead of putting it all in one. So, like, do we go back in that other direction, or do you keep it? Because none of these pieces we're talking about are super cheap.
Yeah.
So now you're going to take a Mad VR and put it, which is expensive, and you're going to take that and put it inside a, Trinov, which is expensive. And you're thinking, Jiles, like, that's an idea I would come up with, but I can't afford either of those pieces separately. But now you just put them together and it's like, well, there are people that can afford that. Yeah, but they don't care if it's separate or not. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces to it. So as far as is it better separate or not? Do you think that Dirac sucks when you put it inside of a AVR?
No.
Right. Well, that's licensed technology from another company, right? So it's the same thing, right? You're just taking the Dirac code and putting it inside your processor. So now you don't have to have an external processing box for audio, and you have to plug all the stuff in, and then you get the expense of the hardware, and then it takes up more space, right? That would be horrible. Who wants to do that? Nobody wants to do that, right? They don't want it separate. Video processing, I think the masses got their first really strong taste of video processing with Panasonic Blu-ray players, right? 4K disc players, the
820, 820 and the 9000,
right? And that was the first good taste. And that works pretty well. There's no reason why Mad VR couldn't be put into something like a Trinov, because it's running a x86 architecture. Now it would be more difficult to put it into like a Storm that's running, a chip-based architecture, although it could be done, right? But you just need so much horsepower that you need that external GPU with all those processing cores to be able to do it. So I only can think of one product where it might be feasible today, but down the line, who knows, right? I personally, I would much rather have it integrated into my processor. 100%.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah. When I ended up getting the Lumagen, it was because I was trying to solve the problem of, like, I have a Sony, the 295 4K projector, and it doesn't do tone mapping. So when I go to watch anything through my Panasonic was great, because like you said, it optimized it I can set that up and it'll do the video processing to optimize it for the projector. But if I tried to watch anything through my Zapiti, most of the time, sometimes it looked better than the Panasonic, because there's no setting to optimize. So it wasn't like shrinking the information. But then you'd get to a scene like in Harry Potter, the opening scene in the first movie, and there's all this black crushing going on because the projector can't handle all that information. Same when you go to streaming. I go to watch Foundation, and they have some great scenes, and I can't see this stuff. So I searched high and low for a place something that would do what the Panasonic was doing, and there isn't one. So I ended up having to go with the Lumagen, saving up and getting that to do it. And it does an amazing job, much just like the Mad VR. Do we get a standalone box, or to your point, like even in the receivers, just doing what the Panasonics do for us?
Well, they have that, what's that little Zoom thing that people have? You know what it is, Jiles, that little $400 box.
Oh, you're talking about the video processor box thingy?
The Fury?
Yeah,
Fury, HD Fury.
Yeah.
HD Fury.
I've never touched one before. I did.
I did, and maybe they have one since then. I think I had the Vroom or whatever they call it, the HD Fury, whatever model I got. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. It would actually go in the other direction. It would take 4K and allow you to play like 4K content or Dolby Vision content. It would send it through and say that it was, but it didn't actually compress for you. It would turn it into 1080, but it wouldn't actually do what the Panasonics are doing. That's optimizing it for a projector or for whatever you want. So maybe they've come out with one since then. I don't know. But I tried to go down that avenue, Shane, and I couldn't find a box, because you got to figure if it's in a $400 Blu-ray player, $450 at the time or whatever they were, you got to be able to sell just that box or anything. Or even if Panasonic put a pass-through, which my old Oppo did that. But the Oppo doesn't have the video processing. But you could actually input to the Oppo, and then all your information in the video processing on the Oppo was pretty good. It wasn't what Panasonic does. But do you see what I mean? They got to come out with something in the middle, an optimization box or something like Panasonic has.
Yeah. I don't know if that's like, I can still see that being relevant for projectors, but I think that player would be kind of irrelevant for TVs. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
Displays.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, I still think that's kind of like a niche thing for Blu-ray players. But I don't know about the HD Fury. I mean, I think Build Montage did a video about it because it reads Dolby Vision, sends it over to your projector. So does it do the tone mapping in it? I'm not sure. Is that what the concept is?
I don't think it tone maps. I think
it doesn't tone map.
I think it just processes. What is it called? The HDMI metadata stuff.
EDID.
Yeah, all the EDID stuff. All those pieces it deals with, and maybe it does some upscaling. I don't know.
Yeah. Easy HD says he's got one.
Yeah, I don't think it does tone mapping.
Ike's got one apparently.
So so he's saying, I have the Vroom and it works great in upscales, etc. Which yes, it'll upscale for you. It'll take that but it won't tone map. It won't bring it down to like basically what even the Panasonic, it's not doing tone mapping. It's just when they call optimization for, and you set like what you get for nits or whatever. I think I can't remember the last time I was in the settings on my Panasonic, but you know what I mean? Like, so you could set it to, this is what my projector can do. And then it just sends out, it doesn't really tone map it. It won't oversaturate your projector with too much information. It's,
is this is this a telethon? Like, are we supposed to be getting in chats? Is this going to,
no, it's
like
no. It's just for fun. It's a telethon. I'm going forever, but I'm not raising money for anything. I'm just having fun.
He's just like, this is all about it's the telethon for my subscriber count.
No. Todd and I, it's actually, Shane, it's a dare. It's not a dare. Yeah. Todd, the guy that led off with me this morning, he asked me, he goes, you think you could talk for 24 hours? And we were going to do it and probably will do it for charity next year. But we were trying to do it this year for a charity and then just trying to organize that and get it going. It was really hard to do. So I'm just like, let's just do it. So I'm doing it. And this is what we're in right now. But now it's just for fun. So just home theater chat and just having a good time. So.
Okay. How many hours is it right now that you've been doing this?
I am I've been going for 9 right now. This is my 9th hour. Okay. And I have 16 to go. Or 17 as.
Have you had like people like sticking all the way through for the whole duration so far?
I've had, I think so. I think it's hard to tell, but I've had people, I'll be back in the chat. They'll be like, I'll be back in a little bit. And it's like, I got to go, I got to do this. But it's like people have started out. It was pretty cool starting out this morning and some of the people are here. It's hard to keep up in the chat. It's like what people are saying.
But it's all moving.
Did you guys see Oppenheimer?
Yes.
Did you like it?
Love it.
You loved it? You actually loved it? Okay.
Yes. I've seen it 3 times.
3 times?
3 times,
yeah.
Dude. What?
Oh.
When does it turn into punishment?
After 1?
Oh, my God. Hang on a second. I got Carl Ellsworth. He's our next guest today. Oh, sorry. I didn't warn you. Carl.
Okay, I was
sorry.
Wow, that's quick.
On here, so don't be shy about drinking some beverage.
I know. Giles just ate his lunch because it's
Nice.
noon there.
Hey, when the bell rings, it's time to go. It's go time.
Yeah. So So Carl, Shane, Giles.
Hello.
Carl is
Hi.
Yeah. Carl wrote Unhinged. He wrote Disturbia, the most recent Red Dawn. He's been on the show before, and I couldn't wait to ask him all sorts of writing questions. And he had all sorts of home theater questions. So he's a huge home theater fan. And that's his, what's that? Unhinged is behind you on the poster.
Yeah.
He hates
Out of
movies.
focus
Like, I
there.
can't stand
Oh, with Russell Crowe, right? I love that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Russell Crowe. A mom honks her horn at Russell Crowe, and the moral of the movie is he gets really mad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I tell my wife that all the time. I said, remember that Russell Crowe movie that we saw? I was like, stop acting up in the car.
Look, you just never know these days, especially these days.
Oh yeah.
It's like no, thanks, guys. No, great to meet you guys. And DJ, thanks. How are you doing, DJ? Are you doing all right? You caffeinated and good? And
I've had my first. I started this morning just waters. I went till 11 o'clock, no problem. And then I just had a energy. I have my rain. I have one of these, and I may have another one later, but that's it. That's it. I usually don't do a lot of caffeine or anything, so I should be fine anyways. But yeah, so let's get back quickly. Oppenheimer.
Let's ask Carl. What did you think of Oppenheimer?
Oh, I love the movie. I thought it was great. But also I can talk technically about it too. I was actually, I had a chance to see it with my son out in July at the Chinese theater in LA. That the opening week, and honestly, no, it was fantastic. It's surprisingly. I thought the shift, and I heard you guys talking about aspect ratio shifting and all that. And, look, I have no problem with that, but I found the shift from that classic IMAX aspect ratio, that 1:4:3 or whatever, to whatever it was, 2:3. I found it surprisingly distracting for about a half hour when he would shift back and forth to that. I was, I haven't minded his other ones when you get it on 4K or something, the 1:7:8 shift to his 2.0 to 1 or whatever. But no, so that actually took me out of it a little bit, because also I didn't see the sort of, if I had seen more of a pattern between, what he was using black and white. I mean, I knew he was using black and white for the Robert Downey Jr. stuff and the color for other, but he would also, though, he didn't shoot everything in IMAX, which I was stunned. I felt a little gypped, actually. I thought going there, I thought he shot the whole thing in 1:4:3 IMAX. So, anyway, but I'm a huge, I'm biased. I had the honor and privilege of working with Cillian Murphy on my first movie, Red Eye, and just the nicest guy, and I'm so thrilled for him. He look, it's no matter what you thought of the movie, I thought his performance is through the roof, and for a guy to carry a movie like that is
he was outstanding.
Yeah,
he looked so cool. I'm all I wish I could look cool like that once ever in my life.
I think, it's like, especially, I go around every day at least saying this once. I suddenly just start saying, the world will remember this day. Yeah, it just sounds cool, and he's the coolest guy saying it. So
don't say that in the middle of the mall. The world, everything. What the hell?
So you guys were talking about it, just your thoughts on it?
Just about to, and I'm dying to hear. Shane, did you not like it?
I thought it was okay. I mean, I thought it was like maybe an hour too long, personally. I mean, I fell asleep pretty hard in the theater a couple of times. But
well, maybe you missed something then.
I'm sure I know I did.
I think to bring back, it's really a discussion, and really a serious one, to bring back the age-old intermission like they did in the old days. People were saying, I heard about some theaters actually, putting in their own intermissions for the latest Martin Scorsese movie. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet,
but one that's like 3-something hours long. There's a new one,
the Netflix one.
It's like 3.5 hours or something.
Killers of the Flower Moon. But that was between Oppenheimer. Between Oppenheimer and that one, like I was engaged with Killers of the Flower Moon all the way from start to finish. Whereas I just thought it was a little bit boring, Oppenheimer. Right. So that puts me right to sleep.
regardless, I think it's a discussion to be, I was, what was I took a look at the other day, I think it was like the DeMille 10 Commandments 4K, a few weeks ago. Again, all of these things, they had nice intermissions built in, Lawrence of Arabia's, and why not? And because I'm really on the fence. Look, I would all respect to these huge, magnificent filmmakers. I think it's a big ask to ask these days in the year 2023 to look, make your movie as long as you want, but why not try cutting in a little nice little 15-minute intermission?
Yeah, let's go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take an intermission right now. I'll be right back in just a minute. So that's a great topic.
Great.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
And hey DJ, when you need an intermission, just let us know. We got you covered.
I'm good right now. But are you trying to kick me out?
Be right back.
Trying to drop.
He's trying to take over.
He's trying to take by all means. Well, I'll drop him out while he's waiting. No, Shane, I would love to. We got to do. I got to have you back and do a whole show on Oppenheimer, because I looked at it. I love it. There's John Thompson in the chat. Him and I both love this movie. We've had conversations, but it's like, for some reason, and that's what I love about art and movies. It just, obviously it spoke to me different. I mean, because it spoke to me. I was awake. So, but you know what I mean? Like, so like I get in it, and what you were saying, Carl, about the aspect ratios and stuff. It's like, there were things I was noticing. I saw it twice in a regular cinema. And then I saw it, the third time I saw it was in the 70 millimeter so I got the full effect. And then there are some IMAX scenes in black and white that are just so crisp and clear. And John and I have had this conversation that when they go back down, it's like you could see some dirt and grain in the film. And I'm wondering if Nolan left that there on purpose to show like this is more documentary like, but then when they go to the full IMAX, it is so pristine. There's so much to, and it's all of those, and that's why I've seen it 3 times, and I can't wait to get it at home so I can compare it to, is that dirt and grain still there? Right. Mm-hmm. And there, and it's just the filmmaking part that I love to like look at Nolan's movies and like, why did he do that? Because nothing's by accident, right? He didn't go, well, I only made these aspect ratios because that's all I had for a camera on me at the time. He's doing these for purposes. I love to try and see that.
I just seriously, and again, I think I went in with my kid that day, but thinking, I don't know, I feel like I'd been led to believe, and that the entire thing was going to be in classic 1:4:3 aspect ratio. Yeah. And for whatever reason, I misunderstood. Fine. But again, then it seemed like you're saying, DJ, he shot some black and white IMAX. He shot some black and white 2:0:1 or whatever, and vice versa with the color. And I at least felt, because anyway, like I was surprised. I thought the 1:4:3 shift again was a little bit surprisingly jarring to me, but I got used to it and focused in on the movie finally. But just an observation. I love that Nolan is experimenting with this stuff, and other filmmakers are doing that. I loved the aspect ratio shift and just trying new things.
That's just it. Some people don't like it. And it's, some people, especially if you have, like, I know a lot of people like Shane, you have the CinemaScope screen, right?
I like the concept of it at the theater. The fact of the matter is we don't have IMAX in our houses. Your TV is not an IMAX screen. Our projector screens in our houses are not IMAX screens. It works at the theater. It doesn't really work so well at your house is the thing, I think. But people, they get so hung up on, like, is there the IMAX scene on the 4K disc? I was like, it doesn't matter. Your TV's too small. So,
right. And to be fair, what I think is that what they should do, because most of the time I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of variable aspect ratios. I find it to be gimmicky in most cases. I think Oppenheimer, it works. But to your exact point, Shane, it's like they don't give the IMAX cut to every theater. So why are they forcing that upon us at home? Why don't I have the opportunity with it? Instead of giving me a 4K and a Blu-ray, give me the opportunity to buy a 4K IMAX. If I want the IMAX enhanced at home, sell me that. If I want this, sell me that. And let us choose, because I guarantee you it exists with the bars.
Sometimes I know it exists as Dunkirk as an example. I believe the iTunes, the streaming version of Dunkirk is all 2.0 widescreen.
Yeah.
Whereas Dunkirk also shifts to IMAX on the 4K, I think. And I'm wondering if they're going to they might do that with the streaming of Oppenheimer. I'm curious to see if they at least preserve a singular aspect ratio for the streaming.
Nolan's picky though. Nolan loves that, like he loves to keep the intent there, right?
Although Kaleidoscape of Tenet is 239.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oddly.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was going to say that too. Is Kaleidoscape, when I first got my Kaleidoscape, I thought it was only, you didn't get the IMAX and you didn't get variable aspect ratio. And then I started to find some movies like Aquaman on Kaleidoscape has the variable aspect ratios. Wonder Woman, which is only like the opening scene or something. But there are variable aspect ratios within Kaleidoscape. And then of course Maverick has it. And now I'm sure Oppenheimer will have it. But again, with I can, if I want to, like Maverick, I'll watch if I watch it with somebody new, I'll do variable aspect ratio. When I go to watch Maverick now, I set my bars on my Lumigen and I can mask it and I just go bang, basically kind of like what you're doing, Shane, with your, with the Mad VR. I can manipulate it so that I don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
I did zoom in because this is how much of a nerd I am about this. I zoom in on the cover art on Amazon to see, the specs on it. But also to this, it's like, so basically, and Oppenheimer 4K is going to be shifting aspect ratios. It looks like, but variable or whatever, from 178 and to 2.0. But however, I look at that like, well, wait a minute, I'm not seeing Nolan. Wait a minute, you're not giving me the other stuff that I'm missing that I saw. So part of me, I wish they would release as I saw it in the Chinese theater, with I guess what I'm saying is those two aspect ratios. So. It's I don't know. I remember seeing a chart for the movie when it came out. I guess there's also a 239 version of Oppenheimer, right? He shot it safe for all these things, and so I
saw the 239 version at the Dolby Cinema, so I didn't see the IMAX version.
Okay.
But then I don't think any of his movies are in 143, if I'm not mistaken.
It is the IMAX 70mm film projection.
I mean, at the house. I don't think he's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, right.
Yeah.
The only one who's embraced that, it seems, was Snyder's Justice League.
Yep.
Yeah, the Snyder cut. Yeah,
and so that aspect ratio is what I saw in Oppenheimer. For a certain percentage of time at the Chinese theater. So it was cool and crisp and clear, and
yeah.
Aside from the technical merits, did you really actually like the movie?
I did.
Thought it was good enough you're going to watch it multiple times over?
Yes, especially because it's I'm guessing it's going to be demo worthy. We can talk about I've read why Nolan doesn't do Atmos, and it's because IMAX and projecting it on film, supposedly he doesn't want to one up himself when at Dolby Cinema he doesn't want to have Atmos there and somebody being gypped out of that at the Chinese theater where IMAX is whatever it is, 6-track or whatever it is. But no, look, I actually, here's what I do, guys, at night with the after the kids and everybody, when the house falls quiet, I come down to my theater room, and a lot of times, Shane, I clip scenes, I start movies, I watch a few minutes here and there. The other night, okay, I'll let me watch the opening credits of Superman the movie. I mean, just random stuff like this that because I'm first and foremost a movie nerd, and I'm and I never thought, it's like I was going to tell you guys, when I got my first VCR in 1985, that was just the best for me. Up until that, it's like I remember I would have a freaking cassette recorder, and I would record just the audio off my TV to hear movies over and over again. Anyway, so
the good old days.
Thank goodness for evolution here.
Do you have a home theater at your house?
Yes.
What do you got?
I'm running probably even mid-level. I'm running an Epson projector 5050 UB model. So I guess what they call their Pro 4K, their faux 4K. And on, I guess maybe I have about 106-inch screen with definitive, Magnolia Theater, Best Buy definitive speakers and Atmos. I'm running 7.2.2.
Do you find that most people that are writers or directors or whatever, do most of them have home theaters in their houses?
The people, not really. It's been a surprise. It's surprise. Right? What's that, Josh?
It depends how successful they are and if they're in an apartment or not, right?
Well, it's like, for me, it's like I had to, I had to move out of California for such a room to be feasible for me. It's like, because, it's all about, the real estate and the ability to do it. But, no, it was a dream of mine then to have my own home theater room. I got, 7 seats, it's my happy place.
Hey, Carl, maybe you can answer this question. And Shane, DJ, maybe you guys know too. And we're talking about home theater tech. There's one piece of technology that I really have not been able to find out much about. And it's a competitor in the Kaleidoscape realm. And it's the Bel Air system. And it's like the DCI distribution for
first run movies at home, like day and date.
Insider kind of folks, that kind of thing. You guys, do any of you know what that looks like or what it entails? And is there, what's the cost on it? I'm super curious if anybody knows, because I don't know.
I don't know.
I believe it's like $400,000 a movie or something like that for like 24 hours or 48 hours. Yeah.
No, it's not. It's not that much. It's like the systems that I've seen, and I saw this like 10 years ago. It's been around, and every now and then it pops up. And most recently, I had a listener ask, like, how are they rushing to put these discs out for us, like our Blu-rays and 4Ks? I'm like, no, these are already existing. They have it, and here's the version. And I actually just saw a video the other day where the movie houses are getting a digital version too, and those have expiration dates on them. But to get to your question, that Bel Air system, when I read about this like 10 years ago, it was like $40,000 for the system, and then it was like $500 per movie, and you got it for like 48 hours, right? Something like that. And I think what people are saying now is it might still be like 30 or 40 grand for the system, but now the movies are like $1,000, maybe $1,500, and you get it for maybe a few hours, like a few days.
15 to 3,000 each
per movie.
Yeah.
So I know the movie went up. I think the system still costs the same, but these are for like you said, like people in Hollywood, they'll have their systems, or billionaires that don't want to go out. And where I live here, like Bob Kraft, owner of the Patriots, it's like, you're not going out to the movies. So, but to them, it's like, all right, yeah, I'll have everybody over, and they put them into these theaters, but they'll literally get day and date. And that's the service too. And as far as quality goes, I'm pretty sure it's the same quality, if not better than what we're getting here, because it depends on you got to imagine these are going into multi-million-dollar systems. So it's probably similar to the file that they probably get at a movie house, where they get their digital file or something like that. So
yeah, so I believe they
get Shane?
I believe they get the full like DCP. So
right, yeah, that was what I understood as well.
Yeah.
That's great for.
Actually, what does DCP stand for? What is that?
That's a digital cinema package.
Yeah.
So it's funny because when I went to go to Germany, they had on their laptop, they had trailers with like the actual DCP, and they were playing it, and there were some older trailers like Lucy and stuff, and I was like, damn, I was like, man, this 4K looks amazing on the Barco. He goes, no, it's not 4K. I was like, it's not 4K? He goes, no. He goes, this is DCP. This is 1080p. He goes, that's the thing. When you get fully like uncompressed file packages, it looks like 4K. And then he put on Maverick in 4K, and I couldn't tell the difference between the 1080p and the 4K. So I feel like consumers are getting gypped. Like 1080p could look so much better than it does.
It can, yeah. And that's one of the things I was talking with my IT guys, the integrators and stuff. And it's like, what's the future hold? And it's not necessarily that end of it, of like the 1080p, the 4K, 8K. It's going to be like, how much compression can we get rid of as the years go by? And to your point, Shane, it's like, you're like, oh my God, this looks amazing. And I just think back to, I mean, we stream everything now. But there was a time when it's like I had Dish Network for my television, but if I could get a hold of something to stream like an NFL game and you streamed it, you were like, oh, wow, look at the clarity you can get because there was less compression going on than what the satellite networks are doing, what the cable TV networks are doing. Yeah. So it's, there is in it, once you can, the more compression you can eliminate, the clarity is you're just like, oh, this is definitely 4K. And it's like,
yeah.
We got a super sticker in there for $1.99 from Chibrubin.
Thank you, Chibrubin, for the super chat.
Thank you very much.
Good guy right there.
Oh. Super chats are welcome. If you have any questions, drop them in with a super chat and we'll get to them right away.
Okay, that's going down as a sounder for me.
That's pretty good. That's damn good. Wow.
Thanks, Jade. That was great.
She's like, I'm making it rain. Let's go. Come on.
Hey,
yes.
Carl, I got one for you here. Here's a question from Chris Brown. Hi, Carl. Any advice on a newbie trying to break into the movie business? I realize it's a tough one.
Man, that question, that's wow.
Isn't that the question that, like, Carl, how often do you get that, buddy?
I ask it, to myself a lot because it's like, I mean, you're able to do it and then you were only as good as your last thing. And then you're also, I think my quick advice, a couple of things, depending on it's sort of age related. I'm a big believer in, I made the move to Los Angeles right after college and used some contacts and called that in. I was a production assistant. I got my foot in the door through some contacts, and actually I was a production assistant on the Suzanne Summers talk show, and I was may she rest in peace. That was strange the other day. But basically the point is getting your foot in the door anywhere you can in the business is I think advice that I would go by. And then also for me, I don't know if writing, if you is the key to, for me, it was, my dream was to always break into movies, theatrical run movies. And, but since I had worked so I got my foot in the door in television though. So I started writing sample TV scripts. But so it's like, but you're getting to know people constantly, and you never know who you're going to get to know and what contacts you're going to make while you're doing that kind of work. And so it just so happened that the way I got, like, actually my first television writing job, I would go home at night after driving my car till all hours, delivering stuff hither and yon all over LA. Go in and write these sample scripts that then I gave to a buddy whose writing partner was an assistant to a manager, a literary manager. And so, it just kind of worked it that way. But yes, I'd say get your foot in the door wherever you can, doing whatever is available. Right. And look, it's like, yeah, it's making the copies and the coffee and picking up, for me, it was the donuts and bagels in the morning is where I started. But then, the flip side to that is if you're looking to break into screenwriting or television writing, it's write, study scripts, study movies. That's what I do every night still. I go home, go downstairs and clip, I'll be clipping Oppenheimer, actually mostly just studying the writing and how the scenes and how it's put together. And then once you have, my first thing is then finish your script. And then there are any number of really cool competitions to enter to submit your script to various film festivals. Austin Film Festival is one of them. So there's all sorts of ways to do it, but that kind of it's to get your foot in the door anywhere you can and to write, and then write and rewrite.
Yeah. Or you can just send your script to Carl.
Or you can just send it to me right now.
This is the way right here, Carl. If you need to know,
it is.
This is the one. We're in it.
Yeah.
Actually, we're starting a TV show right now. It's going to be the DJ Shane Jiles Carl show.
Yeah, exactly. Send us your script and we'll make a movie out of it.
That's right.
If it's good, we'll make a movie.
Can I say the good news is though that Hollywood is constantly starved for new material, new voices, new ideas. It's not as if, look, there are many, it's highly competitive. A lot of people at home writing screenplays and teleplays. But just write a good one. It's not like they have a stockpile of, things that they've read that they've thought are great. and they're just sitting and waiting to do in some kind of pipeline. I've never known that to exist, and so they're always looking. The good news is, if you've got a great idea, yeah, that's fantastic. There's always room. So
I'll tell you guys. Here is my great idea. TV show called The Project Manager. That was mine. And this is off of 20 years of experience in the IT world and doing project work. The amount of fun you can have with a comment. Now, so it's not like an action like the project manager, he's going to close this project today. He'll be on timer. No, it's a comedy. So I'm just telling you guys, one day, if I ever get that first draft finished,
see, that's the thing.
IMDb is going to be completely different.
It's the thing is that I've had the pleasure of teaching at a couple of places, and actually the one thing that I tell the students, look, you are 90 to 120 pages away from having a finished screenplay, and I said, but the whole objective of the course, I said, you have 5 months, but if you finish it, you have to then you pass, you get an A. It's like, because that's. And I tell you, and I am very much included in this, where I can think of anything better to do than to sit down and write, which is, why I just turned in a script that I've been working on for years, and then and then the next thing is you turn it in and don't think it's ever finished. It is never finished. No. And I got feedback on it, which is, look, it's part of the thing. I hate it. It's like, yeah, but I nod and take my notes, get notes on it, and.
Now, Carl, let me ask you this question as an insider. So just say you've got this great script, you've written this thing, and it's just awesome, right? And it goes into whatever that machine is that processes everything. And eventually on the far side, you get a piece of finished content, though. What is the rewrite process like? And are there other people that they will have rewrite your stuff and you have no control over that?
Oh yeah.
What is that like? I mean, you've got your baby, you know what I mean? And you've got this thing in there that you love, and then somebody just comes in and what is that like?
Giles, me and you, like that's one of my questions I had for him as an artist.
It's like you describe it very well. Yes. You have once you are able, if you're fortunate enough to sell a piece of material to a studio, they own it. Therefore they can do with what they will. And I've been on both sides of it, where I've been fortunate to see projects all the way through. I've been booted off projects and totally rewritten. I've been, it's like anything in between. The story that comes to mind really quickly is when I was working on the new Red Dawn movie. This is 10, 12 years ago. And I got the call. I was on it, and I got the call that they were bringing in another writer, and it was a big name writer who I actually I study his writing, and I've like, well, oh, cool, you can't go wrong with him. Good luck. I'm on the phone, like, yeah, great, good, okay, well, thanks so much. Hang up the phone. And then cut to, if you were my wife in the other room, you would have heard like a crashing sound in my office, where I'd had a stack of all the drafts of the movie that I'd worked on to that point, and I had just basically taken my arm and just gone like this. Because you can't help but it's like
I can understand, man. I can feel just you put yourself into this stuff, right?
Yes, you do. And it's like, and again, I highly recommend everybody try it. And it's not, I don't say that it's like, or to try to do it because and so you can't help but take it personally. Everybody say it's not personal and that's a business. Yes, it's the nature of the business. Yes, I'm going to act like I'm not taking it personally and act professionally, but then behind closed doors, I have to, it takes me, it takes me anywhere from 24 hours to months to I was going to say, get over it. It's a strange, writing is a strange, weird thing.
Well, because it can be rewritten, right? I was never a writer, but I'm an artist in, painting, drawing, stuff like that. And if I do a painting and you don't like it, you just don't look at it, or you don't take my painting home and then paint over it the way you like it. Right. So it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, but I can appreciate, like, and that's what's always fascinated me about, like, what you guys do. And it's like, it gets, not only that, it finally gets out there. And let's go to the one we all go to is George Lucas. He's inhibited by technology, finally gets the technology to do what was in his head. and everybody gets mad. And you're like, but that's what he wanted. And you might not like, Carl, you might write a movie and maybe I don't like it. It doesn't resonate with me, but it did with you for whatever those reasons are. And that's what I always try to get across here is because just because it didn't resonate with you, which means you didn't like it, right? That's fine. It's okay not to like it, but somebody does. Like, Shane doesn't like Oppenheimer. I do, but that's okay.
But we definitely know who's right and wrong there.
Correct. Right. Yeah.
But also it's like I try to think. Look, it's like I wouldn't recommend, back to kind of answering the question that came in about look, to a degree though, it's like with Unhinged, it was an idea that I had that I felt people would look, you don't want to. I'm a fan of all types of films. For this, the disclaimer is I love everything, but I personally like Die Hard was a life-changing movie for me, and I discovered that kind of movie is what really floats my boat, and what I love, the every person in extraordinary circumstances. So. And that's what I started kind of writing and responding to in my own brain, basically. And so in Unhinged, through that was inspired by that. It was inspired by, again, things that turned me on, which in turn, I hope, look, because I'm biggest Joe moviegoer. I'm a movie fanatical nerd, and I love it. And my favorite thing is going and sitting in a theater and hearing people react and go crazy and go nuts. Die Hard was the first movie I saw that people were losing their minds in, cheering this guy on. And I'm like, and more and more, I knew I wanted to get involved in movies, but it's like, no, I want to do that. This is the greatest thing experience I've ever had. And so, but point being is that's what fuels me, is hopefully come up with something that I hope that a mass audience, or at least a general audience, will respond to. And then in the case of Unhinged, it was simply, I'm always looking for relatable circumstances. It doesn't have to be, and I was told by the studio that, gosh, Solstice Studios, who were just trying to get up and going before the pandemic, but they picked it up because they said, we went home, we read the script over the weekend, Carl, and suddenly we came in, we're like, well, but then everybody started telling their road rage stories. Yeah. And that's where they found a way, and they were thinking, that's how my gosh, it's so relatable. We have an audience. Who doesn't have a road rage story or four,
Yeah. Well, the other part is like you said, Carl, you want to make these movies that are in you, right? And this comes out of you, goes onto the paper. And it's like, I've used this term a million times on this show, and well, that's hyperbole, not maybe that many times, but
literally.
Yeah, literally a million times. Starving artist. It comes from the fact that you're going to write, you're going to do what you want to do regardless of the other side of it. It's like, if you didn't sell something, you're still writing, you're still putting stuff down, you're still making that art. And that's what makes you the artist. That's what makes you who you are. And it's like, you get to the end of your life and you'll be like, well, at least I got it all out there. It didn't appeal to the masses, but it was me and I got it out. And whoever it did appeal to, you appreciate that. And we, like Shane, Jiles, myself, with our shows, we do same thing. It's like, we're just doing what we love to do. And then it's okay. You'll be like, if you like it, great. If you don't, great. But you're like making a living at it. Shane's making a living. Giles is doing well at it. It's like, I'm just
I'm
plugging
not
away.
A living at it. No, I'm not even joking.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? But it's like,
I wish.
That's where that starving artist comes from. My uncle was one. My uncle would be like, he was like a fine artist. He'd do these paintings. And one year he'd be driving this gorgeous car. And the next year he's in like the Brady Bunch station wagon, because it was like, okay, well, I'm doing my thing and there's no money coming in. So it's, but do it because you love it. And that's the most important thing for people. It's like, if you think you're doing this to make
all
money,
of us humans have we need to create thing, whatever it is.
Yeah.
It
maybe not, some more than others. Right. And it's like, some people are more creative than others, but yeah, we do all have that creative balance. Shane, you're reading the chat there, and we got some. Let's get to. I see Shane's laughing because we had a couple.
In there
I can't see in the chat. I'm not on like.
Question for Carl: What happened with Red Dawn? Like, I know that was shot forever ago, and then it came out like years afterwards.
Yeah.
Shot. Like, what was the story behind that?
The story was that yes, it was shot in 2009, early 2009. I started on in 2008, 2009. We shot it with there was an angle to it where it was a where we had the setup where China was invading the United States, and I thought that was the most realistic, probable way to end to the movie, and that was kind of one of my sort of things of getting involved with it. I was like, I kind of wanted to do it, at least plausibly, and there was that angle to it. And everyone I did research on. I went to Washington D.C., met with some folks there in that world of things, and every time I sort of floated them this scenario, and they didn't laugh me out of the room. So I thought I was onto something. But then, so we filmed it with that angle. It was completely filmed that way. And then MGM, I think, went bankrupt in the middle of all that somewhere. And then they finally, when it came time to try to sell the movie to another studio again, now this is months, and this takes months and months to do. It came up where we had to actually go back in and essentially change the idea of behind the invasion and who the quote unquote villains are, et cetera.
Yeah.
And it was, it was kind of a mess for a while. But it finally saw the light of day. And so that's essentially it in a nutshell, what happened.
Interesting. Were there like reshoots? Was there an actual villain? But then did they have to go reshoot
it ended up being where they called it, and they said it ended up kind of somebody floated North Korea as a possible way, and it's like, okay, but I didn't see how that But now it's and there was kind of a Russian element and all that, but it's So there was an actual named villain, which I think is interesting to see movies these days. We're very, very reluctant to name, understandably so, to actually have named villains. We've got the entities, we've got AI, we've got the syndicates.
Everybody gets like, look at Maverick. We have by the end of Maverick, you're like, who was that? You have no idea. They never mention who's. For all we know, it was in our own country. It was some obscure guy.
It could have been, but and there's also obvious that to me it's all all sorts of factors involved in that, and
of course,
yes, it's.
But I think that actually makes the movies more playable around the world as well.
That's exactly
there's a political connotation to it, but there's also anywhere in the world, it can play to anybody. Right. And that's the point. And that's, but very true. But after a while, it's like, as writers, coming up with, if there's this, look at that, that fact makes things way more challenging. I tell you, because one of the hardest things for me is in writing any start embarking on a new script is, and I tell you this, I'm tying this in. This was a poster or a frame thing on the back of a studio executive's office. I walk in, on those back wall is a poster that says, "What does the bad guy want?" Like in huge bold letters, and that's hanging there because it's a struggle to come up. Who is the bad guy or girl, and what do they want? And
motivation.
It's tough. It's
and if you can make if you can make the bad guy relatable, that's amazing. Right.
Yes.
So just even look at go to Marvel, like Thanos. His intentions were good. The idea of eliminating half of the universe is bad. There's got to be another way to do it, but he's trying to help.
There was a method to that.
Right. But exactly. But you see what I mean? I mean, that's an extreme, a comic book extreme. But if you can make the bad guy relatable, you're like, oh my God, that's hard.
There's
what do I choose?
That is the key right there. I'll tell you, it's, but I back to kind of, I would ask and part of my, again, where I get all, huffy sometimes as a screenwriter, as in this.
You get huffy? Guys, does he come off as somebody that could get huffy?
No, let's just look at the stuff I write and you can tell I have a dark side,
so do not see you on the road.
Yeah, right. Oh God, no. No, but it's, oh God, now you got it. DJ, what the hell was I saying? Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Here's the thing I say. It's like, here's how I get huffy. Here's my huff. If Die Hard were made today, I think there would be like you would be required to sit through like 10 minutes of backstory on Hans Gruber explaining why he became who he became. It was like, so in other words, my question, but for some reason, we love Hans Gruber's backstory is he's a bad guy. He's wants a lot of money.
Yeah. And
he wears nice suits. And maybe there in the character is where we kind of relate to that. He kind of has a sense of humor. He's kind of cool,
Yeah.
But today we would have to, and I've run into this a lot, which is even on Unhinged, which actually, though, I was appreciative of the feedback. I initially wrote my first draft of Unhinged where it was 15 minutes in and the lady just runs into the bad guy. You don't know anything about what's made him snap.
Right.
I felt like that was scarier. So you don't know, but.
Yeah, you're right. You don't know. It's like
so far I haven't been able to get away with this. I always have to go back and explain my darn bad guys these days. So they can't just be, a little mentally off, So.
Yeah, you can't just take that moment in time.
Yeah.
Do you guys get residuals for your writing? Yeah.
Yes, you have to, but residuals are only contingent on getting credit on the movie. And so it's like if you're, there's always a chance of other writers who come in and are part of the rewrite process of you not getting credit. But that there's a whole kind of credit determination process through the Writers Guild. And there's a whole process where the Writers Guild has jurisdiction over determining the final credits you see on a movie.
Okay.
You guys are done with that strike, right?
What's that?
You guys are done with the strike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, for instance, like Red Dawn, there's like Unhinged. I think you're the only writer on that, if I remember right. So you get that, but like on Red Dawn, there's you or even
there's
Disturbia,
one other guy with Jeremy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep. So now, like, does that go in like the top person would be the person that wrote it, and then after that is rewrites, or do you collaborate? How does that get like? You know what I mean? Like,
no,
because you said you were part of both sides of that.
The technical part, if you ever see writing credits on a movie and it says written by so-and-so and the word A-N-D, that means that they did not collaborate in theory. They did not work together. And ampersand in a credit means it's a writing team or they work together.
Oh wow!
At some point, actually, but on Red Dawn, I share credit with he's a friend of mine, Jeremy. It says A&D on there, but he and I were brought in many times together with the producers to work on it. And so, yeah, that's a little technical thing, but in theory,
that's interesting.
When final credits are determined by the Writers Guild, in theory, the person in first position theoretically contributed the majority, or the most material to the finished product.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I know the actors, it's in their contracts on where they end up on the credits and who gets it. Sometimes that's like the biggest contention. Like, I'm not doing it unless you put me number 1, or I'm not doing it. All right, we'll give you number 3, but look at this cast. I don't care. And it's like, and I get that because that's their brand, right? So that's part of it. And it's a big battle.
I've also been as a member of the Writers Union, the Writers Guild. Part of my job, I have to occasionally be a juror, essentially, or an arbiter for screen credits, and so I've been in a part of that. And what they do is that, it's like a jury system. There's 3 arbiters picked to determine the credits of and this is for TV and movies. And it's been interesting where there have been times where I've been sent material from the writers involved, where it can average sometimes I've been sent a couple of scripts and to read and to figure it out. Other times, at least before in pre-email days, I remember on one project I was sent a box full of scripts of drafts from it must have been maybe 8 or 9 different writers. On a movie, and it was it's very typical. It's not it's kind of crazy, but anyway, but that's where we step in. We that's why we leave it to professionals to figure out who should get the credit. But then there's limits. You can't credit everybody on it either. So
wow,
yeah,
and that's why honestly, that's why you have the strikes when they do come up. It's not a surprise. I mean, there's so many variables to all of this, and everybody's looking for their piece, and everybody's looking for it to be fair. And it's like, well, not everybody's looking for it to be fair, but you know what I mean. You get the phrase.
there's a rough angles to it at all stages and all steps.
Right.
And not to mention though, you kind of bring it back. It's like, DJ, I think when we talked the last time, we talked about, do I ever think about like how the movie should sound? And I was, and of course, I told you, I was so excited when I did talk to the execs and when they finished mixing Unhinged. My first question was, "Oh my God, did you mix it in Atmos?" I'm like, "Yes, Carl, yes, we mixed it in Atmos." Because the writers are rarely, we're rarely, we're lucky to get, even be there through the shoot of it, and even on a set is, to say nothing of being in the final mix. I've been here and there and been able to see some of it, but anyway, that was exciting. So,
but that was like, I asked Carl this the last time he was on because, and Carl said, I didn't know it at the time, but he's like, I love thunder and lightning. So like the opening to Unhinged, you got the thunder and lightning going and the, and the really Atmos enhanced windshield wipers.
Yeah,
it's like
I love when you say that. It's like, because I went after we stalked and I went to watch. Like, God, DJ's right. God,
yeah, it's like
do those things.
You're like, what the hell? But it's setting that
another
tone.
Character.
It is, and that's what I could not wait to talk to you and ask that, because I'm like, as you're writing, are you imagining any of this stuff? And it's like. Yeah. Or at the other side of it is like, are you so surprised by like, oh my God, those wipers sound amazing,
Yeah, and sometimes, and even, and I guess when you're saying, do I imagine it? Maybe not so much. I imagine hopefully being in a dark theater with 300 people, and with the THX Atmos Dolby Cinema going, and that's why I do what I do. It's a big reason. It's like because of that whole experience, and I was thrilled that like in Red Eye where they had shaking the turbulence of the plane and the engines roaring and all that. And in those moments, I'm so happy. It's like, yes, they did it. Yes. Okay, cool. It sounds so good.
Do you know what is now, guys? This is so funny because the reason I even came up with that question is I play hockey. I'm 53 years old. I'm still playing hockey in a men's league. My son's on my team. When I make a nice pass that results in a goal or I score a goal, I imagine like I'm in the NHL. I'm imagining the call of it. I'm imagining the crowd going wild. And Carl just said, he's like, I imagine like when I'm writing, like, okay, I get to the climactic moment. He imagines like he's in the theater with the crowd. That's like exactly what a lot of us do, what kids do in the yard, right? And they're playing football or something. They make a catch and they imagine they won the Super Bowl. And it's like to hear a writer be like, I'm imagining I'm in the theater and this is a success. So that's what we do. We're still kids in our heads.
Absolutely. No, DJ, what you're saying is, I think is so important to convey to really everyone. It's like in the kids that I've been fortunate enough to teach, it's like, to give yourself permission to have a vision and to dream. It's dreaming, right? It's, and because I've become a believer in, to think into the future a little bit. Where do you see yourself? Where do you want to on a hockey, in a hockey rink, in a movie theater, seeing your movie, whatever it is. Because I believe that you can manifest. I'm not saying this, the universe does this or that or good, but it's like it doesn't hurt to at least and to help drive yourself to meeting that goal. And I totally believe in it, as talk about, and again, answer the same question to the guy who asks, hey, how do you break into movies? That's also a part of it. Give yourself permission to dream, to geek out in your head, and to be passionate about whatever it is. And
it might be weird when I hit publish on this YouTube video, whatever XYZ video I put out, in my head, I'm closing my eyes and I'm picturing Hugh Jackman and Justin Timberlake sitting on a sofa watching my video and saying to each other, God, I wish I could do that. And then I was like, that guy's got it. That's kind of my, because those two guys, oh dude, they are so good.
If that's the bar, it's like
yeah. And I also want to be able to take my shirt off like Hugh Jackman, because he's like 82 years old now, and he's like, oh!
You could take it off like him. You just don't look like him.
Do you write in the script? Like, do you have Atmos in mind? You're like, I'm going to write in the windshield wiper sounds like this in the front speaker. So that you should convey that.
No. But there are some times where I try to write in, like, say, like horns blaring, and I really try. Sometimes I try to emphasize certain sounds.
Right.
But again,
Thunder
mostly,
rolling.
What's that?
Thunder rolling.
Thunder rolls. Maybe it's. I'm just luck because again, I try to get thunderstorms and everything. Actually, the rainstorm in Unhinged, I had no idea they were going to do that. I was pleasantly surprised because I didn't
you said that. Yeah.
write in rain for it. But there are times. But mostly, initially, when I emphasize sounds, it's also for the visual, and also I guess I'm envisioning or I'm hearing what I hope the reader is hearing. And I tell you, it's frustrating when sometimes when people give me feedback and when they don't get something that I was going for. I was like, damn, I wish I could plug my brain into your brain
exactly.
so you could see it. And it's just, sometimes you just can't nail it the first or second or eighth time.
But a
lot of times when I use, and I'll put sound effects like frong for a horn blaring on its own line, because I also want at least the reader as much as they can to envision a jump scare or to envision a shock cut there.
Right. And that's the other thing. Like I have VJ in the chat. This kind of goes with my statement. VJM says sounds can also help tell the story, which is my not really question, but comment is like a lot of writers you set out to, like you said, if the reader is doing this and the reader is going along with their imagination and filling out, writing for something that's going to be visual has to be really difficult, but at the same time, can you cheat a little bit because now I can show stuff that I don't necessarily have to portray? You know what I mean? Right. It's hard.
It is, and it's like sometimes, look, you can get away. Screenplays are very different. You can. I invite anybody to check out like how Shane Black sometimes writes his scripts. I mean, he's very, he'll have a conversation with the reader and go off on tangents just to give you the feel for what he's going for. And I think one time, like an example though, like what I might do is like, hey, for anybody who, this would be a great opportunity for surround sound here or whatever. I mean, I might try that. I don't do that often, but if at all, but I've thought about doing it. But back to the point, it's like, no, my goodness, talk about sound as vital these days. And it's like, I was actually, DJ, I have a show and tell here. This is I want to talk about this Criterion 4K of The Others.
Yeah.
Talk about, there's hardly any sound in this movie, but the sound and the Atmos, the new Atmos track, it just blew my mind. It's so good. Again, the footsteps in the haunted house steps over every corner of your theater. And it's just fantastic. I was just going to plug that.
Sound when you've got Nicole Kidman, though. I mean, I don't know.
Say again.
I said, do you need sound when you've got Nicole Kidman there? I mean, just
a
little bit of dialogue, and it's all good.
Well, she needs to react.
Heartbreak feels good in a place like this.
I've seen that so many times.
What line was it?
What line? Movie at AMC the best.
Yeah.
Oh God, Yeah.
We should get her on the show.
Yeah, right.
Let me make a call. I wish I could do that.
I don't understand. Is the joke about that? See, the thing is, she, great idea, but good Lord, put other people in the theater with her.
It was filmed during COVID. No, it was filmed during. No.
Put them with masks on. It's like
I know it doesn't play as well now.
It's like
back then it was
the movies alone.
No, but it was people were afraid to go back. I get what their marketing was. People were like, I'm just staying at home. People did not want to go to the theaters for You see what I mean?
Yeah, but
so
I don't get it at all, even during that time. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't. It just goes against the very idea of going.
What? Go ahead. Shane.
That's essentially us in our home theaters, just by ourselves. That's
right.
Yeah.
To me, it was an advertisement for home theater, for staying at home and watching gorgeous.
Yeah. We got two more jumping in here. Let me scroll down. So we have obviously Brent Butterworth and DennisBurger joining the chat.
Hello,
Dennis. That voice. Now, Dennis, between Dennis and Shane, what are we gonna do? Brent, is your mic on, buddy?
We can't hear you, Brent.
No. I'm kidding. I don't.
I knew he was kidding with that. He's like, you got to move your tongue.
Is it working?
It is.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Oh yeah, I can hear you. I hear you.
Hey, we could do like a cover of "Dance to the Music" by Sly and the Family Stone here, man. I'm gonna add some bottom so that the dancers just won't hide. Yeah. Brent, man, you let me down. Come on in.
Where's Brent going?
I don't know how that song goes.
Oh,
So you left?
Hang on just a sec. Hang on.
Okay, we'll wait.
Hey, man, it's his world. We're all just living.
Yeah, exactly. Dennis, nice to meet you. I've never met you before. Now we chatted on. You commented on a couple of my videos back when Brent was on, but been listening to you with Brent on here comes Brent's coming back. But Audio Unleashed, your podcast, and I mean your guys' history. But yeah, Shane, Carl Ellsworth, Jiles, everybody say hi and
Hi.
Howdy.
And let me just say, I got 5 people in the room right now, and everybody been asking me all day long, like how, or all week long, or months, how are you going to stay up for this? How do I not? Thank you. I'm like, what? Seriously, look at this. Am I going to fall asleep? Who's going to fall asleep? So
Shane might fall asleep. I mean, we're talking.
Shane fell asleep during Oppenheimer, apparently twice.
Everything.
Yeah, it's like
wow.
Donk. So
I fell asleep on a roller coaster once.
Well, I mean, it's rocking you to sleep. That makes sense.
Did it
totally?
No.
I was doing a marathon thing where I was trying to ride a roller coaster at Six Flags. I don't even remember which one it was. I think it might have been like the Mindbender, where I was trying to do a marathon on it and ride it for like 9 hours, 10 hours straight or something like that. At one point, I fell asleep. So
Jeez.
If I could fall asleep on the Mindbender, you could fall asleep on a live stream.
I could see that though. If you've been doing it for 9 hours, I'm not going to fall asleep. Not going to fall asleep. So, what were we talking about? I don't know.
Oh, Nicole Kidman.
Nicole Kidman.
Did not see that come. I was not prepared to talk about Nicole Kidman.
No, I was
sorry.
I was talking about let's see, criteria. I was so excited to kind of run through these real quick. So here, The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
I haven't seen that yet. I own it.
Great.
I haven't
seen
seen
a lot of fun, but here's the thing where there's no 4K release of this thing. But however, on Blu-ray they did put surprisingly the Atmos soundtrack on here, which to me is again it's almost like a Top Gun scenario where this Blu-ray Atmos blows the streaming Atmos away. To me. Yeah. And again, kind of back to where it's like, as much as I love 4K whenever possible, kind of the latest example is Haunting in Venice. Again, I saw the release dates of that, and then I got all ticked off the other day. Why they're not doing a 4K of it, and then they're just doing the Blu-ray, but the Blu-ray has 7.1 DTS, which I'm sure is no slouch, but your only option is streaming 4K Dolby Atmos. Dolby Vision or the Blu-ray with DTS 7.1. But so anyway, that's when I get a little huffy too, DJ.
I did fall asleep on that one at the theater too, by the way.
Haunting in Venice?
Yeah.
Oh, really? I haven't seen that yet. My wife and I were going to watch it the other night, but we didn't.
Think about what you're eating before you go to the movie.
Dude, I get a lot of
maybe
sleep.
maybe get tested for sleep apnea.
Could be a sleep apnea test or something in order here.
Brent's like, I'm out again. I can't handle this.
Yeah, Brent's like, he doesn't know anything about these yet. So, no, the 4K though, like, and Shane, I think you mentioned this earlier, but 4K streaming is pretty, in my opinion, from what I'm seeing through my side, that's basically getting you physical 1080p. It's like you know what I mean?
Is it kind of
really? It's like that to me is what's equal. Like it's getting better, but if you have a good 1080p disc, a good Blu-ray, that's what 4K is. And if your system is good enough, you can actually, obviously, you could see 4K physical, how much better that is than 4K streaming. But I think Blu-ray to 4K streaming is pretty close. What do you guys think?
I think like iTunes is probably like the best of the streaming services. Amazon being the absolute worst. Like I can't watch anything on that. It's just horrible. There's macro
Amazon's
blocking
getting
everywhere.
better. They're working on their algorithms. It is getting
Are
better. I'll say that. Yeah.
But they have the most to improve. I agree, Shane. They have the most to improve. I would say Apple TV. I think Netflix does a great job. I feel like, and now this is just a guess on my side, I feel like Netflix is actually doing it from the production side too. Like they know how to light a scene for HDR for streaming so that it doesn't come through crushed and it doesn't. So they're the, for all intents and purposes, the streaming pioneers, right? So I feel like they've learned the most. Apple just has great bit rates. I think they're doing great production as well. And then everybody else is under that. I think HBO or Max is hit or miss on their original content. Amazon is probably the lowest, but has the most to grow. So Dennis, you're saying they're getting better at that?
Oh yeah, they're getting better for sure.
I mean, have you seen Gen V? It's so, I don't know. Just on my projector, it's kind of like pixelated. It's really bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree.
I haven't watched that one yet. No, but I've also found the hardware makes a big difference when it comes to streaming. Like I can see an appreciable difference between streaming on my Apple TV 4K box and streaming on my Roku Ultra. I think the Roku Ultra has better HEVC decoders. And I tend to like, one of the things that I can really tell a difference on is David Attenborough's Our Planet. It's a Dolby Vision. You watch it on Apple TV and you can start to see some misplaced textures, like especially when there's like a leopard on the screen. You watch it on Roku Ultra and it's kind of perfect, right? So, you know, there's so many caveats that you have to throw out when you're talking about streaming. Okay, which service? Okay, which hardware? It all makes a difference, you know?
Yeah. And it's, I mean, it's all the variables in our systems, right? And it's
Dennis, are you running the latest Apple TV 4K? I don't know which generation I have. I don't have the newest one.
I have the last generation Apple TV 4K, so I don't know if they've improved their HEVC decoders or what. But I know the last Apple TV 4K is not up to par with the latest Roku Ultra in terms of HEVC decoding. So maybe I need to get the new one in check. Maybe they've made improvements. I don't know.
I've got a Roku Ultra too. I haven't used it in like years, like a year or so. I got to see the difference.
The Ultra has amazing HEVC decoding. Really, really good.
Now I have to get a Roku. I've never owned one. Now I got to get.
I haven't either.
I think the HEVC decoder built into the Roku is as good as the HEVC decoder built into the Kaleidoscape Strato. And they're not working with the same, content, but just, and I'm not saying they're comparable in terms of the results. I'm just saying in terms of the decoder, I think their hardware decoder is amazing. So yeah, everybody get a Roku Ultra if you can.
Interesting.
If you care about video quality.
Yeah.
Some people don't. So
Brent's having issues on his side, but let me get to the couple of these. I got this from earlier. Chris Brown, a 1999 super chat. Great conversation. Chris Brown, thank you very much.
I got to use the boys' room.
Yeah.
All right.
Subscribe to at Jiles McCoy. Let's go.
We also have Shane just jumped out, but Van Gool with $1.99 super chat. He's like, your go-to movie to show off your home theater.
Does it have to be one?
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing.
I take Kaleidoscape and chop these things up, right? And
I would
make a whole bunch.
Yeah. My to show it off, it's like right now it's probably the 2:15 scene is probably from Maverick when he did the 2 minutes 15 seconds scene. Because I love the aspect ratio change on that. I love when you got one scene to show somebody, it's like I go with that, and then it's the details while they're hitting you with all that bass of the jet engine, but then he's going back and forth and the wings are going and you can hear the wind going over the wings on either side of your room. It just, you can watch that scene over and over and over and pull out different audio details each time, but then also see how that's all mapped and perfect with his expressions, his faces. And I know he was in a plane and it was actually doing stuff, but still for him to be like, and do it. It's just, there's so much to take in on that one particular scene that even when you're showing somebody, which you've seen this scene probably 20 times, and you bring somebody into your room, I can almost guarantee you'll be like, I hadn't heard that before. And you'll find something new as well.
It isn't an Atmos. I have a scene again that I was showing. It's The Dark Knight Rises 4K. It's when Anne Hathaway's Catwoman traps him when that door comes down after Batman goes in into Bane's lair, and it shifts the aspect ratio as well, and it's just the fight between Tom Hardy as Bane and Christian Bale. Great sounds, great, his voice, that Bane voice, getting in all the speakers everywhere. It's just very atmospheric, and that's one of my favorite go-to scenes, anyway.
Yeah, I'll flip this completely around. Then I really like to use the scene from what is it, The Greatest Showman, Hugh Jackman, and it's the scene where I can't remember her name. She the lady who sings in front of the audience at the opera. And it shows her singing and his reaction, and then all the other things that are going on in the crowd and with everyone. And it's got the Zendaya love issue, right? And she's holding the hand, and then they stop holding it. So the scene gives you all the feels, right? You get all the stuff going on emotionally, and obviously the music is wonderful and the sound is great. But my favorite part, go back and watch it. There's the two children, Hugh Jackman's wife and 2 children, and at one point the daughter picks up a pair of binoculars, and I just thought she goes, it's like, it's hilarious. You had to go watch her bring up the binoculars, but that's one of my favorites. That's just a great scene.
Shane,
I believe Van Gool. Did you ask me this question yesterday? My answer was the part where Anchorman is in the phone booth and he's like, "Milk was a bad choice."
That's a demo scene.
I crack up every time.
Yeah, at the expression on people's faces when that's the demo scene. Let me show off your theater. It's like,
Probably Mad Max Fury Road is another.
Oh my goodness!
Mm-hmm.
Just cue that up anywhere. And
how about the eyeball at the beginning of Blade Runner 2049? That is some sound right there.
Yeah, I was that X-15, Jiles. Did you play that on the X-15?
Yeah.
Did you see my name on the box, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Did you see my name was on that box?
Dude, there's like 100 people's names on that box.
No, really?
Yeah.
What's the X-15? I didn't see it. What do you got a credit on a box?
Got it now.
No, it shipped for me to, I think, Jiles or.
Yeah, so Miller
forth.
Chrysler's got an X15 plus subwoofer that's doing the rounds with literally everyone.
It's made the rounds in the chat for you two. It's like in the chat, it's like, get Jiles and Shane to talk about the. It's
a good sub.
Hey, how do I get it? Can I get in the rotation of hey, I'm open for demoing things and
YouTube channel.
There you go.
If you'll write me some content, I'll send you stuff to review.
There you go.
Like, write me 2 sentences, and I can be like, "These are original 2 sentences from Carl that I'm going to read on my show for you," and I'll list you as main writer, and you can have residuals of my.
I'm ready. Yes, I
make.
Brent, do you have a scene? You and I talked about this before. I forget which one you had. What's your favorite scene to show off your system?
I don't show off my system. I don't have a system. I mean, I churn gears so fast that I don't really have a chance. I just kind of, I mean, I do have, my neighbors do come over for like streaming night and stuff, but sorry, I'm watching I'm keeping a close eye on my dog who's descending into dementia. Seriously. I mean,
oh no. Yeah, you said that last time you were on. You had
15.
issues. Yeah.
Well, she's 15, but I just have to watch her. Sorry, but anyway,
that's right.
But so I don't really, my neighbors, like any good sound bar is fine for them, but I guess probably for my like testing and stuff, I do the scene from U-571 where they're kind of confronting the destroyer and they shoot the cannon off because you have voices, which is good. to test with. And I find that Canon shot, sometimes it sounds like somebody's whacking on an aluminum tin, and sometimes it sounds like, boom, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, the sub goes under the ship and you hear the engine noise, which is really, really, really low. And then you have the depth charges that come after that. And you can tell so much from that about how, a subwoofer's performing or a sound bar, or, the subwoofer part of a sound bar. And a lot of those are bad, but I like to push them. I want to push them like over the edge rather than up to their limits. I want to push them past their limits and see where they fail, because that's where it gets fun.
What's so funny is, like, I love listening to you guys' show because you're both sarcastic like me, and what my favorite part of if anybody hasn't listened to them on Audio Unleashed, you guys actually seek out negative comments or overly positive comments, and then you'll be like, this just isn't true. What are they doing here? And it's like, and you're bringing awareness to, like, we've been talking about it all day at different points, but like what's correct out there for information and what isn't. And I've said for a while, podcasting has helped a lot with that. And you guys doing your podcast now, I feel like you're doing it more now. Maybe you had some constraints on the last podcast. You couldn't do it as much, but you guys go hard at people on, like, not misinformation, but like over marketing something, right? Is that a way to look at it?
We didn't have any imposed constraints when we were doing the Soundstage podcast. I think we were just both hesitant to do anything that might reflect poorly on their publication. It wasn't right. No, there was, like, the thing is, Doug never knew what we were going to do, never knew what we were going to say, and never had an ounce of criticism. But I think we both were just like, man, if somebody else is going to get in trouble for what we're saying, well, you got to be a little more careful. Well, now it's just us getting in trouble. And then we haven't gotten in trouble. So yeah. But no, there was never any imposed, limitations before. So
yeah, because I'm not personally, I don't consider myself like a 2-channel, an audioholics type of guy. I'm more of, I do home theater, and you guys every now and then you'll touch on it. But it's like, I learn so much from you guys that I translate back to home theater. But I also I love how you guys pick stuff apart that I know from my experience of just being around this for 30 years. And you're just like, I never had a platform or the credentials. You guys, everybody here has way more credentials than I do. So if I go out and I tell somebody, hey, this is this, and they'll be like, yeah, okay. Well, go listen to Shane, go listen to Brent, go listen to Dennis, go listen to Jiles. They'll tell you. And now I have Carl, who's like, a Hollywood writer. And you're like, go listen to these people. And I am just another listener with a microphone, but it's like, that's what I think all of these channels are doing, is like, you guys are all bringing awareness and allowing us to make better decisions with our money. And then also, like, you're all doing it in a way more entertaining way too, because I'm laughing, listening to you guys, watching you guys, and everything. So but I love what you're doing, Brent and Dennis. It's awesome. Butterburger, Productions is doing a great job.
I got to say about the home theater thing. I think the reason we don't cover home theater as much is, and Dennis, anybody can jump in here, but I would contend that there is much less stupid stuff said about home theater than there is about 2-channel audio. The real nut jobs are all in 2-channel audio.
You are so right. You are so right. 100,000 million %, because they are shenanigans in 2-channel.
I'm just so thankful you didn't go at Jiles or Shane this week on your latest podcast. Like, that would have been awkward.
We've never gone after the home theater guys.
I'm just kidding. I know.
Guys have it together. The home theater guys are based. They are. I'm sure there are some exceptions, but by and large, the home theater crowd has been based in, science and sort of rational thinking, and not driven so much by marketing. I mean, the whole 2-channel side of it is driven so much by marketing and by quote unquote reviewers who basically are just there to to parrot the
you said
marketing language.
I can't remember which it was. It was a recent podcast, and you said something talking about, I don't know if it was a speaker or an amplifier, and you made the great statement, and you'd said, they said it has to break in, it has to warm up, and whatever. And you're like, when it gets to 600 hours, that's where it is. And I can't remember which one of you said it, but you're like, what the hell happens at 600 hours? Why'd you draw the line there? Like, what happened? What? It's not still breaking in at 700? It wasn't good at 5? What the hell? And I'm sitting and I'm cracking up because I'm like, there's so many other variables when you get into these expensive products, and they're trying to market it to a certain variable. And I'm like, that's not even a thing. And it's like, but if you brought up realistic physics to what you guys say, you go, it's like, well, don't talk about that. And I know a few of them, but it's like, you're like, don't talk about those physics. We can't market that. Like, oh my God. Right. And it's like, so like
to your advantage though, as a reviewer. Because if, they send you this nice set of speakers to review and, you don't have a lot of time in your schedule, you can always come back and say, I'm still working on that 600 hours of break-in before I can get around to doing it.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
There you go.
And I listen about an
you've
hour a
gotten to the
day.
root of it.
So, I need 2 years with these before I can get around to it.
Jiles and Shane, do you think that that's accurate? Like, you guys are way more into the home theater. And do you think, is there snake oil? No, not brake oil, but I know what they're saying. It just seems to be more snake oil stuff in audio, like audioholics. Or do you think home theater has a better grasp on that?
I mean, I think it all comes down to what we're talking about and how much it costs. That's when it starts. People start getting nasty. It's like, I can get the same subwoofer for a fraction of the cost of that per listen or Paradigm sub, or I can make my own, which is better, performs better, or my Denon does just the same thing as your Trinov does. So it comes down to price, I think, with the home theater folks, and that's my main takeaway is just money.
But there are definitely more shenanigans in 2-channel world, right? Because then you get into cryogenically frozen this and the aligned lattices and that kind of stuff. And
but I think, to like Shane's point, I think as you go up the price chain in home theater, I think there is a value there in most of it. I don't see as much as they used to be. Like we joke about it, but it was a legit thing. Like monster cables, you're paying crazy money for, and there was no real value in it. And that, since we've gotten rid of stuff like that in home theater, it's like, yes, in your room, a Denon is just as good as a Trinov. But when you get into a bigger room or you have multiple speakers, there is a value there for you. And like you said earlier, Shane, it's like yours is upgradable, and it's like it's a 2015 model, but it's just as relevant today, and there's a value there because now you made that purchase in 2015 or whatever, and you're like, guess what, I don't have to buy anything else for the next 7-10 years, so you can put that money to other parts of your room. So there's many, but people don't see that. And usually when I see people getting upset about cost, nobody gets upset about something they don't care about or they don't want themselves. Yeah. Right. There's a lot of stamps out there for stamp collectors that are super expensive. But as I've said to people, I don't care. I don't complain because I don't want it. So it's like usually you find the people that are complaining the most, it's a little bit of jealousy. You know,
the most divisive topic that I've heard in home theater is around Kaleidoscape. That always brings out a crowd of folks that just have pitchforks.
Yeah. But the thing is, there's a value there. And if you see the value, then you'll pay the money for it. If you don't see the value, then you don't get it. But usually when people are complaining, it's because they see the value. They just haven't been able to purchase it yet or can't purchase it, and I loved Kaleidoscape for many, many years before I could get mine. And it's like, and it actually came down. I mean, it used to be like entry level was like $40,000 when they first started. Yeah. And, so, I mean, believe it or not, it's cheaper now. So it's, but there's nothing wrong with dreaming for that, like a barcode projector or something now for me, it's like, will I ever achieve it? I don't know, but it's
envision it, DJ. You gotta envision that. You gotta close your eyes and it's
put it out to the universe.
Carl,
That's right.
Carl, the name of my company for my I do automotive paint repair is Envision, spelled with a Y, and you know why? Because my sister. Okay, I got it. Dennis is over here going.
Where's the Y?
ENVYSION.
Okay.
ENVYSION. And my sister, who's in marketing, works for a very large company where they remarket companies. She came up with the name, and it originally was going to be, I was going to do custom paint work on motorcycles. And her tagline was envision it and then have your bike be the envy. Because when you take your Harley out with a custom job, you want people going, ooh, where did you get that? So that's where that play came from. And then the company I was working for at the time wasn't working out well. So I went on my own and I took that name Envision on-site bumper repair. But that's where Envision comes from. But it's the same idea. It's the exact same idea. It's all of that. Like imagine it and make it. So
I'll probably hop off here, guys, and listen in. And
thank you, Carl.
Thank you all very much. It's great meeting you guys. Absolutely.
Thanks for being here, Carl. I really appreciate it. We'll have you back because Steve wants to chat some more.
I know. I mean, he got called in or something.
I know. Yeah. I got that message too. So thanks, buddy.
Thanks a lot. Congrats, DJ, and see you soon.
Thanks, buddy.
A lot, guys.
Bye.
Later. Bye.
Hey, I'm gonna take the opportunity as well. My
okay.
I got to roll.
Oh, they're falling like flies.
I know. I'll
just guys, don't leave me alone.
I'll say hi periodically through the evening, and
thanks, buddy.
You getting sleepy? I'll poke you.
There you go. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Later, John.
Bye. Oh, yeah. So it's wow, amazing. So Dennis, let's step away from home theater for a second.
Where am I?
Good God. Right where you are. This is a beautiful. I mean, Shane's got the beautiful setup, but the blurred background, but no offense, Brent, but you're a little boring in the background. Yeah, but Dennis is like he's swinging for God's sakes on a swing, sitting here talking with us.
Okay, so here's the problem, and Brent will back me up on this. The inside of my house is like a vampire cave, right? And so if I do like a ring light or something like that, it doesn't look like this is a video presentation. It looks like I'm being interrogated. So I called Brent and I was like, do you think it'd be okay if I just sat on my porch? And he was like, I don't know, try it. So I figured, okay.
You're
At
even
least
going
this way
with
I'm not in the pitch blackness,
No, but you even got I don't know if you did it on purpose or it's a happy accident, but you got the 2/3 frame of the screen. You've got you got interesting plant. You got your bonsai tree in the background there. I mean, you're like the cinematography is just amazing here.
That is not supposed to be there. It's only there because I'm rewiring it right now.
Oh,
it normally goes over that way. So
I'm in my basement with some velvet curtains in the background. So all right, where were we? We got, Shane, you've been reading the chat. Anything interesting in there that we
these guys are just talking about their favorite audio demos, House of Usher. Did you guys watch that? I hear it's pretty good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't yet.
Oh,
never heard
so
good.
It out there. So good. I'm a big Edgar Allan Poe fan, and by that I don't mean I've memorized everything, but growing up I loved reading his stuff and reading and what they did with House of Usher I thought it's like the entire story arc takes his books. It's not written, the show isn't like verbatim of any of his stories, but it takes all the theories from his stories and stuff and puts it into a great thing. Did you see it, Shane?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have a home theater right now, so I haven't watched anything. So
yeah, that's what happens when we lose the theater. We got to stop because you don't want to take it in just on a laptop. Yeah. But it has some really, really good jump scares, some really good atmos in it. Again, Netflix is really nailing it on that stuff. And some of the like the 4K, the HDR, what they did, it's shot really, really dark. Most of the I did it on my show. There's one scene when in the early first episode, the characters are walking down the street during a thunderstorm, so it's super dark, but then the lightning goes, and the way that the contrast, because you go from almost looks like a dark monochromatic, like a black and white movie, because it's dark at night, so you can't see the colors. Then the lightning goes, and it's like you get these vibrant colors, then that goes away. it's really cool to see. Not to mention the atmos of that thunderstorm rolling across your ceilings and rolling around the room. And Shane's like, I got to go put my room back together.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, and that's what we said before. I think what Netflix is doing, I think even from the production point, they know how to light these scenes so that we're not their HDR is really good where they're not trying to be so granular with it. Like say the Batman, which looks amazing, but it wasn't shot for streaming. So it's, if you don't have if your setup isn't dialed in, that can look a little bit muddy. But because it's so like the gradation and is so fine, whereas I think what Netflix is doing is they're trying to hit you with some nice punch, and it's a really nice HDR for streaming.
Yeah,
So,
I can.
What do you guys think?
Cool.
Yeah.
But I gotta bounce out of here.
Okay.
I gotta meet the wife for dinner. But I'll check in later.
Thanks for popping in. Like I said, I'd never met Shane. He's been popping into my chat, so I hit him up and I was like, hey, we could meet for the first time on my show and then I'll have you back and we'll do a chat. And he's like, okay. And here he is. So thanks, buddy. I really appreciate it. The
algorithm
support.
is forcing you on me to watch you. So
yeah, but it forces you to see me. It doesn't force you to click and actually do it. Okay.
No, it's just you all the time on front page. I'm like, all right, let me click on it.
So, but hey, thanks for all the love in the chat too. Help, getting people going, and thanks. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Man. Later, guys.
Later, buddy.
Bye. Bye. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Oh, I almost hit remove. I didn't know if he was going to drop out or if I had to remove him, and he dropped out, and I almost removed Dennis. Like, nice to meet you. Boom, Dennis goes away.
That would have improved the quality of the conversation.
Not at all.
Factor of 3.
No, not at all. Oh man. Todd, the guy that now you guys don't know, you probably don't know how this started. I haven't talked to Brent in a while, and every time Brent and I talk, it's like, let's not wait so long. Here we are. It's been less than a year, Brent. That's a good thing. Barely.
Yeah.
I think
not much less.
Yeah, like 11 months. Literally, it's literally
for Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah. It was in December, and you had gone down there, so I beat that. So all right, but no, my buddy Todd, he writes for AV Nirvana, the website AV Nirvana. He was on one day, and I do, and Brent's been on here before, and we just do open chats, have fun, and we talk home theater. And he went on. We were approaching the 3-hour mark, and he goes, just out of the blue, he's like, oh, I'd like to get to 3 hours. And then he goes, you think you could talk for 24 hours? I'm like, yeah, without hesitation. He's like, really? So right from there, it was like, we were originally going to do it for charity, and then just trying the logistics of lining it up. Let's, it got to be a little bit over. We have a charity in mind. We have all this, but just trying to do it right. And if you're going to be promoting money and doing all this, it was just all like a little bit much. So I said, I'm just going to do it. And that's what he said. I'm like, let's just do it. So we did, or I am, and here we are. And that's how it got to. It was all kind of just as a joke, but don't joke with me. But yeah, so getting to you guys though, like I said before, it's like, I love what you guys are doing. Are you guys loving it? Like, did you think you're both writers. You're both so good at what you do. You're reviewing, you make careers out of the reviews and stuff. And Brent, I told Brent, I read him for years at Home Theater Magazine. And it was like, when I had a podcast, I was like, if I could ever get Brent Butterworth, I'm like, that would be great. Cause growing up in home theater, like I started in 88. And then reading Home Theater Magazine is where you got your knowledge back then, right? We didn't have internet. So now, Dennis, I know you put it sidekick to Brent Butterworth, but I didn't know you until I listened to you and Brent. And I feel like with your sarcasm and your humor, I'm like, well, he's just like me. And then you start commenting on my videos. I'm like, Dennis is talking about me. I'm all excited. So yeah, it's like, are you enjoying the podcast life?
I mean, to me, it is, we record every 2 weeks, and at about day 12, after we're recording, I'm itching. I'm like ready to get into it again, just because I get to spend about 2 hours with one of my favorite human beings on the planet. And that is
the producer.
More so than anything else, I get to hang out with Brent. every other week for a couple of hours, and that's probably 90% of where my passion for it comes from.
And that, I mean, it comes through in the podcast too. You guys have such a great rapport. We have you guys have so much fun. And sidekick to DennisBurger. There you go. But that's just it. It's like that's how my buddy and we started a comic book one, Brightside Chat, and it was like we didn't care. We just wanted to hang out and talk, and this affords you that opportunity. But now, like you guys with your expertise and everything, I just love the direction you're going. I love the things you're talking about. It's like, there's so many places out there to get information, the information you guys have been providing for years and years, but now you're bringing it in this way. And it's like, and you're actually, like I said before, you're bringing such a good service of like knocking down the over marketing, I should say, as I think I said before, but you know what I mean? So yeah. It's fun to listen to, and it's like, and you do learn a lot from it. So,
well, I mean, to me, it's I've been doing something like this since 1989, and you're always having to, as my knowledge has grown, I've just realized how much, as my knowledge has grown about audio, and also as my experience as a musician has grown too, I have just realized how much total BS there is in the world of audio, and I've become it's sort of ruined my career because I can't go along with this. The more I learn, the less I'm able to go along with a lot of this stuff, and to tolerate nonsense. It's hard even to the more I
the BS
the more I can't really tolerate it. I think it's really plain because I got serious about. I played music my whole life, but I got serious about it about 8 years ago, kind of accidentally. I mean, I've played in bands and all that kind of stuff, but like really getting into it. And then I did an album during the pandemic because one of the sax players I gigged with he and I had nothing to do, and going through that whole process just made me realize what recording is all about and what music is really all about. And music has nothing to do with inner detail. Okay. Like nothing. That's these kind of nonsensical things that appear in audio magazines don't appear in the world of music at all. Not in studios, not in, rehearsals, not in nothing. And so now it really bothers me that so many of these publications, whether they be, I mean, there's still a couple of print publications, but online people in different forums, when they just start spouting all this just ridiculous stuff. I don't care what people buy, but like for people to insist that you have to have the right power cable for your amplifier, it's just like, I mean, if you want to spend $1,000 on your power cable, who am I to tell you not to? But
right.
But if you want to start insisting that to really get your system to the top level, you need to go buy the $1,000 power cable or the $5,000 power cable. I mean, it's such a bunch of malarkey, and I feel like and I think Dennis agrees with me. I feel like it's our responsibility to the world, sort of, and that may sound grandiose, but I feel like it's our responsibility to the world to fight this sort of crap.
But it's not grandiose, because that's what I love about the podcast. It's like I keep going back to Monster Cables. It's like the education that you're giving people that a lot of podcasts are doing. And it's like, and like I said before, I don't have the credentials. I know a lot of this stuff, but because of my own history, my own experiences, talking with people like you before I had a podcast, talking to experts that I trusted. But it's like, but when you're all by yourself, you don't have, and I'm just doing, I knew the pitfalls. I've been around a long time too, but to have people with your credentials and your experience, and to know, like, and to your point, Brent, you were like, you both had to write for people. You both had to do stuff. So like you were part of the world. So for you to do that at that time, it would have been maybe detrimental to your careers. It could have, like, what if he does this? But I think now and having talked to just like you, Brent, and other people, it's like there's a gamesmanship that's being played. And I feel like a lot of what's coming out now because of podcasting stuff is a lot of people are starting to, they're like shining a light on a lot of the shell game that's going on, if you will, or pulling the curtain back and letting people see what the truth is in all of this marketing that we've all been subject to, because all we want to, we are such easy prey. All I want to do is improve my system. You just tell me how. And the marketers are like, I'll tell you how. Right. And you're like, and I love it. It's like, what do you think happens at 700 hours? You know, and it's like, but it's funny because you laugh and it's like you made that as a joke, but at the same time, it's like, it's so accurate. It's so much of a fact that you're like, he's right. It's like, why all of a sudden that now I understand, like a bulb, a brand new bulb, it's give that like, you know, maybe 100 hours or 50 hours or whatever it is to work itself in. Sure. Before you calibrate, but there's some science there. Look what's going to happen with the bulb. Look what it is. But you're like 700 hours on a speaker or an amplifier or this or that, and didn't you say, I think it was a speaker, and you were like, can't you just go up to it and push it? And like, didn't you say a reviewer used to do that? But there's so much behind that.
Atlantic Technology used to do that. He'd bring me speakers for Atlantic Technology is a brand that, do they still exist? I think they still exist. They do. They were a really pioneering brand back in the 90s in, you know, sort of the dawn of home theater. And Peter Triedman, the guy who was the president of the company, he would bring me speakers for review, and he would just go to the woofer and push gently in to break it in. And it worked. You know, it's not as good as, you know, playing like CTA 2010 test tones through it, which really get it moving. But it just sort of shows you that like there's so many to the break-in thing. There's so many manufacturers that have realized like, oh, if I say my product takes 100 hours of break-in or 200 or 500 hours of break-in, that makes it seem more special, right? Yeah. It's like wine. You know, you can't drink wine right out of the whatever thing they make wine in. You have to, you know, but seriously, it does age. I mean, I wrote a lot about cigars, and like, if you don't age the tobacco in a cigar at least like a year or something, it's going to be really nasty. But if you age it 3 or 4 or 5, it's going to really get good. So that's legitimate. But like speakers, I mean, you know, Floyd Toole covered all this stuff in his book. It's like speakers break in a matter of really a few minutes, and you know, I measure them all the time, and I measure stuff at, you know, factory fresh, and you can watch the performance change in the first couple of bleeps and bloops and whatever your test gear does, but then it settles down.
Yeah. And I think you guys said that, right, Dennis, of like your test gear might see this, but can you hear it? Can you know, is there an audible difference a lot of times? Is like, and I mean, are there people putting too much emphasis on the test gear stuff, like stuff that's not even, you know, perceivable by human perception, whatever it is, audibly or visually?
Well, you can go too far that way, but I think in large part the people who are the 800 hours of break-in people are more likely just to ignore measurements completely. They don't want to know about measurements. You know, they're the measurements are bad. Measurements are, you know, measurements can't tell you what we hear, kind of thing. So, but I mean, you know, there are two extremes there, and they're both they both have their problems. So yeah.
You had the example. Was that this week's show? The example of like, did you say burp or something? Somebody like, I can hear it at my house. Like, and if the person says they do, you'll be like, well, he said he can. So I guess that sound traveled there. But then you guys went and broke down scientifically of like the volume and how it deteriorates over time. And I literally learned why sound quiets as it goes further. You know what I mean? Like, it's not infinite. But it's what it is it's the science behind it is it's mixing in with and the way you broke it down. And I do know that like at different altitudes, sound reacts differently. At different depths in the ocean, it reacts differently. It travels further, the denser, blah, blah, blah. I did learn just
different
recently.
Air pressures too. I mean, you know, we just had a cold snap here, you know, and we went from record highs to record lows in 6 days.
Yes.
And I could stand inside in my kitchen and hear,
yes.
oh, it's cold, because I could hear the traffic from the bypass. I can only hear the traffic from the bypass when it's in the 30s here. Like, even once it gets into the 40s, I can no longer hear that. So, a lot of things affect it.
And it's like Todd and I, my buddy I was talking about earlier, we had a conversation, private conversation, but we were like, there's so many variables out there, and it gets to what you guys do and what you guys are talking about. Is like, there's so many variables out there that nobody wants to talk about, and that was one of them. It's like, when people do speaker measurements, or this speaker is like bright, or it's warm, or it's this, do they tell you what altitude they were listening at? Because at different altitudes, that sound is going to get to you faster. And that other thing, like, there's so many other variables that are more important than the speaker wire. The speaker wire is the speaker wire. But you know what? On any given day, if the barometric pressure in the room is different than it was on another day, that sound is getting to your ears at a slightly faster or slower rate, which is going to change everything, the dynamics of the room itself. And him and I having this conversation, I looked it up. It's like, do you know where sound travels the fastest on this planet? Through a diamond. Because the denser it is, the sound travels so fast to the other side. And I was like, it was like a light bulb went off in my head. And I'm like, oh my God, that's right. So like below the deepest part of the ocean, sounds traveling. Whew. And as you get up out of there and closer to out of the atmosphere, what happens to sound outside the atmosphere? Nothing. You need pressure.
I can hear you scream.
Exactly. Thank you. Bringing it right back to home theater scenes. But you see what I mean? It's like, but all of those things, depending on where you are in the world, depending on the weather in your area, that's all an actual variable that is more important than the speaker wire.
Well,
but they can't sell weather.
I think we were talking about, there was some guy, maybe Dennis. By the way, I just want to say, I think this is the first time I've actually seen Dennis in about 4 years.
It is since February 2020.
Handsome devil.
Because he refuses to get on camera normally.
I don't do camera.
This is an extreme honor we're getting right now.
Yeah. I didn't know that, and I'm telling him his cinematography is fabulous.
I couldn't believe I clicked it. I'm like, whoa, my God, it's Dennis.
Who's that guy?
Good. But I think we were talking, there was some guy, Dennis, I don't know who it was, who was saying, don't let anyone tell you what you can't hear, or something like that, right? Who was that guy? I can't remember.
It was the YouTube guy that we were talking about, that was doing the video about why you should never turn your system off.
Oh, I heard that
you
conversation.
Should never turn off your hi-fi.
That dude.
That was the guy that was like, don't let anyone tell you what you can and can't hear. Only you know that. And it's like, no, I can say some pretty confident things about what you can't hear. Yeah.
So I came up with the example of, I'm just picking on famed audio critic Michael Fremmer, whom I know personally and stuff. We give each other a hard time sometimes. But I was saying, like, can you hear it? If I'm here in the Seattle area and he belches in his home in New Jersey, can someone here in Seattle hear it? And I can say definitively no. And I can prove why scientifically it's completely, utterly ridiculous, that notion. So at least we can start there with something like, okay, we can all agree people can't hear that, right? Because if you said, I think I can hear that, then that person, whoever says that, is just deranged, right? That they could hear someone belching from 3,000 miles away. Okay, so you have to at least start from the standpoint of like, okay, there are things you can't hear. So what is but there's things we absolutely can hear, like the difference between the headphones I'm wearing and these headphones, right?
Yeah.
These are open back hi-fi mans. These are Sony 7506s. I mean, anybody can hear the difference, right? Because you can see there's a huge difference in frequency response. But like, there's that. So we know people can hear that. Anybody can hear that. But then there's like Michael Fremmer belching in New Jersey. You can't hear that in Seattle. So we know that you can't hear that. So you have to draw the line somewhere. You can't just say, oh, what is that, Dennis? What is that Facebook group? That
everything affects the sound.
Yeah. Okay. So everything does not affect the sound. Does this affect the sound when I put this pencil right here? Can you
I'm
hear
telling
it
you-
now? And can you hear it now? Can you hear the difference? Do we have to do a blind test? Can we AVX
Yes.
this thing? Or can we just move beyond that?
I think you've made your point there. Yeah.
No,
Okay.
but that you used that one months ago on like if I set and you actually corrected yourself. Like if I set this knickknack on top of my speaker, does it make it better or worse? And then you went, well, wait a minute. Actually, that might actually resonate. So maybe it would. But your point was the exact same thing as the pen. Like you're doing all these things, and it's like. And that's like, and I'm cracking up. Anybody, if you haven't listened to their show and you're not, please, that it's so entertaining because this is exactly what they do. And I'm the same way. It's like you get into the nitty gritty of, because that's what marketing is about. They write things a certain way to get you to bite because, like the fish on the line, right? And you're like, this will improve everything. And I know you'd be like, what? My commute to work didn't get any better. Don't use the word everything. And I do that and it's like, I'm such a stickler for that. And it's like when people be like, and I do it all the time with Kaleidoscape. Nobody can afford this. I have one. Don't say nobody. Somebody, and I'm not rich, but don't tell me nobody can afford it. Cause if nobody could afford it, nobody would have one, and people do, right? Nobody can afford a Ferrari. Wrong. Just me. I can't afford it, right? Not just me, but you know what I mean? So it's like, that's why I love listening to you guys. Cause you'll get into that. Like, oh, this will improve everything. No, if you're going to sell me something, I need to know specifics. And that's why they don't want to get into specifics, because when you get into specifics, their marketing falls apart, and they just want to be so vague that you go, it's gotta be good. Right?
There's a weird phenomenon in high-end audio whereby you're not allowed to simply say, you know what, I just want something nice. I want something bougie. I want a pretty amp. I want a speaker that, looks like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I don't know. I just want something nice. But there always has to be
it's a weird looking amp. Nothing against Kareem, but
as Brent frequently says, they have to provide the alibi, and the alibi always has to be, no, this is going to improve the sound in a way that you are special enough to appreciate. And it's like, well, no, sometimes I just want something pretty, Why can't we say that? Why can't we be honest about that?
Right. And it's because, and here's the thing. It's like, I went to CEDIA this year for the first time, and I was walking around that floor, and I'm listening to one of the things I found most entertaining was listening to dealers, and because that's what they're there for. That's what that place is for, right? So you're surrounded by these people that are just trying to market stuff to you, to the consumer. And how do I find a better way to market this to people? And listening to these conversations, it's like I came home and I went on my Patreon and I told my Patreon supporters, I did the video, and it was like, I got like mad at them, and not at them, but I'm like, here's the problem. I'm like, don't let anybody ever tell you that something is objectively better, because that is a false statement. The term, you cannot have the word better, which is a subjective word, after objective. The word objective has to be followed with a fact. Because this projector is objectively brighter than this projector. Whether you like that or not is up to you. Which one do you think is better? Right? So like you can't, and that's what we are in. We are in and I get pushback on this from not everybody. See, I almost did it. I get pushback from a lot of people. We're in a subjective world, but everybody's trying to turn it into an objective environment. And they want to take all those statistics and all those numbers and tell you this is why this is better. And it's like, well, you can tell me that car's red and that's why it's better, but I don't like red. So what do I do now? And that's, you cannot, objective and subjective are so different. But in this world, people think because I have the numbers here, hey, and like you said, Dennis, you're like, hey, if you just want it to look good or you want to pay for that, whatever, fine. But also, if you just like the sound of that, go with it. Now, you might have the numbers to say this is performing better, but he actually likes the sound of that, and that's as far as he wants to go. That's all he needs.
That's one
and
of the
vice
things
versa.
we've talked about. One of the things we've talked about in previous episodes is like the research at the NRC. That is descriptive, not prescriptive. The data that they came away from those tests with showed this is a speaker that most people will like, not this is a correct speaker, right? So
right, and you're appealing to the masses. Yeah. And that's a great way to. But like you said, this is a speaker that most people will like. Right. So they're trying to market something, and it's like, we're going to put out a sound out of this speaker that the majority of people would like. But are there people on either side of that speaker that could potentially say, I don't like that? Right. Like,
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, you'll have a brighter speaker and like brighter and warmer. We get into that. And it's like, there is no correct answer, but the correct answer for objective would be, how does this perform and what does it do at each frequency range? How that is perceived by you, that's the subjective part. But to actually say one is better than the other, that's not up to anybody to tell you, which kind of, Dennis, is like what I understand what you guys were saying earlier. Like, nobody can tell you what you hear, which is kind of a true statement, but you also can't do like what Brent's saying is like, you can't be in Seattle saying, I heard my brother burp in Jersey. That doesn't work. But if you're in a room and you go, I like that one better, don't let anybody tell you that the speaker on the left is the better speaker and you like the right one, so you're wrong. No, that's not the way that's not the way it works. I can physically like the other one because I see, and especially and that's why we love blind tests, right? Be like, I'll tell you, like, okay, here, listen to these two things, and if you tell me which one's right, and you guys have talked about this, a lot of people don't want to do that. Especially reviewers, they back away because they know inside I'm probably going to be wrong, and then there goes all my marketing.
Well, their opinions are going to change. I mean, like Paul Barton, the guy who started PSP Speakers. I mean, I had him on a panel once, and that was one of the things he really stressed was that as soon as you hide the identities of the products, everything changes. And he threw his arms up like that, and it's really true. I mean, I've been kind of, I mean, blind testing has been my thing since the early 90s. And just because I realized that the more blind you make the test and the better you get your levels matched, the more a lot of differences start to disappear and a lot of biases start to be proven wrong. And I think it's okay to sort of reflect Dennis's point. I think it's perfectly okay for people to buy whatever audio products they want, but blind testing helps you get past claims that are ridiculous or wrong, and it also ends up saving you money, right? If you go blind test two speakers and one of them's or we're doing microphones now for Wirecutter, and it's really shocking some of the results we're getting. And you can go spend $50,000 on a vintage mic if you want to, but then you can go buy microphones for under $100 that are really, really good. And I guess if you still want to do the vintage, hey man, if I own some fancy studio, I want a vintage mic and it would impress people. But like for someone who's actually recording music, an SM57 works amazingly. That's a Shure microphone. It's like under $100. Works amazing. And same with speakers. There's so many good speakers for. I shouldn't say so many. There's a lot of good speakers that are relatively inexpensive, and there's a lot of really junky speakers. I shouldn't say junky. Not very well designed or unwisely voiced speakers that are really expensive. I mean, you go to an audio show, 2-channel audio show, and you'll walk into rooms and go like, what are they doing? And these speakers will be $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 a pair. And once you have blind testing, you don't fall for that anymore. And that's also, I honestly, when I bought an AVX box, which is like sort of ultimate blind testing device, because anybody can set up their own blind test all by themselves, and it's double blind. You don't know what you're hearing. And once I got that thing and really started to go through amplifiers, I was just like, boy, I keep flunking these tests. I keep showing that I can't identify, I can't tell one amp from another in this AVX test. And AVX is where you listen to A, you listen to B, and you listen to X, and you tell whether X is A or B, right?
Yeah.
And if you score, if you do, 15 or 20 trials of that, and you end up getting 75% of them right, then you're statistically significant. And that's the difference. But like, I end up like 50-50 all the time. Like, I might as well just flip a coin. And that really changed my mind a lot. And it just made me realize, like, it's, unless you've just got speakers that are really brutally hard to drive, it just, and above a certain level of quality, like above, like, some of these little amps you get off Amazon for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, the little tiny Class D ones. All right, so fine. So let's get above that quality, because that in some cases will barely even get your speaker working. But like, get up to a reasonable level of quality, and beyond that, you're kind of paying for a lot of cosmetics and backstory and marketing. And granted, that's fine. My ideal amp would be an EL84 powered tube amp for purely emotional reasons. And that's what I'd rather have that than any solid state amp. And you can only do push-pull EL84s will only do, 10 watts a channel, 12 maybe if you get lucky. But that's a really cool product to me. And I think that, and I know so many guys, I know a lot of vintage audio guys, and they are really into the product for what it is. And the products, some of those vintage speakers are pretty horrifying, but the amps all work fine. Those vintage receivers, a lot of them are awesome. Vintage turntables, a lot of them are great.
Yeah, it's. I like the ABX thing. I've never put it. I always say I'm ABing, and I do it for scenes. And now people are where I get on my show. It's like, DT. I hear this all the time. DTSX is better than Atmos. Well, they both do the exact same thing. They both hit the frequency responses the exact same way. They both have they're both capable of the exact same thing. It's now. DTSX, maybe when they produce, the sound designer on that might have the better mix, or they're doing something different, but they're both capable. It's like, this paintbrush is better than this one because Van Gogh used it. Well, what the heck, right? It's the same thing. I mean, it's still the artist on the other side. It's like DTSX can't do anything extra that Atmos can't do. So it's not the codecs that's better. And then when you get a movie like we had Jurassic Park Dominion came out on Kaleidoscape and Atmos and DTSX on disc. So now you can do that AB, and now I'm going to call it ABXing. And what I found is, like, I can switch back and forth fairly rapidly with my system. And what I found was, like you said, Brent, it's like you go, oh, well, that one's clearly better. And it's like, because you had a preconceived notion. But then as I start flipping back and forth faster, I'll be like, see, that one's better. Oh, wait, that was the other one.
Yeah.
And then you start going, and you keep going, and you're like, I can't tell them apart. I'm going to be honest. It's like, and it is so, and if there is a difference, it's so infinitesimal that I'm like, I can barely tell on an AB if I can. Never mind if you walked into my room, you're going to be able to say which codec that is. Forget it. It's, you can't do that stuff. It's But I love what you guys are doing. I do. I love that. It's every time. I wish it. So when are you going to every week?
I don't know. When I win the lottery, maybe.
Oh, there you go.
It is a lot of work. I mean, we put a lot of work into editing those things, and I'd say the edits. I don't know about you, Dennis. My edits take about 6 hours usually.
Mine tend to take about 8. So, but you've been at this way longer than I have, and you're better at it than I am. So you're going to be faster.
I don't know, but I think I'm just more. I think I'm just more confident in my judgments, maybe than you are, because I've been. You sound like I used to be.
I used to I did an audio only podcast with my buddy John, and I used to spend 6 to 8 hours editing my podcasts. And since I went to this and I'm doing video alone will help you speed up. I'm not saying you have to publish it, but if you can record with video, there's so many things you can put in there that will help you speed up your editing process. And I'd love to talk to you guys about it and help you maybe streamline your system. And then, well, it's a benefit to me because then maybe you'll do it once a week.
But the other thing is I don't own a webcam, and I don't want a webcam because if I owned a webcam, people are going to want me to do live streams, which I don't want to do except for you. So
thank you, and I appreciate it, Dennis. That's awesome.
But bit of a conundrum there.
But you don't even need any quality or anything like that. I'll tell you, we can. I'll hit Brent up and we'll get together. And I can definitely. You can use it or you don't have to use it. But it's like I found like, hey Joe, how we doing, buddy?
We're doing good.
This is my buddy Joe. We're doing well. Oh, look at you
Joe.
trying to be all. This is Joe, DennisBurger, Brent Butterworth. They do Audio Unleashed, which. I got to have you back so I can record it appropriately because I want you guys to say, I want Brent to say the.
Well, wait, we can do it now. We've never done it with video before.
That's true. We haven't.
So we can do it right now. This is Audio
Unleashed.
See?
Okay, now I got that. Now I need Brent to say this is Brightside Home Theater out of Dennis.
Ooh.
See? Come on. What do you think? I was letting you get out of here without paying me?
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
This is Brightside
Home Theater.
Yeah.
How's that?
Chills.
Joe, is that gold?
Chills.
Come on.
Chills.
Come on. Jeez.
Absolutely chills.
There we go. Look at this. And we got Jonny Speakers, $4.99 super chat. Brightside and Audio Unleashed are my favorite 2 podcasts. So there you go.
You have excellent taste, Johnny.
Yeah. Well, with a name like Jonny Speakers. So, are you guys going to be at Expona? I know you have you been to that recently? No, not this.
Oh,
year.
that's the Chicago
next year?
show, right?
Yeah.
Never say never. I don't know. It depends on. I'm not going to CES this year because there's no audio there anymore. So who knows? Maybe.
Okay, I am. I'm going. I got some. Johnny's one of them. Another one, Mikey, my buddy Mikey. I'm going to be in Chicago for audio for Expo next year. So maybe, hopefully, I'll see you guys there. That would be nice.
That would be
great.
Me,
I forgot? I see that Brent. You didn't go to CEDIA this year, did you?
No, my boss went. I went to NAMM. NAMM is like my only like regular show. National Association of Music Merchants, which is where you get music stuff and.
Okay.
USB interfaces and microphones and a lot of this other stuff I cover now, probably as much as I cover, audio, like consumer audio gear at this point. So it's better.
This is how much of an audio guy I am. He said he went to NAMM, and I was about to thank him for his service.
Joe,
that is a funny joke.
That's good.
There are some who would say.
Yeah,
like if you go to the drum section of NAMM,
right?
Yeah,
it's kind of like what I would imagine being in a firefight would be.
Do they play Apocalypse Now? There, are you allowed to do that?
It's a bunch of schmoes sitting there banging like.
Oh my God!
On a million drums. They give you earplugs when you get the badge for NAMM.
Nice.
Oh,
so.
Nice.
Hey guys, I
awesome.
got to roll. I got
Yeah.
visit in half an hour.
Brent, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Well,
Dennis, you taking off too? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
and
too.
All right. Yeah, we'll hook up though if you guys need any. I can tell you my little tips there then we can get you once a week. All right.
All right.
Later, guys. Thanks a lot.
Guys.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Cheers.
There we go. Oh, and I didn't eliminate you, Dr. Joe.
There we go.
It almost happened on the last one. They fell out, and I went to remove, and I almost removed Dennis accidentally because it was on him when I went to, because it slid over. But Dr. Joe,
how's it going,
thank
buddy?
you for being here.
Of course.
Thank you for being here.
Happy to answer the call.
Yeah. So my listeners, my followers, the viewers right now are like, whoa, who's Dr. Joe? What's he doing here? Dr. Joe's my buddy from way back. Literally saved my back way back. See what I did there, buddy? He's a chiropractor. But but yeah, you have your podcast. You do your TLDR and you do your, I heard it both ways. You're doing podcast and psych podcast.
Yeah.
TLDR is comics podcast. I just said podcast, but you were on chat with us and we used to do, you're a movie fan and we did we still have one episode left to do that we will have you back for. We keep talking about, like, I gotta get Dr. Joe back. Even my daughter's like, we got to get Dr. Joe back. And we went through the whole Harry Potter series and, but we still have the final episode to do, but yeah. So no, I wanted to get, and here's the thing is like one of the things that people in home theater, what we talk about is like, we find it fascinating. Like, what do people like yourself, like when your eyes glaze over, when you hear us talking and stuff, it's like, what is it like listening to us? Because you're not into, and I have, another guest, Ryan's coming on later. It's kind of the same thing. He's into movies though. So like, I'd love to get like, we're all in home theater, this community, we're always looking for people to talk to, but we take it out on people like yourself, like where maybe you're like, the gear, I just like the movie. Right. So what is it like listening to us? Because you've heard me go off a couple times, especially when I started this podcast, and we'd be standing there talking, and your eyes didn't glaze. You're very good at that, but be honest now. Tell us the truth so that maybe we can tailor it to you.
Well, no, I think so. Here's the thing, as long as it's engaging and interesting, right? Because you can get inside baseball on anything, on any topic, whether it's home theater or comic books or whatever the topic may be. And if you get too inside baseball, then there's a tendency for people to tune out, but the hardcores will still be there, right? So it's how do you tailor, to both, right? And what I think you do really well is it's always engaging. You just want to keep people engaged, right? Because you can talk specs and you can talk all this stuff and still have it be fun. And when you've got, when you're giving, your demonstrations or you're showing, like you're pointing out certain things you're talking about, and people can put those two things together, I think it really hits. So what's great about it for someone like me who's not really into the whole, I mean, I'm gonna blow every single one of your everyone in the chat's minds right now. I'm probably going to make their heads explode when I say I'm still rocking a 65-inch Samsung plasma TV on my wall that hasn't died yet. It hasn't died yet, DJ. I thought it was going to.
I know you called that was years ago. You asked me about that.
It's like 4 years ago.
Yeah,
it's still going strong. And my wife won't let me get a new one until that one dies. So I keep like running it on overnight.
That's why they make baseball bats.
But like that's the thing. We just want to be entertained, right? We want to be able to like have a place that we know we can go to, people that we can trust, so that when the time does come, I know that I can go to you. People know that they can go to you. They can watch your show, they can listen to it and know this is exactly what I need, and they know they can go to you and ask questions, right? And so that's the thing. You just want to keep it entertaining and engaged, and that's the best thing you can do.
That's what I try to do. It's like, I mean, on the show anyways, it's like you try to like being able to, can you still hear me, Joe?
Sorry, I was just being interrupted by my daughter.
No, that's okay. No, Swaggins dropping in. Nice. How old is she now?
She'll be 7 in February.
Oh my God. Yeah. Wow. That's
my fast, DJ. Well, your daughter's married now, right? Like that, like
I know.
The past 2 years has been absolutely wild.
I know. Exactly. It's crazy, Joe. It's crazy. Yeah. No, but that's what I like. Like when I do my Takeover Tuesdays and I have people on, it's like, I want, obviously we talk home theater. I want to talk home theater, but I also want to talk about the people. And it's like having you on and this lineup that I've just done. Like I'm trying not to tell people like what's in the future, but like here we go. It's like I had Youthman on, Joe and Eddie were on, and they're both IT guys, and that was amazing. So like talk about the nitty gritties, right? We got it really down into it. And then Zach comes on who has a home, super smart. We really get into the nitty gritty with him. And then after that, I have Jiles McCoy, I have Carl Ellsworth, Shane Lee drops into the chat. He dropped in here, all of these people around home theater. And then that Brent and Dennis were in here, and they're all these professionals. And then it's like, here comes Dr. Joe. And I love that because I mean that like, this is the variety that I wanted. This is like, not even just today. It's like, I didn't schedule anybody in any order. It was like really on where people could fit themselves. Right. And so, but it's the variety that I wanted for, cause we all have that. We all have friends like yourself, and we're not all the experts that like, people that we have in the industry. So that's what I think is, to me, that's what's entertaining. Right. Yeah. And it's like a movie, there's a story to a movie. You have your highs and your lows in your movie. And it's like, it's that dynamic that keeps you entertained. And it's like, that's what I want in each of my shows, in each of my guests. I want be like, hey, it's not going to hit for everybody on every minute, but if you stick around long enough, I guarantee you people are going to be like, oh, not you stick around long enough. I mean, the
Dr.
listeners.
Joe, 5:00 scheduled low. Got it.
You and I can say that. People would be offended, but no, not at all. That's not what I mean at all. I meant even within our conversations, right? So I'm doing a 25-hour show here, and it's like I have probably more energy now than I had when I started. No offense, Todd, but it's like, it's each of the listeners that's getting me going. And it's like seeing you pop up. I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait. This is awesome. I can't wait to go to, I haven't talked to you in a while now.
Yeah. We've texted a few times, but not, yeah.
Yeah. But it's like, but that's the energy that I want. And that's what my listeners want that too. Everybody does, to be fair.
Yeah. And it's funny, 25-hour pod, it's only about 3 hours longer than a regular Brightside Chat podcast.
That's right. That's right. It's like,
I miss dearly, by the way.
You know my chats. You guys are doing a bang up job over there at TLDR.
Oh,
you're carrying that torch very well. And it wasn't that I didn't want to do chat anymore. It was that I just didn't have the time, and something had to give. And to be honest with you, it was like I said, John and I talked before John came over here, and I'm like, buddy, it's like, this is my passion. Comics is his passion. We both have passion for both, right? But it's like, I have a huge passion for comics. It's just home theater is bigger. And if I'm the one producing and I'm doing this, I lean that way. But then on top of that, I feel like the home theater fan, the listenership is just so much more passionate because there's actually less of us.
It's a much
podcast.
More niche, a niche thing. And I think that's where you've struck gold, right? Because comic book podcasts, like everyone and their mother has a comic book podcast. And I think Nick and I, on iTunes, we've cracked the top 100, and we've even cracked top 50 a few times, but it's hard.
Really?
It's a goddamn grind because every week there's a new comic book podcast coming out.
Yeah.
And with home theater, the passion is there. You tapped into that niche that is just, I think, so robust because not everyone and their mother is starting a home theater podcast, and it's a great outlet for people to come to. Like, again, I'll take myself an example. Like, if the time comes where I'm like, okay, screw it, and I'm going to do my best, DJ, to watch my language on your program, right? Right. When the time comes, that I like when Keefe called you up, right? And I'm like, I want to gussy things up a little bit. You're the only person I'm going to go to, right? And that's, I think, the value of what your show does, and everyone watching and listening and subscribing benefits from and enjoys, is that they come to you each and every week. They either learn something new technically, they learn something new visually, and it's always an engaging experience.
Thank you. And that's what I try for. That's what, and it was funny. Like you said, when Keefe hit me up or anybody, or you call me about your TV, and it's like, that's what we want. And you know, what's funny is on our side as the home theater person, I know all of our listeners are, all of my listeners, they're all guys like me, and they all have people hitting them up. And what's funny is we're so happy to help people because we get to talk to them. Like Keefe knows. And it's like, what, you know, when I talk to him, it's like, oh my God, you want to talk home theater? And we have a joke on the show. It's like, and it came from Patrick Reed Johnson, who wrote 1970, the Star Wars. He made that movie about seeing Star Wars for the first time. But anyways, it's like, you just pulled the pin on the grenade. Like, what are you doing, buddy? You just pulled the pin, and it's like, do not call me and ask me a home theater question and tell me you only got 5 minutes, because it's.
Well, I remember when I texted you, or I tweeted it out or something, and then you started hitting me up, and you very slyly slid into my DMs, and then and so we're going on. It must have been a 20-30 minute back and forth at that point, and I clearly remember you saying, "My wife told me to stop talking to you because I'm probably annoying the hell out of you," or something.
Yes.
Yeah. And that's okay. It was great. I got a lot of information from that. But the TV is still going strong.
Yeah. Eddie Trochez, he was on the show earlier. Just said, DJ, protect your voice. So apparently in all this excitement, my voice is gone. And I just threw in a lifesaver, but I got to grab some water from the floor here. But yeah, no, you're 100% right. Like that. I remember that conversation sitting on the couch, and she's like, at that time,
I don't think we had met each other yet in person.
No, we did. We did.
Oh, yeah,
we had
once,
met at the Dork, at the hashtag Dork podcast live stream. Yeah. So we had met there, and it was literally like, and much like what it's like in this community, if I run into any of my listeners out, you'd be like, oh my God, it's like, I know you. And we were just two listeners. Neither of us had shows. Neither of us had anything, right? And I just, at that point, I just reached out to you. I had a back issue. And then I'm like, I do home theater or something like that. And I think I must have, maybe I did have home theater at the time. I can't remember. Yeah. But you asked me about TVs, and I'm like, he's talking. But I had only met you through just that instance. And Jen was like, you got to stop bugging these. Hey, he asked me.
Yeah.
It's not my fault. It's like, it's like, and I'm a big stickler on don't give unsolicited information. But when you solicit it, look out. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
So let me grab some water.
Yeah. But that's the good stuff. That's what all us dorks and geeks and we love, right?
We're nerds here.
We love talking shop, right? And whether it's comic books, whether it's audiovisual, whatever it may be, that's the fun of it. And I miss talking with DJ because there wasn't a week that went by, especially during COVID, right? We weren't talking.
Yeah. And
then the past year and a half or so, but you've been busy as hell. I've been busy as hell. I went back to work, and
Yeah, that's it. I hate that's so fun. I didn't even think of that. I'm like, why haven't we? We've hit each other up, but yeah, you went back to work, and then. And obviously I wasn't doing chat anymore. So it was like, we kind of went our separate ways, but it was like, you still gotta, it's like, and then when you, this, it's like, life takes over. But that's one thing I think that guys are good at. It's like, you can spend years apart, and then all of a sudden it's like no time ever passed.
Pick up right where you left off.
And that's how podcasting started for John and I. Yeah. We hadn't literally seen each other. We did basically the conversations you and I have had for like the last year and a half. That was John and I for like 15 years.
Yeah.
And then Jen planned the trip for me to go down there, and we've been pretty much inseparable ever since.
Speaking of John, where's that bastard? I thought he was going to be on.
He's working.
Oh, psh.
He's in his store. He's in his store. Did you tell him? Did you hit him up before that you were coming on? I
don't think so.
He has the schedule. He saw you on there, but this is actually at his time right now.
Prime time
for him, his store's probably pretty busy, and he does work Saturdays. So
yeah, he hit me up back in July. I was at Friar's bachelor party, and he's like, you got to read this, The Hunger in the Dusk, written by G. Willow Wilson. He goes, it's absolutely fantastic. I think you'll love it. And I go, I will love to read when I can see straight.
Oh God, that's great.
And he was correct. It's an absolutely fantastic comic, but yeah, that was hilarious.
That's wicked funny. That's wicked funny.
Yeah.
What am I got? So what was I? What else was I going to say? What have you seen now as a non-home theater fan? What have you seen lately at home that's been like at home? Do you do streaming? And like what's really like rocked your socks?
So
see how I kept that nice?
I love that. So I haven't, this is what sucks because I haven't been to the theater in a long time. And generally, I'm not someone that gives a hoot about seeing a movie in a theater versus seeing it at home. I just want, and I think this is like my comics thing coming through, I just want to see a really good story. Like the spectacle of it all. Like I appreciate it, but it's not something I thirst for necessarily. But I'll tell you what, I haven't seen Oppenheimer. You know, I missed it in the theater, but that's when I wished I had seen that and Mission Impossible, 2 movies I wished I had seen in the theater. A movie I did see was Maverick, and I absolutely fucking loved it. Sorry.
Yeah, here he goes. That's my boy. Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. So that was probably the last thing I saw that like visually, blew me away. For me, it's been a lot of BritBox, Bluey. Violet's finally, discovered YouTube, so I'm watching these nitwits on YouTube.
Oh God. Oh yeah, everybody on YouTube's an idiot.
Yeah, exactly. I realized it as I said it, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
those nitwits on YouTube. Hello, YouTube.
Man yells at cloud. But like I've had to limit him. But like, like the new work schedule and all that. Like by the time I get home, I'm fairly burnt out. So, I still have to catch up on a lot of the Marvel stuff. To be honest with you. But like, yeah, I think the last thing where I saw was like it was a heck of a movie experience for me was Maverick. That movie was just the best.
Yeah. So here's a great opportunity. We talked about this years ago of you coming down here, then COVID hits, right?
Yeah.
And nobody's going anywhere. So what I want to do is you're coming back, but what you're going to do is I want you to see Oppenheimer at home. Right?
Yeah.
When it releases everywhere pretty much on the
November,
21st.
Yeah.
21st, right?
Yeah, we're in November. Cheapers.
When you're done with that, we're going to schedule a time. I want you to come out here and I'll show it to you in my theater. And then the great conversation that we can have is like, yes, I like the Oppenheimer story. But I do think that the home theater experience of it is going to be fantastic because you have variable aspect ratios, you have great sound. I mean, Nolan's known for all that. So then to have you back and have you here to be able to see it in the theater where you didn't even see it in the regular theaters.
Right.
I think that will be fun for you. I think it would be fun for my listeners to hear somebody like yourself to be like, oh, okay. I get the hype. I see why you guys love home theater.
We should do it like Mystery 3000 style. And you can see me just watching, go, I get my reactions. Watch me
your silhouette. Yeah.
Oh, you see me pointing and stuff.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I bring my dogs down every now and then to watch movies, and my smaller dog, his name's Franklin. He'll sit there and he's so much more attuned to everything. And with the surround sound going, my dog will sit there and like something will fly overhead and he'll go like this.
That'd be me.
It's so much fun. Well, and that is like, Joe, you're one of the people that we all love, like in this community. We love to have people like yourself in and go, oh my God. That's fun for us. Cause I mean, most of the time it's just us in there doing that about our own stuff. So, but yeah, I think, and then there's another discussion that we have is that there are people and there are movie reviewers out there that get not get upset, but they don't understand why we get so excited about the booms and the explosions and the surround. And it's like, and to your point, it's like you like a good story. Well, so do we.
Yeah.
But I also like the enhancement that our rooms give us, right?
Yeah.
And it's like I have a running joke here, and it's not even a joke. I'm like, in my theater, Transformers is a better movie than The Godfather.
Right.
Now, The Godfather is a superior movie, but Transformers in my room is like, oh my God. You're just like noises, sounds, and the tech and everything that we work for in our theaters. Now, every now and then you get a movie that hits it all, right? And it's like, it's got the great tech, it's got the surround sound, a great image, and a great story. And for me this year, have you seen The Covenant?
Is it a scary movie?
No. It's
I've not seen it.
It's Jake Gyllenhaal and is it The Covenant? I think it is. Yeah, I think that's but it does sound like a scary movie, right?
I typically avoid scary movies.
This one isn't. This one is a story. Jake Gyllenhaal plays a military in, I forget which branch. It's like a Marines or Army or something, right? But a ground branch. And he has to get his interpreter out because he's in Afghanistan, and it's basically two movies. So the first hour of the movie is you meeting his interpreter and the relationship they build. And the second, this isn't a spoiler. The second half of the movie is him having to go back and get him because he's been captured.
Oh,
and it's an amazing. I mean, the home theater experience, the cinematography is amazing, but then the story itself, it's not a true story. This movie was written and made before, like we had, was it last year when we pulled out of Afghanistan, and you hear the stories about people left behind.
Yeah.
This story was so like apropos to all that, and it had already been made, but that's the idea. It's like you go back and get those people out. And I saw that, and I'm like, to me, it was like the movie of the year. And I think to this day, I still say it's my movie of the year for home theater because it's a great story. It's a great home theater experience, but I have a feeling Oppenheimer is gonna take over on that one. But
yeah,
I love the movie.
Yeah. Now, how about a movie like Wind River, right? That's a movie that I absolutely love. What's the home theater experience like for that? Because in that movie, you've got these beautiful shots, these wide, panoramic sort of shots, but you've also got these really tight action scenes. Like, is that a movie that you've watched in the theater? Yeah.
The one with Renner, right? Yeah, we had talked that one. We had talked about that one recently. Maybe last winter, I think we talked about it. It was like John, Steve, and I. And so let's take that opening scene. The opening scene of that, and you see the wolves about to, they're eyeballing the like antelope or deer or whatever it was, right? And you're looking and like I say, I'm like, oh no, you feel bad for the deer because you're like the wolves are gonna attack the deer. But then Joe, we'll play this scene when you come down here, and the scene. But when that gun goes off in my room, because especially on first viewing, it might not be as great for you because you know it, but on first viewing, when I first saw that, and you're like, oh no, the Bambi's going to get eaten by the wolves, and then you hear, boom, and you're like, Jesus, like, oh, and a wolf goes down, and you're like, oh no, the wolves are being shot. Now you immediately feel bad for the wolves, but you've got the jump scare from the big base shot, like it goes off. I mean, it's stuff like that can add, and it's like, now, maybe that's a bad example for you, Joe, because you don't like to be scared.
I do. I am very jumpy, but that is something to me that seems like it would be kind of remarkable because you've got that, but then you've also got that big scene at the end, and I believe there's like sniper shots and things like that. So you've got things coming from all angles and all distances that I would imagine like. It's one thing, again, watching it at home, if you just have a basic TV and you're only using the speakers from your TV, or even if you're in a theater, right, watching. But I imagine when you're in an intimate home theater setting, you are that much more immersed into everything. So a movie like that, where there's open space, yet so much happening at the same time, must be like blowing your socks off.
So that end scene. So when you watch it at home, you're probably like on your TV speakers, which are limited in capabilities. It's only stereo and whatever. You got the scene. You get the gist of it. It's a great story. The enhancement you're going to get on the other side of it, on this side is, so guns are going off, people are yelling, people are screaming, but then all of a sudden Renner's sniper gun goes off. You hear that, and you hear the difference too.
Yeah.
So like in your house, you just hear a gun go off.
Right.
In mine, in our theaters, you hear which gun is going off. And you can, especially in a movie like that. So it's like somebody takes their shotgun out and goes boom, boom, boom. And you're like, oh, okay. And you hear shotgun, you know it's a shotgun, but then somebody else takes a handgun and it's like bang, bang, bang. But then all of a sudden, boom, boom. And you think that shotgun's loud. And then the sniper rifle goes off and you're like, boom. And you're like, whoa. And it came from behind you.
Yeah.
You know, and you'll be like, oh, and you see him shooting and you're like, oh my God, these people are dead. This is going to be great. You know, and it's like, so you get directionality around your room, which adds to it because you'll be like, where did he come from? You know, because, and a lot of times like you'll see movies and people will be looking like, where did that come from? Well, in our rooms, you know, and you're looking where they're looking. Like, what was the one that I was just watching earlier? It was a horror movie this week. You probably didn't see it. Somebody was talking to somebody off camera. Oh, I think it was in, maybe it was in Follow House of Usher. I don't know. But anyways, somebody was looking off camera, like off screen. You couldn't see, and they're like, what is that? And you could hear whatever they were looking at. Now at your house, all you're hearing is like, it's on the front channels, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe you get a little separation because you do have stereo, but not to the degree like Jen and I were watching The Exorcist. And there's a lot, I think maybe it was the Exorcist Believer or something in the new one. And it was like halfway up the wall, closer to Jen, and it was creeping her out. She's like, oh my God. And she's like moving in her chair, trying to get away from that part of the wall because of the way the sound was. She's like, it's right there. I'm like, it's a movie, dear, you know. But you get that, you see the enhancement that you can get from all of this. And it's like, you're right. You're absolutely right. You got to have a good story, but there is also some fun that you can have with all the special effects they're doing. And when you marry the two of those, you'll see.
Because I can imagine now then the John Wick movies would be a much different experience. And then the church scene from the Kingsman, I bet is absolutely wild.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That church scene. Yeah. But John Wick, all my listenership just went, oh my God, John Wick. It's like, it takes it to another level in that. And that's the point, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you can get these things at home and that's nice. But then for what we do, to be able to try to duplicate that cinematic experience in our homes, I think it enhances the art all that much more. So, but yeah, it's fun. Did you see the latest John Wick?
Oh yeah, baby, tremendous. Tremendous.
So and you've seen it at home.
Yeah. Well, so that's the thing.
Okay,
like that's a movie where I'm like,
I wish we didn't live so far apart. I mean, we're only about 50 minutes apart, but in your life, especially with Swaggins, you're busy, and it's like, but we always talk about it. I'm like, I'd have you over once a week, buddy. Yeah, you can do this.
We'll make it happen for sure. You know, so much. Now, I want to ask you a question that you've probably talked about ad nauseum, and people have asked you probably a million times. And this is probably going to be a boring question to those watching and listening. But so,
no such thing.
The question I have is, for someone basic like myself, is there simply one or two pieces of equipment that I could buy that could, that would dramatically alter my home theater experience without doing the whole build out, like a sound bar or a woofer or whatever? Like, what would that be for someone like me?
Well, first off, the most important question is, what's your budget? There's definitely stuff like that. Yeah. There's definitely stuff like that can answer that. Like when my daughter went to college, I bought her a sound bar.
Yeah.
and with rear channels and a subwoofer.
Yeah.
And it's basically those 4 pieces. And when you say subwoofer, it's more like what we used to call a bass module.
Yeah.
So it just helps you get a little bit better bass.
Yeah.
But then you'll have some wireless. You basically got to put some wireless speakers at the back of the room, and it helps you with that. But it depends on what your budget is. But you can definitely, if you want to enhance your system, you definitely can do it without going, receiver, speakers, and all around the room. And it will enhance it. There's some really good stuff out there. I've done Sonos systems and that's kind of pricey.
I already have a couple of Sonos speakers, right?
Right. So you can do they're a sound bar at the front, and then you do 2 ones at the back, and it gives you a really good surround effect. I had that running in my living room for a while, but my room's set up on a diagonal, but it still worked that I had the ones on either side. And again, my dogs would be like, something would happen in the left rear channel, and my dogs would bark at it. Right. Because in the movie, something like a dog was barking in the left rear channel, right? So, and if it's more about like how your room is set up, but if you're listening to your stuff through your television speakers, we can upgrade that. I mean, you're going to get a good step up just going to a decent sound bar. And then if you wanted to add some rear channels on the back walls, and you don't have to get into the technicality. Should it be on the side wall? Should it be on the back wall? I mean, you're coming from nothing.
Right.
And then where you get going in this hobby is now from there, you like, I want a little bit better. And that's going to take a few years. And then you'll be like, maybe I want to add this. And then, like, for instance, when Keefe called, I was like, 1, what's your budget? And 2, he didn't know if he wanted to go soundbar or receiver and speakers. And the conversations I had with him were just like, well, what are your future plans? And if you plan on upgrading in the future, which he did, it's like, don't do soundbar because you're not upgrading from that. You're getting rid of it and going to this.
Right.
But if you start at receiver with speakers, you can upgrade your receiver, you can upgrade your speakers, you can add more, you can build out from there.
Right.
But when you go to a sound bar, your upgradability from there is not really, you're not upgrading that and keeping it. What you're doing is you're getting rid of that and going to a different system.
Right.
In your case, I still recommend that. I would, because you're starting at nothing and you're not even sure if you want this.
Right.
Right. So if you get there, I think in the couple of years, 2 years, 5 years, whatever, till, Swagging is married and gets to move out and you got a bigger budget now because you're done paying for the wedding. Well, then you can upgrade from the sound bar.
Right. And you've got your money's worth out of it by that point.
Yeah. And you've also, you'll pull out. I've put in some sound bar systems for people, for friends and family and stuff that I'm like, damn, this is really good. And then you go back to my system. And now being in their home, listening to it, I was like, why do I have that system? Why do I spend all that money? And then I get here and I go, oh yeah, that's why. Okay. It is, there's more detail. Okay. I got it. But they're that good, right? You're like, and they're amazed by it. One guy in Rhode Island, I did his, and he's like, he's trying to get why don't my commercials sound as good? They're not in like Atmos. It's like, and he wants Atmos everywhere. And I'm like, the irony is commercials are mixed really well because they're trying to get your attention. They pump up the volume on it and they're hitting you with all this. But yeah, you get,
because you've seen my living room, if you remember, right? I mean, I'm in a cape and it's the TV is sort of on that front wall there, but it's essentially just an open, we've got the 2 little side openings. One takes you directly into the dining room. The other one, small little hallway, takes you right into so it's fairly open, right? So, where the TV is, the soundbar would go there. And I've already got a Sonos speaker sort of up on that left side. And then I've got one that's in the dining room, and I've got one that's, you can see it right behind me there. Right.
Yep.
For when I'm down here. So when I'm playing music, I can have upstairs playing one thing. I got, what I'm doing down here, something else, but like can easily just take one of those, move it, or just buy another one with a sound bar and, rock and roll from there. And I think that's something I could probably justify to my old lady without her being like, really?
Yeah. Well, and you can integrate it into the house. If you're playing a movie or you're playing something, say you added like they have the beam, which is the smaller one.
Yeah.
I forget which is there. I think they may have even come out with another one since then. I forget off the top of my head, but you basically get, you kind of got to get a beam for the center channel or one of their center channel speakers, because that one enables you to connect it to the television. Like the ones, and maybe the new ones can, I don't know, but the ones you can't connect to television.
Right.
So basically, once you have that beam, and I did this at my favorite restaurant here in Douglas, I gave them a beam, and then I put in 2 ones in their 2 different rooms. So the bar has a beam underneath one of the bar televisions.
Yeah.
So now I get to take, because I connected that, that enables me to take the TV sound, and I can put that in the rest of the restaurant just with the ones.
Right. Gotcha.
Okay. Because you know how the Sonoses share their music, and they can move that around. So on the back side of the bar area, I put in another one so that it kind of separates the sound, so you don't have to blare one of them. Right.
Right.
And then in their dining area, I put, as far away from the bar as you could be, I put another Sonos one in. So in the dining area, they could have music going, and then the bar can be playing a game or a different music, or the whole place could be playing the same thing. But it's all like that beam is what gets you into
the TV.
And then from there you could put the TV anywhere you want. So you could do that if you're having a Super Bowl party. Every one in your house, Sonos one in your house, could be playing the game on TV.
Right.
And the nice thing about like even having like the one at the bar at the front, and you have it set up for movies and it'll play stereo, stereo surrounds for you. Later on, you can actually have it all play. It won't play it in that pattern. It'll play it all channels music. So like if you're hosting people and you want that, now it's not set up and it's just a touch of a button on the Sonos app.
Right.
So it makes it more user friendly for you in the house. Like you don't necessarily want it to be surround sound when you're entertaining people. You want it to be whole house audio. Right. So it'll just switch right between those two in the app. So
yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. 'Cause I've thought about putting one in Violet's room too, because she listens to so much music now, and it'd be cool to have one like. Because my idea was, I'll just have them all over the house, right? I just throw one in the bathroom, for Pete's sake, right? So you can just wherever you go. That's why when I initially bought the Sonos, is that was my idea of like, instead of having to wire all throughout my house and have little speakers, like my in-laws have, I could just have people can see back here. You got the one there. I've got the one in our dining room and the one in our living room, and for music. It's great because I can walk from down here up the stairs and it's seamless.
Yeah.
Right. And I go from living room to kitchen, dining room, and it's seamless, which is great. So doing a setup like that with the bar and then boom, and then you can just kind of seems like the way to go, at least for me.
Yeah, there are people in the chat talking about the Sony A9 soundbar system. It's HT-A9. Sony HT-A9 is on sale at Best Buy now. That's another good one. I think I did I don't know if it was a Samsung or whatever for my kids when they went to college. And then so there are quite a few options, and what's nice about that is like when you're coming from nothing, they're all going to sound really good to you, right? And it's like, so there's a bunch of Martin Geekfind, my buddy Martin, he's saying the Arc DJ, and it's like that's like $1,000. That's the Sonos Arc, but it does Atmos. But I had another friend, my buddy Derek, who was my neighbor, he got the Arc, but to have the Arc play Atmos, you have to have the right kind of television that's going to actually send the correct signal to the sound bar to output the Atmos, so that can get complicated. Yeah. But for somebody like yourself, I wouldn't send you to the Arc right away. You're coming from nothing. You're going to be blown away. You're not even sure you want this world, right? And it's like, I don't want to send you to the most expensive version of this. And Sonos is already expensive, but if you already have it in your house, that's what's going to kind of help you to integrate it. Like the Sony A9 might actually be a cheaper option and sound really good, but with the aesthetics committee, the wife and everything, and it'd be like, but where the Sonos can be already integrated into what you already have, it makes it a more viable option. And like I've said to people, you, Joe, aren't going to notice the difference between the A9, the Samsung, the Sonos, or the Panasonics. Right. You're going to be like, this is awesome. I have surround all around me. This is fantastic. And this is where this hobby gets crazy, is because if that catches you, if that hooks you in, now you're going to start to develop that critical ear, and you're going to come to my house and you're going to be like, how can I duplicate that a little bit better? Tell me what I can do, and where do I go from here? And that's where you get into, well, now we got to go back to the aesthetics committee and the budget committee, which happens to be the same person. And say,
I call them my stakeholders.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Right. And you'd be like, all right. And then something's got to give, because it's going to be more money. But you're like, and now it's like, and this entire community knows, we see and hear things that it's hard to convince other people. I'm telling you, this is better. That's why I had to pay that.
Yeah.
It looks the same to me.
It's how I go about replacing my golf clubs. I buy one club a year at a time. And over 7 years, I've got new clubs.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it helps me play better, honey. Yeah. No, no, you still suck. Yeah. You still suck.
Yeah.
The hole's that way.
Right. I had so we were up in Nova Scotia for a week, and so where we stay, there's a 9-hole golf course. So as soon as we got there, I booked a tee time for the entire week. But every other day, I brought Violet out with me, and she loves it. She had an absolute ball. Wow. She got a better swing than I do.
Yeah, because
she doesn't take much.
Yeah, she doesn't have like 40+ years of doing it wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
She's young. You showed her how to do it right, so she did.
Yeah, right. And she doesn't think. She just walks up to the ball and hits it.
Yeah. Okay, I saw Daddy do it, and that didn't go well. Let me try something different.
Well, you know what she said to me? I've been telling this story ever since it happened. We finished the first day we played together. We finished. We're unloading the cart. One of the guys that works there's right there, and I said, "Hey, kiddo, how was it? Did you have a lot of fun?" She goes, "Yeah, but my eyes hurt." And I go, "Well, why do your eyes hurt?" And she goes, "Because I spent the entire time trying to find your lost balls."
I saw that one coming. She's a smart kid.
Right. And then we get back to the cabin, and Megan goes, "So how was it?" She goes, "A lot of golf balls quit on Daddy today, Mom."
Oh, I
lost 2 balls, for Pete's sake.
Yeah, exactly. I have right out here, I have like a shelf in the other room. And it's got a bunch of weird sports memorabilia of my own. Like I've got the back to the old, a back of a chair to the old garden.
Yeah.
I was there for the last game, and it's like, everybody go home. We had the game against the Canadians. That was the last game. They were tearing the building down like the next day.
Yeah.
And as soon as everybody did it, people started kicking the seats and breaking and taking the wood with them. So I was like, oh, okay. So I grabbed me and my buddy, and I grabbed a seat number 7 because I like the number 7. So I grabbed that, and I have that. The other thing I have on that same shelf is a golf ball that I played an entire 18 holes with a single ball.
Yeah.
It's the only time I've ever done it. And it was on the 18th hole, and my buddy Wayne and I were golfing, and it was like 18th hole, and I'm like, and the thing just, hooked hard, right? And it's like, and he goes, "Oh, that's too bad. You almost made it." And you hear, fell back out onto the fairway.
Yeah. The gods are with you that day.
Yeah, exactly. That one. And then the rest of the way down that green, I'm just like,
tap.
Give me that 6-iron. I'm just, knocking it. I'm not sending this anywhere. They're like, I shot like a 22 on it. The goal wasn't to get in the hole. It was just to get it there safely.
Right.
I meant 18 holes this far. Okay.
Yeah. But that absolutely floored me. She's an absolute.
That's great.
But yeah, no, that's good to know, because I already have, like I say, I'm already like a third of the way or 2/3 of the way, there. Like, you're buying one piece or 2 pieces, one fairly significant piece, and then one smaller piece to sort of complete the second speaker in the living room there with the sound box. I've looked at it, and I've been intrigued by it because I do like technology, and I do like gussing things up a bit, but like that for someone like me, I think would make sense, because I love the idea that, okay, I can integrate it with what I already have, And then it
Yeah.
gives me options with sound on more than just TV. We can play music throughout the house and it sounds a little bit crisper. We can control it a little bit better and also aid in our, TV and movie watching experience. Like that sounds fun.
Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing is, you said you already have a few ones. You could very easily, you grab that beam or whatever, the front channel, whatever they're calling it right now. And then we just borrow the other ones. And if they work, you leave them in. And if you want to replace the room, like the one you have behind you right there, you take that and move it into the living room and you test out that surround. And if that impresses you enough to make you want to go buy those ones to put them back into that room that you're in now, then you do that. If it doesn't impress you, take the beam back.
Yeah.
Right. And then no harm, no foul. And all you're, and it's like, now how much do you like that? And that's it. It makes it a lot easier. And I mean, they've got I bought actually a couple of shelves. They have new shelves for them and everything, but it's meant to go if people plan ahead and they put the outlet up there, like where you have that one behind you, they actually have a shelf that if you put an outlet up that high, because you knew you were going to put in a system. So that's pretty cool. But you could run that and definitely. I'll help you with that. I'd love it. I love setting those systems up.
Yeah, because I love the bracket. I can't move my hand in the right way. There we go. I love the bracket that I have with it, but the one thing is the cord, because it's the same thing in the kitchen where it's because the bracket is the outlet is right below it. So you've got so I've looked into then like buying like the little strips where it's white or black or whatever, and you just tuck the cord into it. And you can either paint over it, or if it's white and your walls are white, you can just leave it. Because the eyesore of that does drive me bonkers a little bit. The one that's in my living room, I actually have sitting on top of a bookcase, so the cord just runs behind that. You can't see that. But that sounds like a lot of fun.
There's a lot of tricks to hide that stuff. I did one. I took a piece of molding piece and put it into the corner, and I cut off the backside of the molding piece back when I was living in Franklin 20 plus years ago to run my speaker wire up there from my rear channel. So it's like, and then you just paint it to look like the wall. And nobody knows anything better. Right. So there's a lot of options for the aesthetics part of it that you can do. So but that's cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Hell yeah.
See, look at that. I'm getting you into home theater. I brought you on here to balance it out maybe a little bit. And I'm like, reeled another one in.
Yeah. Well, that's what you want to do. You reel us in. I've seen your YouTube numbers, DJ. Okay. You're doing well. You're doing well, my friend.
I'm doing okay. It's like, I don't even, like you said, Apple, I don't even know how to get those things, like the numbers and stuff. Like YouTube, you could see what your viewers are and stuff like that. But it's like,
I go super, super basic bitch where I just type in like TLDR. Yeah. And like if you type in the search, and we're the 5th one that pops up for TLDR. If I type in comic books, right? And I just count down. Sometimes we're 75, sometimes we're 55, right? And you can
there you go.
That might change on it, So there's like 4 different things that I type in and kind of just keep track of seeing. And like TLDR, if I just type in comic book club, there were 10, right? Stuff like that. So but it's it's fun, but it's a grind, man. It's a grind, and we've been doing it now for a few years. Yeah,
it is. And that's the thing. It's like, and it's like podcasting. Everybody can start a podcast. Yeah. And that's why there's so many of them listed. But it's like over 95% of them give up after the first month.
Yeah.
So it's like every year the amount of podcasts grows, but the same amount are still out there because they just come and they go in a month. It is a grind, but if you're doing something that you love to do, it's not a grind. Like you can
Right.
see that when you get on yours and you're like, I just want to sit here and you're just so excited to talk.
Yeah.
And it's like, I watch you and I think this is what people think of me because you are just so jazzed up all the time. And it's like, I tried doing the green screen thing because of you and I just wasn't crazy about it. I didn't like it. It squelched my bandwidth too much here.
Oh yeah.
But like your green screen game is so good,
I
especially
thought
on Psych. It's so good.
I thought about popping it up today because the funny thing is that I took a picture. So what you're seeing behind me is what's actually behind me, the Peloton that I'm never on. But I took a picture of my back wall, which you can kind of see. You got Cam over here, and you've got Gordie Howe, and you got Bobby. But so next is Bird and Pedro, and then I've got it's Usagi Yojimbo, Conan the Barbarian, it's Spawn, it's all my Funko Pops and all my comic book art. And so I took a picture of that. And so when I pop up my green screen, you get that aesthetic as opposed to like, oh, look, fat guy with a Peloton in the background. How ironic. Right?
No, Joe, you just gave yourself away. You're not a fat guy with a Peloton. You're a jacked guy with a Peloton.
Yeah.
It's like, we're just looking shoulders and stuff like this. Right. I mean, you do have, how many years running the Stein hoisting contest?
Say that again? I won it 5 years in a row. I didn't win it this year. There was some chicanery I won't get into, but
yeah, I did hear you say that.
Yeah. But like the setup in my basement.
Nobody ever talks about chicanery when they win, though, Joe.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what? That's just how it goes, right? You know. But it's weird because when I first got the greens, there's not a lot of space here, and I got a sort of kitty corner, and I have to have my webcam. Like I literally put a mark on the wall on the ceiling.
Yeah.
So I know where to line up because if it's off, then you get these things on the edges and it drives me bananas. But I'm surprised at how well it really works. Like Billy D, who works over at DraftKings. Like, I mean, this is what he does. He films Super Bowl commercials for Pete's sake, right?
Oh,
and
really?
He told me, he goes, your green screen is like great. And it wasn't that expensive. And but like you see some other people on the green screens and it looks all fuzzy and stuff, Yeah,
you've got that dialed in really well. Like I did it once. I still have my green screen. I had a guest on for a Takeover Tuesday, and I actually made it look like we did the whole show, and he was like, he didn't know anything. I made it look exactly like my background is, right? Yeah. So he thought that's what the background was. Then when the show was finished, I was like, what do you think of this? And I was like, he's like, what'd you do? And I made it look like I was sitting in my theater. Then I changed all that. But what happened was when I went back and I looked at that and watched the podcast, it actually kind of squelched my bandwidth on the image, and I wasn't crazy about it. And I was like, I don't know if I don't have as good a bandwidth as you, or maybe I'm not doing it wrong. So I just stopped and I gave up because again, I'm concentrating on other things, and you got to pick your battles, right?
100%.
But your green screen game is awesome, but your energy too. It's like don't go listening to TLDR because of his green screen, or I've heard it both ways. But your energy, it's like mine, and that's why we get along so well, is because, or not so well, but you and I'll run into each other in a store, and you're like, "There's a show." Yeah. And people are like, what the hell is up with these two? We're closing. Come on. But you come with the same energy, and it's like, but you come here, you're not a home theater guy. And you were like, yeah, let's go. But you bring the energy.
Fun. Yeah, it was just about having fun, right? And I mean, that was the whole reason I got into podcasting, was I needed someone to talk to other than a 3-year-old during COVID.
Yeah, right? That's right. Yeah.
And what fun is it to come on here and be a grumpy ass old man for an hour at a time, right? I want to have fun, right? You want to have fun. We want to talk about things that we love, and we want to share that with people. And hopefully along the way, it captures someone. It says, oh, that does sound like a great book. I'll go give that a read, right? Or, oh, that I haven't seen that movie yet. That looks great. Or, Sonos soundbar. It sounds like something I could do, like who knows, right? And that's the whole point of it. We love this stuff, and hopefully people watch and listen.
Well, my listeners have told me, and I'll say the same thing to you. It's like, you are contagious. Your enthusiasm is very contagious, and it's like, and that's the thing, and that's why your listeners listen to you, and like you come on that screen, and yes, you do. You said I don't know if you do it every week, but recently I was listening to you, and you're like, this is the podcast for all effing ages.
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute.
I get a little enthusiastic at some swear words pop out.
It's so funny. Let's bring Chris in. Chris, buddy, how we doing? Another crossover.
Great. How are
Chris
you?
was on my show recently. This is Dr. Joe. We call him Dr. Joe at Backcracker Chiropractor. He literally saved my life. I mean, and that's not, I mean, literally my back, I couldn't move. Oh man, my computer.
I'm still waiting for that copayment.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. Oh, jeez. See, I told you, Dr. Joe, isn't it like that? What did you say, Chris? Sorry.
Do I even ask what the story was behind that?
Oh no, I really hurt my back. It honestly, you know how I hurt my back? Nickel like this. He's the writer. You've been writing for. Oh, sorry. What is it? You've been writing your reviews of comics, Joe.
I haven't written.
You're writing with Nick.
Geeks Worldwide.
Geeks Worldwide. So I got asked by it wasn't Geeks Worldwide. It was somebody else. They wanted me. I was doing my comics chat podcast, and they wanted me to write reviews, and I was honored. I'm like, yeah, great. John and I are doing the show. I'm doing this. So I sat down one day and wrote like 4 reviews on a Sunday on the couch on my iPad. And I'm like, and my wife's like, look at you go. I'm like, and what happened is I ruined my back that one day, and it bothered me for months. I couldn't move right. I couldn't do anything. There was one, I had to get out of bed, and my wife's like, do I call the ambulance? I couldn't do anything right. And I activated my sciatica. I am not kidding you how bad this was for months because I tried to write. That's how ridiculous. But I sat on a couch with its bad support. You don't have this, and you're hunched writing like that. Even just me doing this, I could feel exactly where it triggered, right? And
My
finally,
she had the exact same thing happen. She was like writing on her laptop in a chair like all day long, and she was just
laptops are the absolute worst.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Hunched over.
Right. So I had never had an issue with my back before. I've been playing hockey for years. I've been on my bike for years. Bikes aren't very good either. You got that if you don't, but I always went for the right form. When I coach hockey, you coach the right form, hockey position, you coach. So it saves that a little bit. So I've been kind of diligent about that stuff. Nobody coached me on how to type with the correct form. So it was so bad that I was, oh, hello.
We have a new guest.
Oh my God. Look at that. Bringing some quality to the show.
This is my daughter.
Jeez.
Hello. Say hi. Hello.
Yeah. You just up the game of the show here. It's like
you heard we were talking about her last time on the podcast, so she wanted to say hi.
Oh, what did we say? It wasn't bad, was it?
No, we were just talking.
Didn't call her so
talking about her, like the acting gig, but the bright side.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's how did that? Now, how is that going? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Yeah. So, anyways, my back's been killing me for months, but I met Dr. Joe here at a podcast. They had a live show, and we went to that, and I met him. I knew he was a chiropractor, and I hit him up. I DM'd him. I'm like, buddy, I am in so much pain. I'm not kidding you. Within 20 minutes, I was better, Joe?
Yeah.
I'm like, no kidding. He gave me these exercises that I still do today. And you like literally say, like, I can play hockey again. I can do all that stuff again. And it was just like, he knew exactly what I'd done. It was awesome. So thanks, buddy.
You're not the first person that's come and thrown their back out right.
Well, I think that's how you make a living, isn't it? You're also selling laptops on the side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm icing down lawyers' stairways. And
yeah,
leaving a stack of cards.
Oh God, so great. So Joe,
awesome.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
thanks for being here.
Yeah,
you're great. Most people would say no. They'd be like, I don't know home theater. I'm not coming on. So thank you very much.
I can talk for an hour about just about anything.
Yeah, but you're like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I kept the swear count under 10. I think.
Yeah, you only dropped one F-bomb, so we're good.
We're good.
So thanks, buddy.
I
I'll
appreciate
talk to you
Take
later.
care, guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Same here. Take care.
Bye. Hey.
Hey.
So how are you holding up?
Great. Do I not seem like I'm holding up well?
No.
Am I fading? I had Eddie in the chat a little while back he's like, take care of your voice. And as soon as he said it, I heard it. And I'm like, oh yeah, it is starting to go. So I did a lifesaver and I refreshed my water. But yeah, I got to keep remembering to drink water. But yeah, we get
the longest you've talked in a while. Probably
to other people.
Yeah. Just to yourself.
I go all day talking to myself, but yeah, it's like they actually have other people are actually clicking something to join in. It's amazing. And speaking of which, we also have, look at this, Rob H here.
Oh, hey, hello.
Yay, surprise. Well, you looked like you were looking.
Oh, but, I was double checking my settings in that. Hello, everyone. Sorry to barge in.
I brought you in. But yeah, so let's Chris, like, what's your daughter's name again? Sorry.
Hadley.
So how's the acting career going? Let's let everybody know, like, that story that didn't listen to your edition of the podcast, but I mean, there's a bright side tie-in here. Let's tell everybody about that.
Which story?
About the Brightside Film Festival.
You can. I don't know.
You want to
I'll tell you the quick version of me. Yeah. Like, so Chris first started hearing from me from HT guys, and Ara happened to be in Boston. So he heard the story of when Ara came to Boston and him and I went to dinner, Rob, right? And they happened to be in Boston when he heard this because his daughter they were here in Boston because his daughter Hadley, sitting right there now. Mm-hmm. Last time she wasn't there, but she was for school, right? You were filming a movie that.
No,
right?
It was just it was kind of a weird thing. We had been in touch with this director for a while, and we were going to film something with her, and then COVID happened, and things got pushed back. But we kept in touch with her, and she said, "Hey, I have this part." So she was writing a new movie, and she said, "I have this part that I think Hadley would be perfect for." And we were kind of arranging dates, what would work out. And so in August, before she went back to school, this shooting schedule kind of like matched up to when it would work to film. And so we're like, yeah, we can go out there and film it. So that's when we were out there in Boston to sort of film this movie. And she goes to school out there, but she's not a film student, but she's just really passionate about directing.
She has her own studio.
She has her own studio. Yeah, she runs her own studio.
It's cool.
Yeah, she runs her own film festival. She's like super motivated. Yeah. It's crazy.
Awesome.
So we're like we're really thankful to be able to.
Well, then, speaking of film festivals, tell them the Brightside tie-in.
Yeah, so like fast forward a year later, she submitted the movie that Hadley was in. It's a short film, and it got submitted to a film festival called the Brightside Film Festival in New Jersey. And the film got nominated, and it ended up winning Best Director, Best Ensemble. Yeah.
Wow,
congratulations. It was nominated for tons of categories. And Hadley got nominated for Best Actress, Leading Actress.
Jeez, nice.
Pretty amazing.
Exciting.
And it was just like, it was so weird how all that kind of lined up because we filmed it in Boston.
Right.
I first heard your podcast, The Brightside, and I was just like, wow, this is
all ties.
Yeah, it all ties together.
Yeah, that's so funny. It is funny. Like we said when you were on, it's like how things like coincide. Like it's all coincidences, but it's funny how it's all linked like that. So that's awesome. That's awesome. So any more development in your career, Hadley? Anything big?
Not as of late. I'm getting ready to audition for a bunch of colleges for acting programs, which is
yeah.
So fun. Yeah.
Yeah, your dad was saying that, and I was saying like how my son playing hockey, they're like, oh, make tapes of him doing this and this, and like everything you guys have to go through. And it's like, now, sorry, Chris, I'm going to ask this question, but I know it's a pain in the butt to you because you're the dad and you have to do this. But isn't that the fun part for you, Hadley? Like, hey, like I want to making the fit. Like, do you have to make videos of yourself and stuff? Like, you gotta love that, right? And it's like, but your dad's like, I don't want to do this.
No, he totally helps out in like auditions for.
That's because he loves you. But if you weren't there, he wouldn't be like, who can I film?
He has fun.
Yeah, she does. She has an agent, and so we do get a lot of scripts and sides for auditions, and so yeah, it ends up like I do a lot of the reading with her when we film. Nice. And over the years, I've gotten better.
Oh yeah, gotten good.
I was so bad.
No, you were not. It's okay.
Yeah. That's what we do for our kids. It's like I coach hockey. My son plays hockey. That's easy. I'm a guy. I play hockey. I can coach hockey. My daughter took dance. She couldn't get her backflips. She couldn't do her things. And she's like, Dad, can you come take a look? And I sat there in the glass. I'm the only guy. This is a dance studio. They have the glass window and all the moms are there watching their kids. And I'm like that creepy looking guy. And I'm like analyzing her form and everything. I'm like, what you're not doing right here is like you're not arching your back like the ones like. So I'm watching what as a coach I can see stuff and I'm like, all right, this is my recommendation here. Now I didn't walk out there and go, excuse me, but I would take on the ride home. I would tell her what I saw, but I'm that creepy looking guy at her request, of course. But that's what we did. I wouldn't just go to a dance studio and be like, let me analyze backflips.
Yeah, I would hope not.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I did try, but they kicked me out. But and you're happy to do it because I'm like, oh, she wants my opinion on something, and you do it. And then I don't know, a few months later, we're at the emergency room, and she's like, I finally got it. I'm like, no, you didn't. We're at the emergency room.
Yeah, that's like my other daughter's doing gymnastics, and she had a stress fracture in her spine. So she's not doing gymnastics anymore until that heals up. So yeah, it's like both sides of it, right? The athletic part, it comes with those.
Yeah, you got to let them fail, and that's not fun to watch. But yeah, that's awesome. Thanks, Hadley. That's fantastic. So, Chris, this is so apropos to have you here with Rob. And it was like just how Rob had scheduled long time. Like I asked you a while ago, Rob, for the time. And it was like, and then Chris, we're like working on times. I'm like, oh, I got to drop him in here. Okay. And because Chris had a huge issue. So with he has we don't want to say the name of the first projector, but it had a programming issue with it. Its Dolby Vision did not do well. And I was like, oh, maybe Rob could figure this out. And he was like, no, he can't because it's just bad. And since then, you've gotten your new projector and the Dolby Vision on that. He is seeing like, there was no fixing it, right? Is that accurate, Chris?
For the old projector?
Yeah, old projector to new projector. Does that get us up to date?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little unfamiliar with the situation in specific. So how long ago are we talking about the old one that didn't work properly?
Oh, so this was a couple of weeks, yeah.
Oh, just a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
so was it like switching from one unit of the same model to just
no?
A new unit,
I ended up replacing it with a totally different projector.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I was like, maybe I want to try something different.
Yeah, the first brand wasn't even very helpful, right? You were like, that's the biggest issue. You're like, you had an issue with their product, and then you contacted them and trying to work it out, and you were saying
it was like
they weren't as helpful.
Amazon, so there's like not really much you can do to contact them. It's kind of like, hey, I have a problem, and they're like, okay, send it back, and it's just all automated. So I was just like, okay, fine, I'll just get something else.
Okay. Yeah. Because the number of projectors out there right now that are actually like officially Dolby Vision supporting is, as far as I'm aware, 3. there's 3 projector models out there, but there were several that came before that made the marketing claim that they worked with Dolby Vision, but they didn't, like, Dolby wasn't involved in officially supporting that. So there were definitely some less than ideal signal compatibility issues going on there. And then at least to my knowledge right now, the way most of the Dolby Vision compatible projectors are working is using the low latency version of Dolby Vision, so that they're basically relying on they're sending some metadata over to the source device, and the source device is then responsible for tone mapping ahead of time before it sends that signal to the projector. But getting that piece of metadata from the projector to the source device, that's where Dolby has to be like, yeah, it's actually going to send the correct metadata. You're actually going to get correct highlight and shadow levels when that happens. And the projectors that were coming out before that were claiming they worked with Dolby Vision but weren't, officially Dolby hadn't worked with them. Whatever metadata they were sending could be pretty darn random. So you'd end up with really washed out or really overly darkened images.
I wonder if that was the case, because this is a projector that came out last year, and it was one of the first. It was an ultra short throw, and it was one of the first that claimed it had Dolby Vision.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay. That sounds good.
That would raise my suspicions. It was that case where they hadn't actually officially worked with Dolby on it. So it's one of these ones where, like, because a company like that, they can get a hold of the specs and they can be like, okay, here's the signal information that Dolby is saying. Oh, if you want to be Dolby Vision compatible, here's the metadata that you need to send to the source. And they're like, all right, and then they just send default values that aren't actually going to work with their projectors. So then the source device, which is doing its best to tone map before it sends the signal over to the projector, it's gone, well, you just gave me, metadata that says, yeah, I'm good with 4,000 nits. So here you go. And projector tries to make sense of that, and you end up with a horrible looking image. And other than inserting an HD Fury in between the source and the projector.
That's what I originally had too. I had an HD Fury. I had that exact same scenario. And it wasn't really the only thing that I could do with the HD Fury to kind of fix it. I'll do that again. I did that on the podcast with DJ last time. To fix it was to downgrade the DV, like the Dolby Vision.
Oh, just send it down to HDR10 and have it do it
exactly. And that's the only thing that would correct it. And I was like, well, that's not really why I bought a Dolby Vision projector.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I haven't used an HD Fury in that scenario, and I'm not even sure if you can set its maximum content level piece of metadata low enough to actually work.
No.
I mean, we've got to remember, like an HDR projector, its peak white is going to be like 100 nits if we're lucky, maybe ever so slightly north of 100 nits. And if we were watching on a flat panel, that would be like the top of standard dynamic range, and it wouldn't be HDR at all. But a projector is going to show the top of standard dynamic range at like 50 nits. It's gonna cut that in half, and then from 50 to 100 or 50 to 120, like all of your HDR range has to tone map and get fit in there. So like most of the HD Furies I've seen, I think the lowest you can set it is 200. Which if your projector is then topping out at like 120, it means like, okay, it's not even able to push it down low enough to it's still gonna appear either what end were you getting? Was it like washed out looking, or was it crazy dark
so
looking?
It was like the Spears and Munsell disc with the horses, like
of
everybody
course,
kind of knows that disc. So it was like that white scene with the horses was like completely white, right?
Oh, just completely washed out. Okay,
completely
blown
washed
out.
My suspicion,
And then when you go into the HDR10 part of the disc and you run it through there, it looked perfect.
Yeah.
Right? You could see all the different layers and everything. And then you switch back
to
Dolby Vision, it would be washed out. I'm like, what is happening here?
Yeah,
I was like, I think it's broken, right? So and then you go into the blacks and it would work fine, but then Dolby Vision in the blacks, you normally see those vertical bars, and you could adjust it, but you would just see the little numbers above the vertical bars, and that's all you could see under Dolby Vision. So I'm like, this is, and no matter what, you bring down, you could bring down the contrast all the way, bring down, brightness all the way, or all the way up, put it all the way up, and you could, all you could see were the numbers. So I was like, obviously something is wrong here, right?
What was the source that you were sending into your projector?
I was I was using the 4K player. It was Panasonic. For the using the Spears and Munsell disc, but I also have a Kaleidoscape and I have a Roku Ultra.
Okay.
So yeah, using all those and like.
Yeah, the Roku, I'm wondering if that even does low latency Dolby Vision. I'd have to double check on that one. So I don't think some of the Rokus do low latency Dolby Vision. So that would be extra problematic.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I mean, there's the you've probably heard, right, the player-led Dolby Vision versus display-led Dolby Vision. So the idea being in the display-led, which is the way Dolby originally envisioned how this whole thing would work, the source device would just send out the signal, and then the display would get a hold of it, and it would do all the processing inside of it. So that was like the way that LG's OLEDs did things at first, and they were probably worked most tightly hand in hand with Dolby when they were doing all of that. And that was the way Dolby was like, yeah, this is how the system's going to work, right? The author's going to author it however they want to on whatever mastering monitor they're using. That's going to be put on the disc or put on the stream, and then that's going to get sent to your display, and your display is going to have a Dolby Vision processor in it, and it's going to take care of it all. But then so they were so eager to get Sony on board, and the processors that Sony had built into their TVs didn't have that Dolby Vision processing built into it. So Dolby's like, well, what if we just let the source device do the tone mapping before it sends it to the display, and all the display has to do is send it one little piece of metadata that says, here's as bright as I can get. And so they ended up with this player-led version of Dolby Vision, and that kind of opened up a can of worms, because then other not officially supporting devices were like, well, we can do that. We can get the source device we can send a little flag, and we can send a little one piece of metadata, and now it's all on the source to do it. But then some sources could and some sources couldn't, or if it wasn't the correct flag, you wouldn't get the correct signal being sent. So yeah, it's definitely opened up a can of worms, and it's nice that we've got three official projectors now that I know about for sure. There might be more by this point, but there's 3 that I know of for sure that officially do it, so they finally look correct. But
right.
Yeah, so you must have ended up with like a Hisense or a AWOL.
AWOL is what I have now. Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, 3500.
That was the one I was like, okay, I'm gonna go with AWOL.
Yeah,
it was like got high reviews, like everything I've checked.
John has that one. I think he has John, my co-host, has the
nice
3500. Yeah, he bought it. He got his when it was like it wasn't out yet. He did the, what do you call it when you support them ahead of time? He bought his that way.
Like a beta tester?
Yeah, not a beta tester, but my mind's not as sharp as Rob's.
I always 12 and a half hours into this thing.
Yes. Speaking of which, let me get to that. It's like I'm getting a lot of comments and 12 down, 12 to go. No, Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew. I'll just pick Andrew. I got 13 to go.
Yeah, you decided to do this on the weekend, where at least where we are, daylight saving time turns off. So
right.
You made the declaration you were going from 6 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what but I knew it. That's how I picked the date, as I knew we were setting the clocks back. So I'm like, hey, go big or go home. A home theater double dozen. It's like we're doing 25 hours instead of 24. So I'm actually about
confused enough. 2 a.m. rolls around, and then the 2:59, and
right.
It's 2 a.m. again.
Oh my God, the scheduling for that. Okay, you're on at 1. The next guy's on at 1, and then the next guy's on at 2.
Well, you've got people all over the globe. Some of them aren't doing the daylight saving time switch. So
exactly, yeah. I don't have anybody from Arizona, I don't think.
Okay.
But Chris, this is why I think it's so great. It's like listening to Rob, and that's why I said you got to listen to Rob at AVRant.
Rob knows a lot more than I could ever forget right now.
Correct. No, he knows everything you could ever forget. It's like I can't keep up with him. It's like that's why I'm one of the lucky few. I can just text him. But
he's like the entity of home theater, right? He's just like the
pretty much. Yeah. And so, but the thing is like we have these conversations on Twitter, like we did about calibration. Why would you do this and why would you do that? And Dolby Vision. And the conversation Chris started, he's the one that got the calibration one going, and then he also got this Dolby Vision conversation going. And there's so much, I don't want to say misinformation, but it's more like people think Dolby Vision is like, that's Dolby Vision, it must be great. And they just turn it on and it's Dolby Vision, so it's got to be good, right? No. And then you get the people, well, I set it to Dolby Vision. Yeah, but you still, or my Dolby Vision. And Rob, you know this. You hear people, my Dolby Vision's too bright, or my Dolby Vision's too dark, or my Dolby. Did you set the right setting? There's settings. Oh, geez.
Well, I mean, even right now, I mean, the Sony, the brand new A95L, crowned king of TVs, king of 4K TVs this year. Value Electronics has their shootout, and they go ahead and do that. And it's like, well, today, if you own it, if you went and tried to play, first of all, if you hooked up an Xbox Series X and you tried to play a video game in 4K Dolby Vision at 120 hertz, it just straight up doesn't work today as we're recording this. Now, Sony's like, oh yeah, there's firmware update coming to fix that. It's like, we all know how much we trust promised firmware updates to fix everything. So, like that's just a feature that, as we're speaking today, objectively just doesn't exist. And then, some people have been reporting even playing games 4K 60 hertz in Dolby Vision on that A95L OLED. It's like there are some glitches. Why are there glitches? You've got a Dolby Vision source, your Xbox Series X. It's sending out to an officially supporting Dolby Vision king of TVs display. It's not as though Sony hasn't been doing Dolby Vision for several years at this point. And yet there's still glitches. And again, promised firmware update, it's going to fix it. But it's like, you paid a lot of money if you bought an A95L OLED. Those aren't cheap. They're top of the price heap right now. Fantastic looking TV in almost every way, but if you happen to be a high-end gamer, here's a glitch to welcome you.
Right. For the high. Now, this is something I've been telling people, and you and I have had this conversation, but Dolby Vision, it actually shines, pun intended, not intended, more on the lesser televisions. It's like if you have a higher end television, the television itself is going to tone map, or display, I should say, is going to tone map so well that Dolby Vision doesn't play as big a role, if at all, because a lot of people on those higher ends just turn it off altogether because it's tone mapping pretty much all the content you're feeding at it, whether it has Dolby Vision or not. And it's, you know what I mean? So a lot of people think like Dolby Vision is the sign of quality, when in actuality, I hate to say it, it's like that it helps the lesser performers more. And that's where it kind of shines.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to parse out. There's some nuance to it because, I mean, of course, Dolby Vision is happy to have their name be synonymous with some kind of stamp of quality, but that isn't really the intention. I mean, Dolby Vision is a format. It's a bit like saying, Dolby Digital or DTS HD Master Audio, right? I mean, actually, DTS HD Master Audio is a fairly decent analogy, because DTS HD Master Audio, I mean, just listen to the name that they chose to give that thing, but it's like, that is a format. It's a codec. It's a scheme by which, raw uncompressed audio can take up less space and then be inflated back out when you play it back, and you lose nothing in having shrunk it down in between so that it takes up less storage space. That's in actuality all it is. It's a format. It's a codec. But they are perfectly happy to have the name DTS HD Master Audio become synonymous with some kind of stamp of quality, or this is the best sounding audio. But, in actuality, it isn't that. That is really quite analogous to what Dolby Vision is. Dolby Vision isn't a seal of quality. It's a format. That's all it is a format. HDR10 Plus is technically capable of doing all the same things. And again, that's just a format. And then if all you had was an HDR10 Plus signal, if somehow you got one that had no backwards compatibility or anything, if that's all you had, and then all you had was a Dolby Vision decoder, well, you're going to see nothing, right? Just like if how all you had was a DTS HD Master Audio recording, and then all you had was a Dolby decoder, you're going to hear nothing. So they really are just formats that, if we think of them that way instead of any sort of seal of quality, then we go in with lower expectations, perhaps, and it makes more sense.
Right, but and that's just it. It's like the consumer, the market, the internet.
I don't blame
anybody. Right, but that the chatter turns it into that seal of quality, because you have more people saying they really like the Dolby Vision, and it, you know what I mean? And less people or nobody going, well, I prefer, HDR 10 plus. They're like,
yeah.
So that's where it becomes that seal of approval, but it's like, it doesn't guarantee anything, to your point, Rob. It's just and that's what, but a lot of people do. And it's like, I can't remember what I said to Chris, and Chris is like, you put out the meme, could have used this information yesterday.
Right,
like, and it was there's a lot of that.
Yeah. I mean, what Dolby Vision at least indicates, not even a guarantee, but indicates pretty strongly that at least when the content itself was being made, that they would have been using at the very least a Dolby Vision certified mastering monitor. At least you can be pretty darn certain of that, because well, I don't know. You can do Dolby Vision in DaVinci Resolve right now, so I guess even that, somebody out there could just pay for the license for that, and they don't necessarily have a Dolby Vision mastering monitor. But in professionally made content, you can be fairly certain that at least the people who made that piece of content were using a Dolby Vision mastering monitor. So you kind of got that much. But other than that, it doesn't really tell you anything about what the final result is going to be. It's just a format,
right?
And one that thankfully has HDR10 as a bed layer within it, so that it's compatible with any display that says it can play HDR. So I mean, Dolby, I understand what Dolby did in all of this. Every decision they made, makes logical sense. Because I mean, ever since we got the first displays out there that you could purchase that just had their own dynamic tone mapping, where they're like, we don't care what the metadata is in the signal. We're going to ignore all of it, and we're just going to analyze the image, the signal that's coming in frame by frame inside of the display itself, and tone map based off of that. We're going to ignore all the metadata. Ever since that was possible, my personal opinion has been, well, that's what we should have done. There should have been no metadata attached to any HDR signal. It just should have been what, Dolby invented, PQ10, perceptual quantizer, at 10-bit, or PQ12, perceptual quantizer at 12-bit. Like that should have been it. Just put that out there, and then every display that's going to do HDR, it has to analyze and tone map on itself. But Dolby, I don't know whether it was that they didn't trust, or that at the time they were developing it, those chips didn't exist, which is fair enough. Yes, or that Dolby did care. Dolby does care about the end result. They want everybody to have a good end result. So I mean, I've heard the description of, when Dolby invented their version of HDR, because of course it's not the only one. We've got HLG out there, which uses a completely different scheme. But when they came up with this perceptual quantizer, saying like basically they invented a problem at that point, and then they sell you the solution, which is, now we're gonna now that is a perfectly decent signal, and if your display can go everywhere from 0.005 nits to 10,000 nits, which is like the entirety of what that perceptual quantizer might have in it. If your display can do all of that, well, then it doesn't have to do anything. It can literally just show the values as they are, and there is no tone mapping. There's nothing. But I mean, of course, today, and especially when Dolby was developing it, they're like, well, no display can do that, so we're going to have some method of tone mapping these things. Came up with their own version in Dolby Vision, which is great if you've got it from end to end, but if anywhere from end to end there's a piece missing, or it breaks down, then you end up with something that, in my opinion, is worse than if you had just had the PQ10 and nothing else.
Right. I think that's the piece. I think that's what I said, Chris, right? Where I said you had to have Dolby Vision from beginning to end, or whatever. Is that the one where you could have used that information yesterday, or something like that? It was something like that. But a lot of people don't realize that either. They think it's like Dolby Vision will work on everything.
Right. Yeah. We've got so much of that in marketing, though, right? I mean, it's you want to bring your marketing message down to one sentence or to one word. And I mean, TV manufacturers are perfectly happy with everyone out there thinking that as long as your TV says 4K or 8K, that they're interchangeable. what does it matter? What's one 4K TV versus another? They're all 4K, and you brought it down to one number and one letter. And I mean, anybody who's listening to your 25-hour stream here is going to know that it isn't that simple. But I don't blame any consumer out there who's like, why should I spend so much? Am I just spending more money because it's a Sony versus a TCL? Is that the only reason? And that's a perfectly reasonable question to me.
Yeah.
How are they supposed to know?
Right. And that's the point of, and I've said it pretty much all day now, is that the benefits of podcasts like yourself, Rob, and I said this to you guys a long time ago when I first met you, and it's like, you guys save us so much money by giving us that knowledge and that information. No, you do. I mean, you guys always laugh because you're humble, but it's true.
And also because we know how small our audience is, so it's a tiny, tiny number of people.
No, but it's people that care, and we're trying to. I still am a listener. I'm not saying I was a listener. I haven't finished this week's yet. I've been a little busy. Sorry.
Fair enough. Yes.
But you know what I mean? It's like if you want to make an educated decision, which we all tried to do before podcasts existed, and you couldn't. It's like the only place you could get your information was through marketing. And now I think, podcasts like yourself, it's like has changed the marketing. Now they have to beat you. They have to defeat you in a certain way and be like, and hope nobody reads, quote unquote, the fine print, which is the podcast.
Well, that's a great lead in, because I mean, what I mentioned, in our little pre-chat where you're like, oh, any topics we'd like to discuss. I mean, that does lead right into what's been on my mind, because of course, I mean, any of the brands out there, they're somewhat over the moon right now that so much has gone to influencers, online marketers, because there's no truth in advertising laws for any of that. And I mean, that might be coming in, right? We're going to see the laws eventually start to catch up. But I mean, if you can
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, if you can get an influencer to talk positively about your product, they could lie completely through their teeth, and there's no law that gets back to the brand the way it would, like, if you just buy a commercial on television, traditional media. There are laws about you can't lie in that ad. You can't just outright lie to people in that ad. There's a law against that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there was a scandal. I don't remember what brand it was. I can't remember what country it was, but they're an EV car maker overseas, and they just got caught that they were paying influencers to come out. They're paying them cash, like $10,000, just to fly out, say nice things about the EV before it launched. And paying for the trips out there. And of course, what are these people on YouTube going to say? Say nice things about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing that. I mean, home theater is a pretty small market. It's not something that a ton of gigantic brands are going to be throwing piles and piles of cash at. It's not like cars or clothes or jewelry or perfume. Right. It's not those types.
Right. You want to stay in good standing with that brand, though, too. I think.
Yeah.
One of your guests before was talking about it. I don't remember who it was.
I'm seeing when they get more
stuff to review. You have to kind of that fine line, right? You can't say anything too negative, because then they'll just ghost you, right?
Sure. And I mean, that is the interesting part of it, is that the influencers that we have in the home theater side of things, they, like, if you're not going to have somebody who's going to become Kim Kardashian out of talking about home theater gear, right? Like you're never gonna have it flip to where the but I mean, we're never gonna have it flip to where the influencer gains so much power and such an audience that they now have leverage over the brand. And the brand, there's a little bit of pushback, because the brands in home theater know well enough that, okay, if we're going to go to one of the popular home theater influencers, we can't alienate their audience entirely. There's some leverage there, because that is the dedicated audience where, putting whatever money they put into it might actually have a return on investment. So there's some leverage back and forth, but it's more tenuous, and it's a smaller amount of leverage on both sides, I would say, just because the audience is so much smaller, so much more niche.
It is. And talking with, like, I had Jiles on here today, I had Youthman on here today, Shane Lee showed up, and all of these people, they're considered big influencers in home theater, right?
Sure, yeah. Relatively speaking, on YouTube, they're the larger audience, but then, their audiences are not, they're not tens of millions of people.
Right.
It's not
but
that.
But what I was going to say is the way you get to their level, it's not because of the brands, it's because the trust of the viewers, and if you're trying to be an influencer and you're going to peddle that, you might gain something from talking about some product, but the listeners are going to sniff that out because there's so many influencers that you're going to find out quickly that whoever's trying to peddle something incorrectly or for money, or they're just doing it, like you said, Chris, about like the EV system, like you're done. Because eventually that will get sniffed out, and to be a success, the way you get to be the most successful influencer is to be trusted by the people you're trying to influence. And none of us did this to try and influence people. We just did this because this is what we love to do. And then people are now telling me you're an influencer. I'm like, I hate that term. And they're like,
me too.
But you have to admit it. You have to admit that's what you're called. That's what the companies call you. That's what because that is what we are. But the best, and just like in management, the best boss is the guy that didn't want to be one in the first place. The best influencer is somebody that just loves passion, it has passion for the hobby. I didn't set out to be an influencer. Rob didn't. None of these people set out to be this. We just talked about what we love, and guess what? People liked what we were talking about, and that's it.
But I mean, you can see that like AVRant's audience has stayed incredibly small. We've never, ever gone after anything remotely like a professional influencer would do. Right. And so, I mean, I don't blame the brand for going, okay, they've got a podcast, they've got a YouTube channel, they're an influencer, and, lump it in, and that's fine. I completely understand that. It's not like who has the time to check out ridiculous 2-hour-long podcasts every week. That's I don't expect anybody in a marketing department. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how we ended up knowing each other. But, it's the flip side. It's the audience side that was actually, one of the topics that I mentioned I would like to, sort of rant about. I'm from a podcast called AVRant, so I don't mind ranting a little bit. And it's like, I'm perfectly sure, if you were to talk to Shane and you were to talk to Youthman together, like they would fully acknowledge that there is a tremendous amount of crossover between their audiences, right? Like both of them with their, has either of them got to 200,000 yet? Are they both hovering over? They're over 100,000, but I think they're between 100,000 and 200,000.
Shane and Jiles were on at the same time, and the funny thing is they like. They said it here on the show, and it's like I got a bunch of people in the chat asking them to talk about this subwoofer thing, like a subwoofer. And what's funny is it came up later from Shane and Jiles because the subwoofer got shipped from Shane to Jiles, and it had their name on it, right? So that's how they do these reviews. So yes, there's a ton of crossover.
Yeah.
And if you're doing this, it would never work. Like if Shane was just saying what he said because the company said, say this, and then it gets to Jiles, it wouldn't work. And so it would get
or if
snuffed
they were
out
reading the
somewhere.
same copy, right? If you could literally
and
say, okay, just put them side by side. They're saying the exact same words. You'd sniff that out very quick. But I see... I don't want to say negative. I see a mildly concerning flip side to having, very much a shared audience pool. If you talk to Joe and Tell as well, right? Like his audience is going to be very, very similar. There's going to be very few unique viewers of Joe and Tell as there are to Youthman, right? They're gonna have the same people watching both of their channels, and so. Because they have this shared audience and this dedicated audience, and they're hearing the same feedback from the same literally the same people sharing feedback to both of their channels, we get back to, like the forums, a bit of an echo chamber again, but we also get back to, like, these days when audience members are communicating with the influencer that they're watching, it's not just like feedback, right? There's a sense of ownership that I understand. That you're like, I'm aware that I am a valued audience member because there aren't that many people like me. My views count and matter. That gives me a voice and a little bit of a feeling of ownership over the podcasts and the YouTube channels that I view on a regular basis.
Right.
And I think we like the thing that's been bugging me, and it's no secret. I'm not like hiding this from people like Joe and Youthman and stuff. Like, it's when there's a trend, we see that same trend across all of the popular channels, right? And so, like, when, Kaleidoscape, fair enough, was making their big push to really try and get their name out there and say, hey, we do have some products that are a little bit lower in price now. We don't start at $10,000 anymore. You can start below that price point. We're improving our hardware. Like, yeah, absolutely. That's their company. They want to get out there and market it. But we see a very similar take going across, washing its way across all of the popular, influencer channels like that. And it's just, as of late, and even like what you were talking about at Cedia, I'm just seeing the trend right now going ever and ever up in price, which to some extent makes sense to me because we've got this dedicated audience of people that is, they're getting older, they're getting more disposable money. They're saying, okay, if we're going to sell our next product, who are we selling it to? Are we actually going out there and capturing a brand new customer? Or are we more likely to sell our next product to an existing owner of the products we already had in the past?
Right.
That makes sense. So none of it is something where I'm coming in and going, oh, this doesn't make sense to me. There's not logic behind it, or it isn't clear why it's happening. But I have that bit of mild concern in the way that I come in, because I don't consider myself an influencer, and I there's no money behind AVRant whatsoever. And so when we say something that doesn't sound like what everyone else is saying, and it's not even so much a case of a disagreement. It's not like I'm listening to Joe and Youthman and saying, oh, I disagree with what they're saying about whatever the product du jour is at the moment. But it's just, I might not be as enthusiastic about it, which isn't a disagreement. It's just a different level of excitement, all right? And then the bit of feedback that we get, which isn't anywhere near what those channels get, but that bit of feedback we get is, they're here with their excitement level, and you guys are down here, which in internet land is the same
for that product.
Which in internet land is the same as being the opposite, right? Like, if you aren't matching levels, you're disagreeing, which of course is one of the things I talk about all the time, that there's no nuance online, right? You're either 100 or a 0.
Yeah.
So if I'm not 100 and everybody else is 100, well, then I must be a 0 on my opinion of this. And
And that's a lot of that is the perception. But let's ask Chris, who is a listener, isn't a podcaster, isn't an influencer. He's looking to be influenced. It's like, how do you like perceive everything like that? Like what Rob was saying, like, do you see that same trend or?
Oh, for sure. You could definitely see, because a lot of the videos that come out, and that's definitely how I actually kind of got into like doing my research, is you go to YouTube. That is the place you go, and I'm familiar with everybody's channels. And then you do see kind of like everybody kind of reviews the same product at the same time. It starts to roll out across channels, and and it's basically there's kind of the same pros and cons about it. I wouldn't say it's by a script by any means. Everybody's got their own take on things.
And I mean, the bit that I know those guys, like, they are being honest, and the, like, these products, like, what are you going to say about a Kaleidoscape that's going to be a take no one else has ever had? Like, it's pretty unlikely. You're gonna come across the same pros and cons. So it's nothing. There's nothing in my mind saying, oh, I think this is bought and paid for, or I think this is. It's nothing like that.
No.
It's just that I don't know. I don't even really know. It's that bit of mild concern that there is such a concentrated sense of agreement in a way. I don't even like, just that the the feedback that we end up seeing from the audience, and then we also have to realize that even the feedback we're seeing on those more popular channels is a tiny percentage of their audience.
Oh yeah,
right? There's a tiny percentage of people who actually leave a comment on YouTube, or actually send an email, or actually post on X about it, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's a percentage of a percentage of a percentage that comes down, but those people do end up with a sort of exponentially increased influence back over the influencers, because we are looking for feedback, even on a show like Tom's and mine, where we don't really care very much at all. The few people who do take the time to reach back to us and give us some feedback, like we want to sort of reward that, right? Like, it's like, hey, you actually took the time to talk to our little podcast. That's great. But that gives sort of an extra amount of influence from that amount of feedback, which happens all the time, right? Like, not just in our tiny little niche, like across all kinds of industries, in politics as well, right? Like, you get that little bit of feedback from this tiny percentage of a percentage of a percentage of an audience, and then you can't help but extrapolate that to like way more people than it actually might be.
Right.
Like, yeah, it's a sampling problem.
Yeah, I mean, I went through that just like trying to find a projector, right?
Sure.
Like, there's like, okay, I'm in the market for a new projector.
Yeah.
This is what I need. This is my price range. You search it out and you kind of go through, and when you watch videos about a certain projector back to back, and this kind of leads me down the rabbit hole that I got the projector that I got in the first place that I was unhappy with. All those reviews were stellar reviews about this projector, that when I got it into my home, I hated it. It was terrible. Yeah. And I was like, how are all these reviews so good? Like,
it feels like confirmation, right?
Yeah. Like, every single channel, every single review was great. Like, this is like, the best projector you could buy. This is stellar. Nothing's wrong with it. And I'm like, maybe, I mean, it's possible I got a lemon,
Right.
Well, yeah. And it was
possible,
but a particular problem. Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's kind of like, it just makes you go, okay. And a lot of a lot of them are like, okay, this review is not paid for, but they sent me the product for free to review. And you're kind of like, okay, well, they're going to keep sending you stuff if you say something nice.
Oh, sure. Right. And that's the classic thing of, looking at an optical illusion. Even if you know it's an optical illusion, you can't help but still see it. And so if you are an influencer and someone is sending you something for free, or they're taking you out to dinner or whatever, you can disclose that. You can say, I'm being honest with my audience. I'm being open. I'm not being outright paid for it. But it's impossible as a human psychologically to not have that, and that's why those companies do it. They know that. They've got psychologists on board, that understand that stuff. And someone like Tom, who actually trained in psychology in university, like, is super aware of that, and has to separate himself from it, and as a result ends up not getting as many things for review, because he's like, I can't take this thing. I can't do it just purely on moral grounds, because even though there might be nothing nefarious behind any of the intention or anything like that, he's just aware, psychologically, statistically speaking, it can't be done. You don't have that control over yourself. So I'm
the same way. I had that question earlier today. I put that to Shane and to Jiles, and I've said it to Youth Man too. And it's like, how do you do that? And they all answer with the same thing. It's like, if I'm reviewing it, it's because I liked it. And I want to talk about, they don't bring stuff on. They've had stuff. They've both told me stories. They'll have stuff and be like, I'm sorry, I can't do this one. And they just won't. So then it comes off, and we talked about it here. I'm not telling tales out of school. We've all talked about it on my show. And it's like, so then you become like, it sounds like, well, he only talks about this, or he's being bought and paid for it. No, it's like, that's there. Because I'm trying to rationalize. I'm starting to get to that where people are starting to approach me, companies, and I have one. I'm going to be talking about them sometime soon, but it's a speaker company. They wanted me to come and see their stuff, but it's way. I was completely honest with the owner, and I'm like, I can't afford your stuff. I don't, and I can't do that. And he's like, that's okay. I'm like, all right, but I can't, and I'm going to tell my listeners, I'll tell the house, and not only can I not afford it, and I said to him, I can't justify for me personally to spend that for a speaker, but there are people that will. Okay. So you see what I mean? So it's like, I'm like, it's outside of my realm. And I'm like, how do you do that? And then how do you do that and like send these things back? I could never do that. And it's like, I had Brett on from Kaleidoscape when he was there, and he's like, we can send you a demo. I'm like, I don't want it until I can afford it, because I don't want to send it back, because I know, well, not because of my integrity. I would like empty my bank account to get this thing. And I didn't want to do that to my wife.
Yes,
right?
Indeed.
But so there is that part of it that I do understand, but at the same time, Rob, here's where I completely agree with you. And I get that's what the market is, but here's where I'll give you a little bit of pushback.
Okay.
And I go back to my mom. We were driving when I was a little kid. I'm in the backseat of the car. The family's we're off for a trip, and we see this driveway that was done with these old shingles that they had baked. It looks like they put them through a shredder, right? And my mother's like, I've never seen that before. Literally on that same trip, she saw it 4 more times. And that was one of those things, like you said, it's like once you see something, now I'm seeing it everywhere.
Yeah.
And you've been
Yeah. You buy a certain brand of car, you see that car everywhere.
Yeah, you're like, oh my God, I didn't even know these. Like me with the Zapiti, I'm like, I see you were on the podcast with Rob when I first, I'm like, I've never heard of this. And now I'm seeing it everywhere. And then I find out, oh yeah, I had heard of it. I read about it 4 years ago in Home Theater Magazine, but and I've told this story today. I'm going to tell a bunch of stories double time.
That's going to happen
in this show. But my point is, you've been podcasting so long, and your sole job of your podcast, I listen to your show every week, all week. You and Tom are so funny. I love listening to it.
Well, thank you.
I know probably 90 by this point. If I don't know all of it, it's because I'm not that bright to retain it. But I've been doing it as long as you guys, but it's like, but I'm there for the entertainment. But what you guys are doing for people is you're that gateway to home theater, right? And you're that, like, for that person.
The problem is that anybody who needs us isn't going to find us. that's the problem.
Well, that's the tree falls in the woods, and we're all under that. But you actually, and what's funny is you helped that. It was months ago, right? The guy that had, and you recommended the Sony, the GTZ, what is it, 3?
Oh yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
And you recommended that for his theater. Now, as a your podcast is mostly DIY. It's mostly DIY guys looking for solutions, trying to tweak their systems. But here you are. I think he was in Australia, right?
Yeah,
I think something like that.
$80,000 projector plus an $8,000 lens. It doesn't come with one.
Exactly, and you recommended that, right? But do you see what I mean?
At $160,000 projectors,
right? So you bargain hunter, you. But do you see what I mean? So it's like, I think now, you're seeing more Kaleidoscape talk. You're seeing more video processor talk. I'm like, oh my God. And I've loved Kaleidoscape my whole life. And I'm like, wow, they're really hitting the market here. And it's like, and it's great because and I think the other part is they are seeing that this is a new way of advertising, because people come to podcasts because they trust these people.
Well, I'm certain the ROI is really good for them. That's the only reason they're willing to do it, because they know they aren't reaching millions, but of the 100,000 that they're reaching, a surprising percentage are actually going to be the people who will shell out real cash. I mean, the whole YouTube advertising has never made a ton of sense to me, because just blasting. I mean, I guess it is just the sheer shotgun idea, right? YouTube has so many viewers. I get my ad on YouTube, I'm going to get some kind of ROI, but I'm like, in general, people hate ads on YouTube. Look for any way to skip them. And I'm like, it's never made a ton of sense to me that you're really getting tremendous ROI on that. But at some point, that'll sort itself out.
But it's like, for instance, and Chris, like you hear podcasts talk about stuff and you're like, And as a listener, there's going to be like, wow, DJ's talking a lot about this. Is he getting money from this? And I know now, here's the truth. before I met Tom and Rob, you guys loved SVS so much. I'm like, are they getting a bump out of that, or what are they getting? And I literally, that's how I know how my listeners think, because that's what I thought, right? But then when you get into SVS, and I already had my subs, but when you really get into it and then you meet the people, you're like, holy crap, they're not getting it because I don't get anything. They're just great people. It's a great product, and it's so easy for you to recommend that it's
the chances that somebody follows that advice and comes back and says they're really disappointed with it is really, really low. So
exactly. And now let's go to the other end of the extreme, because I think SVS is the Kaleidoscape. The negativity, I have yet to see, Chris has a Kaleidoscape, but I have yet to see a Kaleidoscape customer who was upset. Most of the negativity from Kaleidoscape comes from people that don't have it and they can't afford it yet, and they get upset at that. And then, and it's like anybody in marketing, how do you combat all that negativity? Because negativity resonates, positivity does not. Right. And it's like, and that's what's so hard to combat. And you have all these people that don't even have the product talking negative. Now, I'm not even talking about any company, but you've got to combat that on social media as well. Yeah. So that's the job of, that's us influencers, and you're doing it on your show with the products and the advice that you're giving. Saving us all money, but at the same time, it's like when you save us that money, now we get to go and spend it on stuff, and you're like, oh, why is it going up so much? Rob, you saved us all this money, so now we get to go spend it on something else.
Yeah, no, that part of it, that's just a slight miscommunication on my part. I'm not seeing a ton of products. What I'm seeing is the stratification that happens so often in niche markets. Like, we had a fun time there where, like, basically Andrew Jones single-handedly changed the industry for a while there, because Pioneer giving him that freedom to come in and make a speaker that he designs from the ground up, not even off-the-shelf parts, like bespoke cabinets, but coming in at a crazy low price with those Andrew Jones design speakers that he did for Pioneer. Like, that set off, quite a bit of companies that we really respected coming in with these brand new entry-level, remarkably good products. And the thing that's been a bit genuinely concerning to me this time, not mildly concerning in a sort of nebulous way. This is genuine concern that I'm having at the moment, and it's a bit of there's always a bit of a pendulum swing. It's not like I'm worried that we're never going to get back to really high value, attracting new customers because it's such an affordable price point type of products. That's going to come back at some point. But for right now, some genuine concern I have is AVRant, right? Got rid of their Intimus line, right? They brought in the Novus series that went in between their entry-level Intimus and their high-end Varus Grand, and I was totally fine with that, but then Intimus just went away, and now we start at Novus, which is not inexpensive. Other brands like those Pioneer Andrew Jones speakers, they're technically still available, but they've kind of disappeared off the market, right? Even Paradigm, that for ages and ages, that monitor series, they just got to the point where they never wanted to manufacture in China, but they started doing so that they could keep that monitor series at a certain price point. It's manufactured in China now, and then it's but now to keep the price point for 1 year, for one model series there, the performance honestly went down. Just in every metric, even by their own measurements, the performance went down so that they could stay at a certain price point. And then that was starting to damage things, so they had to start raising the price on the monitor series. We're just across the board, I'm seeing a lot of those, my favorite things. It's on my spectrum of what I want to be able to recommend to people. And your appearance on HT Guys and talking about, I had to chuckle to myself because it was when you were talking about ultra short throw projectors, and I heard you, DJ, saying that you have some concern being gung-ho about recommending an ultra short throw projector to someone in basically any situation. You're there's the situations where, and I'm in total agreement with you on this, there's the situations where it's the best solution. Right? You chalk up what this person's room is, what their application is, what their budget is, and how far away they're sitting, which determines the screen size that they need. And you're ultra short throw projector with an ultra short throw ambient light rejecting screen. That is the best solution for that person. and we're happy to say it. But we don't. I at least I heard you say this on HT guys. It's probably still true because I think we're only a couple weeks departed. Like, it's not the solution for everything. It's not the universal hammer and everything is a nail. There's going to be situations where like, I actually think your money is better spent on a flat panel in this situation, or I actually think your money is better spent on a traditional long throw projector in this situation, and it's going to be situational. And I had to chuckle because I was like, you know, over the years listening to you progress as a podcaster, I'm like, little by little, you're starting to sound more like Tom and I. Like, not that you ever disagreed with us, but like, I'm actually just hearing you literally starting to sound more like us because I think you're coming to the same conclusions that we have just based on experience.
So here's the funny thing. I've always been there. That's why I liked your podcast. Mm-hmm. I've never had the ability to talk about your stuff. I started my podcast. I didn't want to talk about this stuff. Mm. I came in doing scenes. Right. But as my podcast has grown, my opinion is starting to get out there. I didn't learn that from you. That's why I loved your show. I'm like, I love what they're doing here. They're saving. You don't need to do that. And the misconceptions of Dolby Vision, like I said to you, right? It's like, there's all of these things. And it's like, again, it's like that driveway my mom saw. You're starting to hear, this is me. That is what I knew. That's
exactly my point. We're having a heated agreement
Chris
here.
Is just like, what the heck? Oh, I'm not heated. I'm excited. This is great. You're like, oh
no, it's just the volumes of our voices are going. What? Sorry, Chris?
A shot of caffeine.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, like we're having this excited agreement because my suspicion is that morally, and I think the reason we got along and have been able to remain friends, right, is that morally, I think we are very similar, right? Like we're very much people who the last thing we ever want to do is harm someone else. Like, I think that's at a base level, we would definitely allow harm to happen to ourselves before we would allow it to happen to someone else. That's just our sort of moral starting point. At least that's the sense I get having talked to you for this many years.
We're both here to help. Or we're both here to and it's like, I don't, and that's why I never helped. I was like, there are great places. Just like, no. I know my place. Like when I met Jiles for the first time, we were standing there and we were outside the Gramani room for their, they had a press conference early in the morning and I'm just meeting Jiles. And then, but there are a bunch of they invited all of the press there. Right. And now I'm standing and they invited me because I know Brent and he was running and he's like, why don't you come on down? And that's why, like, when I first started podcasting, I knew I didn't want to do what you guys are doing. You're already doing a great job. I didn't want to do what HT guys are doing. They're already doing a great job. I'm sitting there watching, everybody's got their cameras up and they're taking pictures. And I'm like, I'm the donkey in the room. I'm literally the listener that gets to go. And that's how I view these things. Now, people are asking my more and more are asking my opinion. So you're starting to hear that. But it's like, it's that knowledge then, and people have come to trust me because, like I said, our mutual friend, Carl, he had a conversation with me a long time ago, and you and I have had this conversation. It's like, trust but verify. And I'm like, that's on the listener, right? And it's like, Carl's like, cite your sources. Yeah, but he's like, now yes and no. It's like, now I choose to say, you'll trust me when you realize this works out over time. And it's like, Rob, you have the mind that you're like, trust me. And then you'll cite every single, you can footnote the bejesus out of everything. I can't do that. That's a lot
to convince for myself.
Right.
Because I mean, like, because I have no credentials, because I've never grown an audience and never tried to, like, because of those things, the only thing I've got is, well, either what I suggest is going to pan out or it isn't. It's fairly binary at that point. And if the majority of what I recommend pans out, then that builds trust in a very organic way.
Exactly. And that's how I'm building mine. Yeah. It's exactly by that. It's like,
no, that's exactly it. I think
Steve.
But that's why, hi Steve. But that's why I had to chuckle at hearing you start to say phrase, like, I'm noticing as a listener of you that when you were starting out podcasting, you would either, exactly like you've just said, like outright just sort of shy away from making certain recommendations, that like saying like, that's not my thing at this point. I'm just going to avoid, I'm going to nope out of saying that right now. And just hearing,
I'm looking at Steve in the dark.
That's
yeah,
right.
go ahead. Sorry.
Hearing some of the phrases that I've heard come out of my own mouth start to come out of your mouth, and I mean from a completely genuine place. I just had to chuckle at that because I'm like that. I do sort of see a almost binary, right, in this whole, if you want to call us influencers, lump us in with influencers type of thing.
Yeah.
I see sort of two outcomes, right? And it's either the person who always said, I will always allow harm to come to myself before someone else, is the person who's going to start worrying about the small amount of responsibility that we feel, whether anybody else puts that responsibility onto us or not. I'm hearing it when you were starting to speak now, that whole thing of like, whatever audience I have, like DJ is worried about nuance now. Like realistically speaking, if you just went out there and said, ultra short throw projectors across the board, full stop, are amazing. Everyone go out and buy one. Yeah. And everyone who did, on your word, did that, the number of them who would come back and say, you totally steered me wrong, DJ.
Right.
I hate everything about, is a really small number. Like almost everybody who would do that would be happy. And there's this tiny little thing now in the back of your head, at least I'm hearing from hearing you talk recently, there's this tiny little thing in the back of your head now, and just like it's there in mine, going, but I know that like 8 out of the 100 people actually could have spent their money a little bit better, and I feel bad that I didn't let them know that. Like, what is that?
Yeah.
I think that's it's just amusing to me that I'm hearing your words
because you're getting
the
the opportunity now.
Yeah. But
Steve?
it's that sense of responsibility.
Just very quickly, I've just dropped in. I've just paused my movie.
It's midnight there, buddy.
No, 11 o'clock, nearly.
Oh yeah, that's you haven't said. That's right.
Yeah, just to quickly let you know, D, just check your email, and I'll send you a quick text message, D. Just have a little look. All right, buddy. No, don't mean to be cryptic. There's a reason for it. All right.
It's just not quite for the podcast audience. All right.
Yeah. Well, I got you. I'm on that. Yep.
All right. Good man, buddy. Right.
Yep.
Back to my movie then. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Nice to.
I'll see you in a few hours.
Yeah,
I'll see you in a few hours. Yeah.
Will do. Cheers, guys. Have a good evening. Cheers.
Thanks.
Bye.
Later.
And you know what? With Steve hopping out, I've reached my heart out here as well. So apologies for not sticking around longer. But you know what?
Thanks,
I think the hour went by pretty quick. What a surprise. Yeah. DJ and Rob talking on a podcast. How the heck did we manage to go over an hour without even planning it? No one would ever guess.
And my next guest is running late. So can you stick around for a little bit, Chris?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Do you got a few minutes?
He's still there.
Cool.
Yeah. I barely let Chris get a word in edgewise, but he's been here before and after, so he's got his opportunity. Before I click leave this studio, I just want to say congratulations, DJ. You hit your subscriber target. That's the whole reason for this 25-hour live broadcast. So congratulations to you and your whole team over there at Brightside Home Theater. And with that, I'm going to say au revoir.
Thanks, Rob. Really appreciate it. Always. Later, buddy. All right, actually, he just showed up. So, Chris, hang on a sec. Yeah, let me.
Sorry,
Ryan.
Forgive my tardiness. My bad.
That's okay. Did I wake you up?
No, it was one of those restart your computer things, and then it took like a 10
I was
minute
worried about that.
Yeah.
That's everybody's been asking me, are you okay? Are you going to be able to do this 24 hours, 25 hours? And I'm like, I'm not nervous about me. I'm getting energy from you guys. I've had one rain energy all day. This is all I've had all day. And I'm drinking water. I haven't even eaten yet. I'm not even hungry. I'm just having a ball talking, and I'm getting energy from you guys, and people are bringing up different subjects. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, Ryan, I cannot wait to get going with you, buddy. Cause this is going to be
perfect. Yeah. Well, we were hour 13 now.
Yeah. We're into, now I am on the downside. Yeah. Everybody at the 12-hour mark is like, all right, you're halfway there. And I'm like, no, I'm not. So so it's been a blast. And Chris is one of my listeners here, and he's the master at setting up questions to just get people to go boom.
All right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Wait, I'm throwing the softballs, and you're
you throw the softball. And then my Twitterverse goes crazy when Chris asks the question. Now I'm starting to wonder if he's just sitting at home going, I know the answer to this, but watch this.
I'm like, am I like on the hot seat right now?
A little bit.
No, you're not on the hot seat at all.
All right. Okay,
no, we're going to go completely different. No. So, but Chris, thank you. And was that fun watching me and Rob? and Rob.
Oh yeah,
you got a front row seat.
I was like interested with my daughter here. I was like, she did not know what she got into when she was sitting. She's like, oh, I'll hang out a little bit. And she was like, the technical aspects of what was going on. I think she was just like, what is happening?
Yeah, it gets deep here. It gets deep in the weeds, and we get all the technical stuff, which we all love. But I'm bringing Ryan in here, and he's like, his eyes would glaze over, and we love it. I had Dr. Joe on. Did you hear that? Did you know he was on a little earlier?
No, I didn't know. I didn't know who I was going to ask you. My first question for you was going to be like, who'd you have in, and what has been going on? But I have some technical background as well, mostly in ed tech. But you know, I know my way around stereo systems and AV. So I think I've come to the right
musician. Yeah. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. But yeah, thanks, Chris. I really appreciate it. We'll definitely get you back on to do. I want to get you some time with the AWOL and really enjoy it. And then I'm like, I've seen your scenes. I actually went and I did my scenes. I'm like, oh yeah, all right, yeah. I'm comparing my stuff to you because there's always like, all right,
a whole follow up.
So
exactly,
yeah, absolutely.
I need to get a little time in, let it settle in, make sure everything's the way I want it, which is going pretty well. And then we'll go over some scenes. Like I know we can.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
You'd be like, yeah, it's okay. And here's the mark. Here's like the time.
Yeah. Timestamps.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
I
so
really
much.
appreciate it.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Take it easy.
I'll be in.
All right.
All right.
Thanks. Talk to you later. Bye. Ryan Davey at Arvon D on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
The man, one of the bad boys of Comic-Con. One half of the bad boys of Comic-Con.
You'll get the other. You get the better half later, but yeah,
you get the other half. The other half. One of the things I'm going to go with him is I host my listeners on Take Over Tuesday. I've invited him on the show, and people get nervous. So I wanted to ask you the same thing because I'm going to ask Rich because he's a professional. Yeah. What's it like when you first started getting on with him? I know you guys grew up together. That made it more comfortable. Were you still nervous when you first started doing this?
You know, it was one of those things where, you know, he asked me to do this, and you know, the backstory is, I mean, we've had these conversations, you know, for years. I mean, it's one of those, you know, he and I would go back and forth. We play 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. We talk about movies. We talk about comic books. So it just kind of felt natural to do. And the way Rich pitched it to me was just like, well, you know, we're having these conversations anyway. So it's just a kind of like, you know, DJ, I mean, the older you get, the harder it is to kind of keep in touch with like your high school friends. Yeah. So for me, just to have that avenue where I get to talk to one of my best friends for an hour a week anyway.
Yeah.
Like it just kind of works, you know? So, and though any of the positive feedback I've gotten from, I think the best thing people say about #Dork is that it feels like you're listening to 2 of your friends talk. I mean, that's the kind of the feel we try to, hopefully it's still working, you know, 25 years later. Yeah.
it definitely is. It's like, and when I started my podcast, my buddy John is down in Texas, and it's the same thing. And it's funny because when we started getting that feedback, I thought of you guys, and that's what I wanted. I was trying to emulate what you guys do, that buddy feel. And it's like, and people that resonates with regardless of the subject.
Right.
People are listening. Just because of you guys.
And when we do, it's rare, but when we do bicker, we do kind of argue like back and forth. It's just like, it takes me to like a very 15 and 17-year-old mind space. And that's some of our best moments is when we disagree.
Yeah.
You know,
I have another guest on from England, another co-host, Steve. He's in England and he's a lawyer. And John and I, like you and Rich, John and I will get going, and we know how to push each other's buttons. We know, and we also know the limit. When we first started, we actually had a pretty good fight once, but we know how to push the buttons. And like Steve, we had one argument, and Steve was like, he's in the middle watching us go, and he's like on YouTube, and he's like, what the heck is going on? And the after show on that was hysterical. He goes, I didn't know what the hell you guys were going to do. But you're right. It's like, it's rare when it happens, but when it does, it's like gold because people are just like, listen to them go.
Yeah. And it's like, when you play like a pickup basketball game, I like, people ask me about this all the time because when you do argue with a friend or it's kind of like, like a pickup basketball game where like you're in the heat of the moment, you're talking shit. And then all of a sudden, the game's over and you're fine. Yeah. I think that's, we hit the end button and we're fine. We're joking about it.
Yeah. Or like hockey. I'll line you up and just be like, the best part of hockey is playing a contact game against one of your best friends, and you just have to line them up, and you're like, and then he looks at it, and you want to fight, and then at the end of the game, you're like, oh, this is great. It's like, oh, you really nailed me on that one.
Absolutely.
I don't know what I was looking at, but
I don't know why I wouldn't pick up basketball. I hate basketball. I'm a hockey player too, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm like, really? You play hoops?
No, I don't.
So we had a disagreement way back when, and we ran into each other in Connecticut. Let's get to some sweet dino action. But it was great. Which Jurassic Park was it?
I think it remember? It was Jurassic. What was the one?
The first World one?
It was Jurassic
was it
World,
that one?
And then it was the second one.
Okay.
So was it Jurassic World?
Yes.
It wasn't
with the dumbwaiter.
Yes. I forget which one that was.
And you got me on that one. You got me on that line. And it was like, so I asked you, and this is like the first time I ever met you. We literally ran into each other. My son and I are walking around in #dork shirts. It's sweatshirts. Right. And Rich spotted us, and you were like, oh, let's get a picture. And you were working the camera.
Right.
But I went right up to you. I was like, never met you. You have no idea who I am. Rich knew I was the pillow guy. Remember, yes. I bought #dork pillows for my theater. Yes. So he was kind of familiar with that. But I walked right up to you and I'm like, did you have a bad day when you saw that movie? And you went, kind of. I think I did.
So. Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think I did. I was just, I was just annoyed that, and again, you forget like Bryce Dallas Howard, like running around in heels, which he's now come out and said like, no, I did. That was my choice. Like I wanted to show, like I could do that. And like, why would you ever run in heels? But yeah, it was that stuff that like, it's supposed to be like this super secret lab underneath this house. Right. And so it's accessed by a dumbwaiter by like a 10-year-old. Like,
it's supposed to, and you got me on that one. But what I thought was funny is like, you were usually very good at like separating that stuff. Like, right. This is a movie about dinosaurs in reality. And you separate when you and Rich do your breakdowns of movies, you're usually good at that. And then this one particular movie, all of a sudden you were nitpicking on all this stuff. And I'm like, what happened? But then you did get me on that dumbwaiter one. I was like, all right, you got me there. Cause it is super secret. And the little kid figured out, just let's use the dumbwaiter.
And there was another scene too. And they were like, I think this is the right one. They were like locked in like this bunker. And there was a thing like there's a hatch at the top. And they were like, oh, we're stuck. I'm like, why don't you just go out the way you came in? Like,
right.
But it's stuff like that. And again, like you said, it's supposed to be entertaining. It's supposed to be, there's supposed to be like this suspension of disbelief. And usually, like you said, I give whatever filmmaker the benefit of the doubt. But that day I was just like, you know what? No, this is too much. Like this, it crossed that line for me and I would just let it have it. And I remember Mac and Goo made a movie poster of all of our reviews. And I said something to the effect, it was my favorite movie review ever, where I said something like Leonardo da Vinci like took a crap on the floor and like gold plated it, and then it got sold at auction. Like Jurassic World, whatever, would still be the most expensive piece of what. Can we swear on this program?
A little bit. Yeah, people have already.
You get the idea, But
yeah. And like I find myself doing that since you and I had that, or I noticed that and I asked you that, I find myself doing that. Like I'll go see a movie and if I'm too tired and I'm not in the mood, I might not like it, but then I'll see it later or somebody explains a piece of it to me and I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe I didn't grab that. Maybe I nodded off or something. So, but what you guys do now, let's get to this part. Do you have any like home theater gear? Any like sound bar or anything like that? Oh, now you got no audio. Wow, this is #dork. This is, and you're still none. Okay, he's saying I know. Wait, he's putting. It's good that this is video, because I'm always worried about audio people, not like audio listeners, not knowing. But this is only gonna be a video only, so people understand. Don't. It's your mic again. What is it? Did you unplug it? Yeah. Okay. And now is it powered up? And just give me 1 second. Sign language through podcasting. This is great. Nothing yet. Let me see. Oh, there you are.
Yeah. So what happens with this mic is that I've knocked this mic out so many times that the USB cable is
I listen to you every week.
It cuts out. So I like just whack the microphone. So to answer your question, yeah. So I proposed, and Gu and I were talking about this. So you see this kind of studio I'm in right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we were going to do the, was it Thor Ragnarok, like the Behold My Stuff? It was going to be like a YouTube short series. So in terms of like home theater stuff, usually what I do, I have a 75-inch TV in the living room that runs, it's like a Bose Sound Link speaker. So the issue that I've always had is living in the life I do of like boarding schools, you're constantly moving. So like, that's kind of like a look behind the curtain, but like I'm always moving from like different dorms, or like I'm moving across campus. So I've never had like a place where I can just kind of like set up like permanent stuff. So it's got to be like grab and go. My office, which I'm sitting in currently, is I usually, whenever we have a space, whenever we have a house or apartment or whatever, like one of my like things is like I have a room that's just my stuff. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
you can't see it looking at me. I built my PC, which is right here. I have two, I think they're 36 or 32-inch BenQ monitors. I have some amps over here, like all my guitar tech stuff and camera stuff is over here. So I'm always tinkering with stuff. But as terms of home theater,
you're right.
Yeah, we're rocking the sound bar, but nothing permanent set up. Like I don't have any surround sound set up the way you would have it, you know?
Yeah.
And that would be such a pain. If I have to move this spring, like it would be such a pain in the ass.
Right. And you've done a lot. I mean, before how many times have you moved now? I know you were in Connecticut at a school, and now you're up in Mass. And have you moved since you came I think you moved twice in Mass, didn't you?
Yeah. So I moved once. Yeah. So I moved here and then I moved again. So the school where I work, I work at St. Mark's School, which is in Southborough. So they just built like this $50 million dorm, which we just moved into. So I lived here for like
back
a year.
Into the school, yeah.
So I'm back, yeah. So, but when we lived in Connecticut, I think we were there for 9 years when we moved 7 times. So I've been moving ever since, I got married in 2010, and I think I've moved just about every year, or a year and a half. Like so, it's about a year and a half.
It makes it tough to have like a home theater and to move all that stuff. And I had a listener on that he had been wanting home theater for 10 years. He finally got his, and he lives in Texas, John Brock, and he was in the middle of building his theater, and then his house burned down. So, he's just got an amazing story that's you're like, and I love hearing, I hate for him that to happen to him, but it's like when you think you're passionate about something, but then you see everything somebody else went through to try and get the same thing you got that was probably pretty easy.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's tough.
But I do, growing up, I had one. So my dad built one.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So this is a kind of a cool story. So like my background in like kind of home theater. So my dad, I don't know, my dad worked for Craig Stereos.
Yep.
When I was young.
Logo. Yeah.
So he worked for Craig, and he was like a regional salesman. So I had this like incredible hi-fi system, and I remember being like 5 or 6, and he finished our basement. And when he did it, before the carpets went down, like he wired the whole basement for sound. And we had one of those huge I mean, now it's not that big now, but I think it was like a 50-inch like big screen TV. Remember those things that were like a cabinet, and they weighed a ton. And I remember my brother and I had to move that thing several times. We actually, when my parents moved out of my childhood home, we had to take out bulkhead stairs to get the thing out. Like, and I was like passing it like over my head. Like this thing was an absolute beast. But he wired that whole thing, and I helped him before the carpets went down. So you never saw any wires. He had the tweeters behind us, and I think he had like a 15-inch subwoofer like on the floor. And I remember the very first thing he's like, all right, we're going to fire this up. And he put on Top Gun.
Yeah.
And like that scene in the beginning where like the engines start going and like the themes playing, and the whole basement was like shaking. It was awesome. So I've been chasing that dragon my whole life, like just to have that back. You know,
it's in your blood. It's in your blood, Davey. It's in Ryan, Davey. What do you want to be called? It's like
it's one of those. It doesn't matter. I'll answer anything. I answer Davey more because, as you know, my wife's name is Ryan as well. So and it's just one of those last names that it's stuck with me my whole life.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a buddy named Paul Davey. I don't think you're related to him, but
I have an uncle named Paul Davey.
Where does he live?
Plymouth.
Okay, he's my buddy's in Charlton.
Oh
so, that would have been wicked funny, huh?
yeah, absolutely. So yeah. How tall is he?
About your height.
Yeah,
and he's he's a hockey player. So
it's like 5'4". So he's short king. So
yes, there you go. So, but you definitely have it in your blood. You love sound. But I love listening. And when I have Rich on, Rich was on when I did his theater and the Dragon's Lair.
Oh yeah.
It's the coolest name. Come on. Right. And like, when I heard him say, he's like, I call it the Dragon's Lair. I was like, how did I not come up with that? And I told him, I'm like, that has home theater connotations because the video game, your video game minute, right? Do you know, did he tell you what I told him? Do you know the relationship between Dragon's Lair and home theater?
So I don't know I do know. I mean, I can't tell you, I probably could have paid for college how much money I pumped into that machine, but I do know that thinking of the cabinet right now. I mean, it had a ridiculous sound system in it, right?
Yeah, but it was also the first video game to utilize Laserdisc.
Come on, really?
Yes, and that's what made that. Remember how good that game looked?
Yes,
and it was like a video, like you were watching a cartoon,
right?
And that's what made that game so incredible. But it was actually spinning a Laserdisc inside that cabinet.
No way.
And that in the 80s. And that's and I know you remember the cartoon Dragon's Lair that they made out of that. I loved that cartoon. And it's like, so like when he said, he's like, I named it the Dragons, my Dragon's Lair. I was like, how did I not ever come up with that cool name? Because I loved that game. It has home theater, relations. I'm like, he nailed it. And he's like, I just like the name.
Speaking of that, so you see the thing behind me, it says the bullpen.
Oh,
so that's what my office is called, is the bullpen.
Yeah,
so
there you go.
That's what my dad called his home theater.
I never came up with a cool name.
So that's the sign when you walk down into our finished basement. That was the first sign that you saw. So it says the bullpen. He built a bar, home theater, like it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
And that's where that sign came from.
Yeah. So this is what, late 80s into the 90s?
Yeah. So mid 80s. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you're like 15 years younger than me, 14.
Yeah, I was born in 81. So I
80. Oh, only 11.
Yeah.
Only 11. Okay.
Yeah. The day I became a Red Sox fan was my dad. He had the whole neighborhood over to the bullpen to watch the 86 World Series. And he got me and my brother out of bed to watch Game 6. He's like, the Red Sox are going to win the World Series. I want my sons to see this. And it was the Buckner game, the Gary Knight. Whatever. Yeah. That game. So that's the day. And I cried going to bed because everyone was so mad.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And it's that World Series, that run, I can't remember what game it was, but I used to play football. I was 16 and we used to go down to the football field, play tackle football with a bunch of guys. And one of the guys I play with, he was older. He was like probably 21 years old. He showed up late and we're like, what happened? and it was, what was it? Henderson hit a home run in that series or something to extend the series.
Like
they were going to lose. And he knelt down in front of the TV and he said, God, if you let them win this game, I'll go to church tomorrow. And the next day we're at football, like Steve, where you been? And he goes, I had to go to church. And he told the story. He was like, I mean, what the heck? He goes, the home run happened right after. What am I supposed to do?
Yep.
So, yeah. But back to home theater. Enough about Red Sox. Eddie Trojan, 1986. Eddie's in New York. Eddie's in Queens. So he has a different perspective of 86 than we do.
Oh my boy. Yeah, I'm sure he does. That was a good day for him, but not in Nashua, New Hampshire. It was not.
No, not around here. So, what do we got? So, yeah, so you do have home theater in your blood.
I do.
That is fantastic. Have you been to Riches? Have you experienced Dragon Slayer?
I haven't seen its full potential yet. But if you watch those, so there was when I was moving and I was like legitimately living. We were sleeping at my in-laws' place in Plymouth, but I was actually like living out of my car. Like there was like a 6-week period where like we couldn't move here yet. And we were like in between places. So I did some podcasts from the Dragon's Lair. And if you watch those, I'm kind of like distracted the whole time because I'm like looking around and like all the work that you guys did and I'm like admiring it. And he had something on the TV. So whatever movie we were reviewing, we were like watching it in real time. So I was very distracted, but I haven't heard the real Unleash the Dragon mode yet.
Yeah, it is really good. I can't wait to get him on and really break it down. I know he did say he liked it. We went over some scenes when he was on before, but he's had a good amount of time and I know he's enjoying it. And it was funny when he called me, he's like, I just go with the TV speakers. I'm like, oh, you're going to be in for a treat.
Well, I got to tell you, so the joke is, and he makes this joke, so I feel comfortable talking to you about it. So your home theater system that you recommended to him was on we do a should I have bought this, and that was the thing that he brought up, and I was shocked at the amount of money that you got him to spend on that, because he is notoriously, as by his own admission, he is careful with his money.
Yeah.
So he says the word cheap. I don't like that. I think he's not cheap.
No. But he is very careful. I mean, we've seen, I know like what he's going through and everything. And it's like, you know, that's not an easy bit. It's an art, right? What he's doing. And he's like, it's a gig system, right? And you never know where the next one's going to be. So I can totally appreciate that.
Absolutely.
But like everybody that asks me, it's like, hey, I want to do a new system. Dr. Joe asked the same thing. And his first question is, what is your budget? And I can narrow it down. And we started through DM, and it's like, cause it's rich. And in this area, I'm like, I'm not trying to be a creeper, buddy, but this would be a lot quicker if you could give me a call. And it's like, and to be fair, we love talking home theater, but it's like when I give him the pluses and minuses and stuff, and he did say he had a future of like, he wanted to upgrade eventually if he wanted to do something. It was like, this is the direction to go. The receiver he has was literally sitting in my house because I was going to utilize it here. And I ended up I couldn't. And I'm like, what am I going to do that? And then lo and behold, he contacts me. I was like, there you go. You want that one?
There you go.
And then the speaker system, it's an all-in-one, the SVS Prime not Prime Wireless, it's the SVS bookshelves system, 5.1 system. And it just kicks. And in that system there, it's like, in our world, it's, I think it was $1,200 for the system. And then the receiver, I think I paid $450 for it or whatever. I forget what the receiver was, but in our world, what you're getting for that money is insane.
Yeah.
And I think that's like what you were saying. You're like, how did you get him to do this? And I don't think he's disappointed, right?
No. I mean, just listen to our podcast. You can hear how much he talks about it and how much he's looking forward to watching certain movies in that space. I think is a testament to the work that you do and like the, your knowledge, because he gets super excited to watch whatever blockbuster movie he's going to watch in that particular room.
Right.
And that's to me, all you need to know about, that system.
Yeah. And and to be fair, it's like, it was great that he called me because I listened to from my side. I'm a listener of you guys, and here he is calling me, and all I do is hear you guys, and I hear you'll be like, you'll give like, it's like, tell everybody, you'll give everybody a movie 3 stones.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'm like, oh my God, that's a 6-stone movie because it just kicks. But you're going off of story, and to let everybody know, they go by the gauntlet. It's 6 stones, 3 stones, 2 stones, 4 stones, 5.5 stones, 4.75 stones.
Which is still, it's still a topic of debate whether or not you can do halves. So people still ask us why we do halves. So
it's you got to refine it a little bit. But I love that, like, and I've heard it in his reviews too. It's like, and he's said it. He's like, Davey, before I might not have liked this as much, so I'm going to give it a little extra because it was just so much fun, to experience. And I think that's what, and a lot of people, especially, they don't understand why we get so excited about what we're doing and what we have. And like, why is DJ so damn excited about this stuff?
And I'm trying to think, so what are some of the ones that like you like that I didn't like as much that I need to watch again in like a home
Aquaman.
Theater? Okay.
It's like any of some of the dumb action movies, like one of you'll love this. And I have a line, and we all joke about it, but I say, in my home theater, Transformers is better than The Godfather. Because in the home theater, it is, right? Because The Godfather, it's all story. It's a fantastic movie, right? Mm-hmm. But then you'll get a movie like Apocalypse Now, where it has a fantastic story, and it's an amazing home theater experience, right? So you get movies like that. The Covenant. Have you seen that this year? Did you see that one yet?
Not yet,
Guy Ritchie one?
No, but that's the one. Yeah, that's the one with was it Gyllenhaal's in that, right?
Yeah, Gyllenhaal.
Yeah.
And the cinematography in that, the story in that is amazing, right? Mm-hmm. But then it is absolutely enhanced by the cinematography is enhanced by the theater experience, the audio, the action scenes. It's not super actiony. It's actually kind of like 2 movies in one, but it's enhanced. And we talk about that on the show all the time. Like sometimes you can get both and you get a great story and a great home theater experience. Mm-hmm. But then there are other movies, and Marvel's like that. Any of the action movies, like you might come out of like Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage and be like, that was just stupid. I'm like, crank it up. Like when they, they crash into Vegas, I'm like, woo!
Yeah.
Like, and you're like, that was dumb. And I don't blame you. I get that. I don't even know if you've said that, but
no, I haven't thought about that movie until you just said it. Like I saw that movie a long time ago, and then I haven't thought about it since. But it's so what was the movie for you? And I'm sorry for I'm asking you a ton of questions. I know this is your show. I'm like asking you questions.
No, I love it.
What was the movie for you that was like the, oh my God, like home theater movie experience? Like what was the one that kind of got you hooked? The first one you remember, Star Wars. Yeah.
Star Wars. And a lot of my listeners, I've had listeners on, and it's like they've built theaters bigger than mine, more amazing theaters, and they all apologize, Davey. They all will be like, I'm sorry, because I'll ask them the exact same question, right? I'm sorry, I know your listeners are going to hate this, but it's the same as you. It's Star Wars, and and I think Star Wars, A New Hope, that is, we call it, Star Wars. It's like, it's that marriage of art and technology, and it all came together at the same time in the 80s. And the people my age and even your age, as you grew up, like your father, I'm sure, probably told you about Star Wars, and you were like, so you're getting it later on, but it's been passed down, handed down. But it's that movie that, like what Lucas did, it's like, hey, we can give you the good cut, but you got to put in the surround sound system in your theater. Mm-hmm. And, and then that went around the country. So there was this whole awakening of like movies can be more because of this. Now, I didn't even know that when I saw Star Wars. My dad took me to see it. But much like you have your father's theater sign or basement sign there. And I find that a lot too, is like a lot of my listeners are like, well, my dad was into this, and it gets, and it's a way to stay attached to your parents and be like, that's where you got that first influence. And my dad took me to see Star Wars. He took me to see First Blood Part 2, Rambo First Blood Part 2. And those are the two. I'm one of 4 kids, like very rare opportunities to hang out with just me and my dad, and there's 2 of them, right? So it's all about movies. But then the tech of Star Wars itself, how do I duplicate that feeling of when my dad took me, which to be fair, I don't even remember. I was 7. It's like, right. But this is what it must have been like. So there's all of that. And it's, that's what we're trying to do. And it's like, and it's funny. It's like, I didn't even know that about you, but here you are. And you're like, yeah, my dad did all this stuff. So
yeah, my dad sold speakers. He stole stereos for Craig when I was growing up. And then, my dad obviously big into music. That's the vinyl that I kept from him. Just like I would say more home theater, but more like an audiophile. So like he was very interested in like, I remember this album sticking out. I mean, you would know this, like Breakfast in America by Supertramp. And I was like, oh Dad, like this album's really good. And he's like, listen to it with headphones on, like listen to it like the way it's supposed to be heard. Like, so he was very, and like tuning speakers and like making sure that they were phased correctly. And he's like, sit here and listen to that, so that's where I started learning about like audio design. And I grew up, a bunch of my friends worked on cars and stuff. And my job was to do the stereo. So like we'd all have like jobs. So like I would do the dynamatting and I'd do the stereo and I would do all that stuff. So
oh man, Dave, you are not far off. We all started like we all did that in our cars, and like all my listeners like, yeah, I did this in the dynamat and stuff. And then we moved to our theaters because we realized like you can only get so good a sound in a moving car with the audio, with the sound coming from outside. It's like this is junk. Let me move to a controlled environment like my living room, and then eventually a dedicated room if you can get it. But yeah, that's awesome. Oh, you got I can't honestly, I can't wait for the call. All right, let's do my Dragon's Lair. Let's do your Dragon's Lair, whatever it's going to be. Or no, the bullpen. Sorry.
Do the bullpen. Yeah.
Let's do your bullpen someday. I can't wait to do that. It's like, I think I already got Dr. Joe going because he asked me, what could I do? And he's like, I'm like, all right, I could set you up. And he's much like Rich. He's like, I'm like, I don't want to do a lot, but I got him set up with a sound bar. So he's not even sure if he wants it. I'm like, here we go. Let's go.
My question for you. So the technical question I have for you, has Bluetooth or wireless caught up to like just having like a hardwired receiver and speakers? Like, is there a way to do this where it's modular, it's mobile, and it's like small enough that if I had to grab it and go, I could do it? Like, is that something there's the technology got there yet?
As it depends. And again, as an audiophile, it depends on how like discerning of a listener you are. I know from listening to people that audiophiles, and they'll be like, it hasn't. Bluetooth, there's a degradation in the signal in the Bluetooth, right? But if you're new to it, I would say start there. And then if you get that discerning ear for that particular thing, then eventually when you settle down and find a place, and then you can go to a wired system, or maybe it even gets better. I tell people all the time, like I told Rich, I'm like, don't collect discs, just do streaming. Because by the time you get the discerning eye for the difference between the two, guess what? The streaming probably caught up to it anyways.
Right.
So I would say, like, if you're interested in trying it, like I said to Dr. Joe, I would be like, just try something that you think you might like. And it's like, I can help you find cheap money or whatever you want to do. And then if you develop that discerning ear, then that's how we all end up doing what we do. But I know you have a good ear for sound, but I don't know necessarily if you'd be like, and like if a movie wasn't right, I don't think you'd be like, well, that isn't right. Like you'd know frequencies and stuff.
Yeah, it's like low frequency, but it's also, like you said, I mean, it takes practice. It's like anything, like training your ear to hear things just takes practice, and it would take me a while, but by that time I would have been like, all right, well, let's swap this out and let's, make a few modifications. Because I like things particularly, why I build my own PC, while I, tinker with stuff, is I like scalability. So I like to be able to, all right, this is good for now, but what can we do with it? Can I modify it down the road? I mean, that's what I like.
Correct. And that's where I was with Rich. Right. And that's where I was with Rich. And Rich said the same thing. He's like, I like to do this stuff. Like he had a familiarity to it, but he's like, I do want to build it to a future. And that's where if you go with a sound bar, and there's no future with the sound bar, you're just getting rid of that. And now you're going to something that's scalable. So that's why the sound bar option for Rich was out, because I knew he wanted to. But Dr. Joe I was like, he's not even sure he wants to get into this world. I'm like, then save your money, get a sound bar. And if you like it, great. If you don't, no harm, no foul. But eventually, with Swaggins growing up and he's going to, maybe the budget will come there someday.
That's the other thing too, is like, I thought of like how much I kicked the crap out of that system when I was 7, 8, 9 years old and, messed with it and, seeing what I could do with it, how loud I could get it. So I'm kind of waiting for my kids to get like past that. Yeah. So that I don't like have to, goddamn, like they just, knock over a Bluetooth speaker or whatever,
right. Put that foot through a subwoofer.
Which my brother did. He did. He put his foot right through I forget what kind of brand it was, a Kenwood or something. Just put his foot right through the drum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, oh. So we've got 15 minutes, 16 minutes. Okay.
Have we been going that long? Oh my God.
I tell you, look at that. I know, huh?
Right. Yeah,
it does. And that's why I'm like, I got to get to this because the main I love the fact that, oh my God, I didn't know you loved home theater this much. So we could go longer, but maybe you can come back and do that. But you've been doing it for years. I didn't even know that until I heard you and Rich say it the other day. You've been doing it for 15 years. Movember.
15 years. Yeah.
You've been promoting Movember. You've been raising money for Movember. Mm-hmm. And I missed a few years, so I caught up privately, but I do a charity every month with this podcast, and 50% of the proceeds or whatever go to a charity. So this month it's not Movember, it's you. And like I did last year, I did the same thing from my podcast, but it's, tell everybody what you've been doing and how long you've been doing it, how much you've raised, which is amazing. Yeah. And then we'll talk a little bit about like your inspiration and all that too, because it hit me hard.
Yes. So for the last 15 years, again, that shocked me too. They said they reached out, some of the people who I've worked with with Movember, like you do something long enough and people get to, it's like anything, you get to know some of the people and people reaching out like, hey, just so you know, it's like your 15th year, working with us. And I was like, oh, I can't believe it. Like, I can't believe it's been that long. So I got involved with the Movember charity, which is a charity it's a nonprofit that raises money for, it started in Australia by about 4 people, and now it's up to 6 million people participate annually in so the month of November. And the idea is that you're supposed to shave and then grow a mustache throughout the month of November. I cheat a little bit because I work with kids in school, and I tell them I got to lead from the front. I got to show you got to like, these are goals for you,
right?
So I usually keep a beard all year, and then I'll shave it down just to a mustache, and my kids hate it. And but I got involved 15 years ago. My uncle Jim was diagnosed with prostate cancer, I believe in 2006. And believe it or not, I'm happy to be here with you, DJ, now. So he actually passed away in 2011 on November 4th. So this is the anniversary of my uncle Jim passing away this very day. Ooh. So I'm happy to talk about it now. So it was the first person. So my dad's one of 9, and he's the second oldest, and he's the oldest boy. And so it's my Uncle Jimmy was his younger brother. And it was the first time in my life I was almost 30 years old, but like, it was the first time in my life that someone in my family died before they were supposed to, you know what I mean?
Right.
And it hit me pretty hard. And, his daughter, it was a pretty hard. He has 2 sons and a daughter, and we were all close growing up, and hit the family really hard. This was my kind of way. When you in those times when you feel helpless, and those times you feel like there's nothing you can do, like just do something, and that's
right.
And I'm a huge hockey fan, and I had first heard the word Movember when the NHL kind of got a hold of it. And a lot of hockey players started doing it, and I looked into it, and being an educator, and for the most of my career, believe it or not, I worked in all boys schools. So it just kind of made sense to me that this was something that I needed to make part of my life, and I needed to not educate, but kind of make young men aware of, like, these are things, that I could throw stats at you, the most prevalent cancer in men under 25 years old is testicular cancer. Yeah. That's something that, kids don't know. And as men, we are the last people to ask for help. We are the last people to say, I need to go to the doctor. At the time, I didn't have a primary care physician for years, just because I didn't think I needed one. and that's
it's a different mentality as a guy, and that's what I think is so great about like Movember, what you're doing. And it's like I like you, I'd heard about it through hockey, but didn't really become aware of it until I started. You guys talk about it every year, and but it is that what's so difficult is it's our stupid male stubborn mentality, and it's that. Well, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to check this out. I don't have time to do that, and that's. And I'm guilty of it right now. I'm like, you got it. Like, go do this and go do that. And it's like, I don't have time. I got to get when I get this done, I'll do it.
Right.
And I think that's the great part of Movember, but also it's like my father, same thing. My father had prostate cancer. He had he had it removed. He had, he's okay.
Right.
And it's the biggest thing for prostate cancer is like get it, like any cancer really, right? Like get it early. Sure. The earlier you find out, that was the important thing. But then it's gone through my whole family. My uncle, his older brother got diagnosed years later. So it's like, and it's what I like about like what you're doing is that when we were growing up, nobody knew any of this.
No,
it's not like prostate cancer just popped up. It's like that's been going, right? But nobody talked about it, and nobody knew anything about it. And guys didn't want to talk about prostate. Where's that? I don't even want to tell you about it, right? Nobody talked about it. So the fact that you do that every year, and it's like it just, I can't tell you enough how like it from a listener's perspective. I know I have a podcast now too, but I'm the listener with a microphone, and you're one of my podcasts that's super influential that made me want to do a podcast too. So just that idea of what you're doing every year, I think is fantastic.
Well, first of all, thank you. But I mean, I like to think that you would have done this podcast with or without me. I mean, it's funny. I always tell people, when we talk about Rich, like I'm the other guy. You know who Rich Keefe is, and I'm just the other guy. Like so,
right.
Anytime I go out, we go out together. It's people once or twice. Like someone will just be like, "Hey, Rich, what's going on?" But like I'm just kind of. If you look at Rich, so the Dork Podcast Twitter page right now, there's a picture of the two of us. So I did like a headshot of Rich, but I kind of poked my head in it. That's the best representation of like who we are as a
no, I've seen that.
So I think it's hilarious. But
to be fair, how many times does Rich get asked now when he's out? Because he's the public figure. Right. How many times does he get asked in public? Where's Davey?
I have no idea.
I'll bet you it's more than you can imagine. I'll bet you it's more. I'll ask him later. I'll bet you it's more than you can imagine. Because I'm sure you hear it when you get recognized out in public. Because people will recognize you.
It's happened once, and I was out with my sister and my.
Not the time with me, was it?
No. So we were out at we were at a brewery, and which is like the worst place for me to go because I can't really drink beer. But it was like halfway, and my sister had her baby, and my wife was there with my two daughters, and. We were just hanging out, and I was like waiting in line to like get them food, and I feel like this like tap on my shoulder, and I think it's like one of my kids, so I might have like snapped around, ready to go like what, and it was like this guy's like, hey, are you Ryan Davey? I was like, yeah, and I think I said something stupid like, yeah, I used to be, and then he was like, oh, I'm just a huge fan. I'm like, oh shit, do you want some food? Like you want a beer or something? Like
can I pay for your dinner?
Yeah, I have no idea how to react to these things.
Yeah,
because it's so beyond me.
Right.
But no, I think if this is one of the things that I'm known for, like working with Movember and like trying to raise awareness for like mental health or men's health related issues, like if that's what people know me as doing, fine, I'm doing something right.
Yeah. You are.
And if it gets more people to talk about these things, and thank you again. The donations, the charitable donations to this charity are always amazing, and we have such supportive listeners, and I can't thank everybody enough. But really, it's just starting the conversation. It's starting the conversation of like, this is important. This, you want to keep the men in your life around a little bit longer. So how do we do that?
Yeah, I mean, and I've said this to my wife. I'm like, look, I bought a motorcycle years ago. I still have it in the garage because I love to paint them. But every time I was out on it, I was like, I could get killed on this thing.
Right.
And it's like, my passion isn't riding a motorcycle, But I told her, I'm like, she goes, but you go mountain biking and like, I'll go flying down a mountain. I'm like, yeah, but if I go accidentally off a cliff, you can say, well, he died doing what he loves. Right. And it's like, that's how we all want to go out, not because of our stubborn stupidity.
Right.
It's like, you know, and it's like that's how I look at all of this stuff. It's like, let's keep us around so we can off ourselves in a dumb, fun way.
Just blown up somewhere else. Yeah. Get electrocuted, like, putting in like a home theater, you know?
Yeah, exactly. This is low voltage, right? Well, he went out doing what he loves. But so, but here's the thing, two things. Just like last year, Movember, your links will be on all my show notes for the month of November.
Thank you so much.
And also, I've never done this, but I'm going to grow, and my listeners and my family is going to be like, oh God, what the hell's thanks? Because I can't grow anything. I don't think I've shaved in a week.
Just draw it on.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to see what I can get out for this month, because again, like you said, I think, and that's the idea of Movember too. It's why are you doing that conversation? And
that's what I said the other day. And it's like, so I got up in front of my entire school and I made an announcement, and then no one had seen me yet. And so the very first thing I get on stage, they give me like this microphone, and I'm like, go ahead, ask. And someone's like, what do you have a stupid mustache? I'm like, there you go. Like, that's what I wanted, because that starts the conversation.
Yep.
And that starts the, you know, and, you know, I got all the kids, I coach varsity hockey here. So now I got all the kids who are, you know, in the hockey teams all in on it. And,
oh, nice.
You know, yeah. And so we have a kid right now who's, you know, one of our better players. He's, you know, is going through chemotherapy right now. He's fine. He's doing well. He's doing really, really well. But it was a shock to those kids. And I think it was, in a terrible way and like a really good way, that this kind of woke them up, that like, you know, you think you're a teenager, you think you're invincible. And then one of your buddies is like, no, I'm really sick. And it's like, all right, well, that could happen to any of us, you know, at any time, you know? So, you know, he's doing really well. He's getting his treatment, and he's, you know, a lot of kids are shaving their heads now, but now they're growing mustaches too. So now we're having those conversations, and it's like you said, it's a generational thing. You know, it's not anything that, you know, I would never tell, you know, a player of mine or a student of mine to, like, you know, tough it up or be a man. Like, you don't say those things anymore. And I think that's a good thing, you know?
Yeah.
You know,
exactly. It's like, it is. It's like when we were younger, it was like literally rub some dirt on it.
Yeah.
And it was like, and it made you like, well, and then not only that, like if a coach or somebody, an adult tells you, come on, rub some dirt on it, what are the rest of the kids going to do? So it made it so hard for people like us growing up to be like, why are you saying anything? It's just your first instinct is like, I'll just keep this inside. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, so, and I remember my dad, there was a phrase in our house, you know, be a Bruin. Whenever you're like, hey man, be a Bruin. Let's go. Get up. You know, get tough, you know,
lunch pail. Like, that's the whole thing. Toughen up, do it. And it's like, you know, it's just to spark that conversation. And I mean, this is going to be one of the funniest, weirdest segues of all segues, but I couldn't have two more appropriate people here. And I'm not even joking. Right. Yeah. So we're talking the mustache thing and trying to get people talking, and who pops up as one of my next guests for the next hour is Mikey Schramm, who is like single-handedly like spanning the globe to promote Brightside Home Theater. I mean, this guy now, like Davey, you said one time somebody came up and tapped you on the shoulder and said, are you Ryan Davey, right?
Yes.
Mikey Schramm here was where were you in
the Dominican Republic?
Dominican Republic, wearing a Brightside Home Theater t-shirt from TeePublic, by the way. You can go on the website. Same. I got it from you guys. I'm not stupid. That's why I knew where I bought my pillows. So he's there, and somebody came up to him, they thought he was somebody from the show.
You.
And yeah, exactly. And it's like, but it's like, and they're like, so he's getting, my listeners are getting recognized. And one of the things I tell them all the time is, I'm like, here we go. Here's another one. This is one of his best friends that he learned through the show.
I
there you go.
I didn't know there was a dress code to this guy.
Yeah. And because of these two, I've ordered a gray one too, because I'm kind of the look of that because Johnny, this is Johnny Speakers over here. Johnny Speakers, Ryan Davey, big musician over here. So I got to get you two together.
Hello.
But you took a picture of yourself like some sunset that I'm like, that is gorgeous. And the gray just really, but it's exactly like Movember. It's get people, and we love to talk home theater. Just wear it out. And people will be like, home theater, what's that? Oh, you didn't want to ask that question.
Oh no.
You got time? It's like,
kick that
so,
hornet's nest.
Yeah, we call it Patrick Reed Johnson, the 1977 movie. He had a line in there, and it's like, pulled the pin on the grenade, and that's what you're doing to us. You're pulling the pin.
So last technical question. Now I have three people. So if I were to invest in
here we go
projector,
like
a mid-level, I know they have 4K projectors. Now, are projectors worth it, or do you stick with screens?
Well, I mean, look at Johnny Speakers behind him.
That's what made me think of the question.
Yes. Yeah. If you have a light controlled room. Okay. So like if you're going to do a living room environment, like my buddy John, co-host, he has a short throw projector, and those for like, you can get it. He has a 123-inch screen in his living room.
Okay.
There's Jesus, and then there's his wife.
You're right.
It's like, because who allows that? A 123-inch screen in his room. So, but you can get that with a really nice image from a short throw projector. A standard projector like Johnny has behind him, you need a light controlled. You need to have control of the room to have a quality image. Other than that, I would go with a panel like what Rich has, like an OLED. You can get as big as and Mikey's got the new what's your 75-inch OLED?
77.
77. It's all about the size.
Absolutely.
Come on. It's like we can all agree on that here. But yeah, that's so. How? Damn. You got to come back, because how are you asking projector questions? I didn't even think you were a home theater guy, and you're like, what do I got to do for a projector?
So anything tech, anything gadgets. I mean, I wish I could like just show you around this goddamn room, like how much stuff. Like there's just like on. So I actually put, like those things have like workbenches for like the hook. I forget if they're like the multi-purpose like hooks. Like I drilled those into the wall. Like you can see, like there's like a circular thing there. I got a drone, cameras, like all sorts of like luthier gear for knocking on guitars, which I was working on one today, so it's like I got stuff all over the place. It's the ADHD in me. I need like every single.
You just said HD, but okay, yeah,
exactly.
So guys, he's a home theater guy. There's no doubt about it. He just hasn't the pin hasn't been pulled yet.
Exactly. I'm holding on to the grenade. I have it. I just haven't pulled the pin yet. Right.
Yeah, that's awesome. Ryan, thank you so much. We're definitely having you back. I gotta have you back.
I'll ask you all the questions. You don't have to interview me. I'll just ask questions for an hour or so.
I love doing that. It's like, my show, guys. How long do my shows go? We got to block out some time, because I'm going to ask you some questions too. So yeah, there you go.
All right.
So I'm talking 25
I'll let you
today.
I've gone over my time, but listen, thank you. Have fun. I'll be watching the rest of the way. I'll be in the comments, especially when Keefer's on.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Later, buddy. Bye. He's a home theater guy. I knew he was a movie guy. I knew he loved me. I listened to his podcast all the time. #Dork. Like he said, he's the other guy. Oh, hello. Hey there. Everybody's, how you do? Have fun. Oh, is she going to be on the other side of the camera again, like last time, Mikey?
Yeah.
Giving you direction, and you're like,
I got the committee close, or else I get in trouble. So,
yeah, exactly. She's got the cue cards up.
Right. Here's what am I supposed to say?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. But yeah, so no, Ryan, I thought it would be a good opportunity. We're into November, do Movember. I knew we could talk, and when I was contacting him, I'm like, we'll do some Sweet Dino action. That's a joke on his podcast, and I'm like, I had no idea. And then he started, I knew he loved music. He's like a savant with music. He can name like, oh, this album is fantastic, and blah, 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 check out this. So I knew he was good with that, and he loves music, but I had no idea. Did you guys hear the part where he was talking about earlier he was talking about his dad building they had a home theater, and it was called the Dugout, and he has the bullpen. Sorry, he has the sign behind him. Like, oh my God, you're there. We just got to get you the gear. So yeah, he's a home theater guy. Oh, so how we doing, boys?
Omar sends his apologies.
Oh, is he okay? What happened? Did he text?
Yeah. His daughter's softball teams, they're in a tournament, and the game time got changed or something. So
okay. Oh,
he's not gonna make it.
Yeah. I thought that was great. I was getting the three of you back together, and I was like, no offense, I like having you two too. I mean, it's not just all about Omar, right? But good for them. It's like, I remember I was coaching my daughter's softball, and they won in a tournament. It was like the final tournament of the season, and this was softball, t-ball, whatever. They were really young, and we're like, you won, we get to go on, and they all started crying. They just wanted to go home. It was a hot day, everybody's heading out, and they're like, there's no crying in baseball. Like, what are you doing? So that's awesome. That's awesome.
My very first teaching job, part of getting the job was also coaching the 5th and 6th grade boys basketball team. And I am not a basketball player. I don't know the strategy. Like, I'm just not a basketball guy, but it was part of me getting the job. So I, of course, take it. And we're in the end of the season tournament. And I'm like, come on, just lose this game. Just lose this game. Coaching it. Come on. Miss that shot. Please, let's get out of this. Let's go home. Because, not my thing.
No, I coached hockey for years, and the kids couldn't have cared less. Like, they want to win the game, but if they don't, okay. They're in the locker room having a ball, and the parents are pissed. It's like, and the other kid's like, I'm going to the park today, or I'm going here. I was like, oh, good. We don't have to play tomorrow. Great. And they're all excited. And they're like, as you get older, through coach, as you get older, the kids get more competitive. I think it's like puberty sets off the competitive juices, and then they do care. But when anything under like 13 years old, they're like, are we going for ice cream? Well, that's what I'm here for.
Exactly.
So.
Oh, yeah.
But, so how are we doing home theater wise? Get some Mickey Schramm, Jonny speakers, longtime listeners. Guys, thank you everything for what you guys are doing. Not even just joking with like Ryan and stuff. And that's no joke. It's like the promotion you guys are doing. It's like and I know you don't mean to be doing. You're not doing it on purpose. You're just out there, and it's like, oh, look at what happens, and it's fantastic. So thank you very much. Absolutely. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Mike, I think we both have some things going on. Are you still thinking about like the Zapidi, Zadoo, Dune type of deal, or no?
No, I'm out. I'm out. No. If it was more of a stable environment, I guess I would say, I would pursue it. But it's too, I don't know. It just seems like you're trying to force a square peg into a round hole. It just doesn't seem, I don't know. I'm sure there's tons of people out there that disagree with me, but for me personally, nah.
The startup costs are kind of a lot, and if it for some reason went belly up early, that would be disappointing. So I get it.
The whole idea of like an external hard drive failing on me and losing everything and having to buy another hard drive and start over again, and
and then to solve that problem, you're looking, because I solved that problem with the NAS system, but that's a whole other expense that goes above and beyond the actual. So like the reason I ended up getting into the Zapidi is because it came with you could put the hard drives into it. So I'm like, it's a one-stop shop. You just put the hard drives in there, but then as you start downloading them, like Jonny knows, you're like, all right, now I want to do this, and you get more movies, so I need more space. So how do I do that? And it's like, well, now you end up going down that, like everything in home theater, you go down that rabbit hole. And it's like, the one good thing is, Jonny, did you ever go to a NAS? Did you, or are you just running with the hard drive?
Yeah, I'm still on. Yeah, just the 116 terabyte. Yep.
Right, and you didn't RAID system it or anything, right?
No,
you just have that one. But the good thing is even if your Zapidi went, if it goes, it's a brick, right? Say it's not, but say it did, you can always pull that out and put that hard drive into another hard drive system, And then that's your information for a Plex server or something. So all that information, because all it is it's just the files from the movies, which you've already collected, right? Yep. So, but to save that, like my NAS here, it's like if one of them fails, I'm good because I can pull that out, put another one in. You have the RAID backup system that, Joe Hetzel, which I learned his name earlier today. You guys are laughing, so you were listening.
Like pretzel.
Yeah, so there you go. Thank you. He's the one that talked me through all of that and taught me all of that. So, but yeah, it is very daunting. It is like it's expensive and you've got to have a passion for it. Right, John?
Yeah.
And so how have you been then with your Zapiti since the news? Has everything, it still works the same right now, right?
Yeah, I think this December, Zapiti software is going down, and then if you choose to subscribe to whatever their new company is, I guess it'll be an app you'll download, and then you'll just continue as usual.
It'll keep it running as usual. Are you going to do that?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it's like $50 a year or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. No big deal.
Yeah, and you've come this far, right? And it's like, the interesting thing is like I said earlier today, it's like, Mikey's a great example of it, right? It's like, not only is it Zapiti, but now you have the Revolution or whatever. So that's the same company. So you're kind of skeptical looking at that.
Yeah.
But then you're also skeptical looking at that whole industry because you're like, the other companies might not want this to happen, but what if it happens to them? And I think, like I was talking with Jiles, like we're not 100% sure if it was just the copyright issue or if it was a business issue. But the fact that the consumers here, where they don't tell you, we're all just speculating. And like when I was first on with Jiles, me, Brent, and Jiles, we had no idea. We're speculating. And we said that. But the fact that when you don't give us the reason, we're left to speculate, which is going to permeate through everybody in the business. Right. And that's what makes it tough for guys like you, Mikey, that you're like, all right, I don't mind getting up to put my disc in.
Right.
Because why am I going to waste the time, energy, and money and then be left hanging?
Well, and you said it before, DJ, you were saying like by the time you get the hard drives and if you get the Zapiti or the Dune or whatever you're getting, and by the time it all adds up, you're almost to a real base level Kaleidoscape.
Yeah. Jiles is the one that brought that up. He's the one that pointed it out to me. And then I was like, yeah, it's like by the time you're into that, it's actually cheaper. You could get a Kaleidoscape online for cheaper.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I was talking to Jonny. I was getting his advice there probably about a month ago now, I would guess.
Yeah.
I was really basically just before Zapiti happened. The whole thing happened.
Yeah, because you texted me and I said, hey, I think there's problems with Zapiti, so I would look at your other options too. And like 2 weeks later, all that news dropped. So
yeah, and that's the thing. And like you were saying before, like, and Jiles pointed out, like once you get to that certain level, you're now into Kaleidoscape territory. And he was even saying it with Plex. Like once you get into Plex and you get deep enough into it, the hard drive space it requires, because it requires the same amount of hard drive space and the same memory and everything. It's just a different version of a Zapiti, a Zune, or whatever. So once you're getting into that, you're probably 2/3 of the way there now to a Kaleidoscape. And now, yes, the thing with Kaleidoscape that a lot of people don't like is you pay all this money and now you have to rebuild your library too. But it's the fun part about it for me is like, now that I have the Kaleidoscape, you're rebuilding your library, which to me, and I've admitted this to everybody, I've rebuilt my library like 6 times over with all the different mediums. So rebuilding it again, which hopefully could be the future-proof one. I don't know. And I said when I bought it, I'm like, if I get 5 years out of this, I feel like that product lasted long enough, right? And you feel like you got your life out of it. And then maybe if they went belly up, you're like, oh, okay. That's the nature of tech. But it's I think what we were saying earlier, there's so much information out there. These companies want to sell you on their expensive product and you don't realize you can get that same product for far cheaper. And it's like when we were talking with who was it talking about the Eddie coming on and talking about Control 4 and the way he broke that down, I'm like, oh my God, how many I mean I saw the chat, I mean how many people are going, maybe that is an alternative to Harmony for my theater, right? Because it's more expensive, but it's not that much more expensive, and it's going to solve all the problems. It's future proof. It's got all this stuff, and I'm only putting it in one room, which is all I do with my Harmony anyways. So it's like, I didn't know that. If I'd known that 4 years ago, I'd have a Control 4 now, but I'm not going to do it now. This isn't my house anymore. So I got to wait, and there's a lot of options out there, but it's hard to discern all that information.
Now, if your Kaleidoscape hard drive fails, you just replace the drive and you just re-download whatever you got, because Kaleidoscape keeps a log of every, right?
Well, I own it for all intents and purposes. I probably have 3 hard drives not even on my Kaleidoscape right now, because I own over 400 movies, but only 160 will fit on there.
But if the
so I'm constantly down
your oscillator and you lose everything, Kaleidoscape has a record of what you have bought, so you can just not re-download everything, right, without having to pay again.
Yes, absolutely. And not only that, that disc to digital thing. So you put your disc in, they have a disc to digital program. So you put your disc in, it reads it, 20 seconds, spits the disc out. And it's the same type of setup like you have, Jonny, for your, to rip your discs, right? I use it. Nelson and I both use the same one. And you put that in, and I've got a list of movies. If I go shopping on the Kaleidoscape website, the price that comes up, $4.92 forever, because they know I already own it. So when I go on, I sign in just like any other website that I'm a part of or anything, right? They know me, that's my account. So that movie is already owned. I can't even double purchase a movie, which I have tried, like Bloodshot. So they have all that record. And like you said, it's like if your yacht sinks, your movies don't, and that's a concern. Get off. Don't worry about the Kaleidoscape. We'll get another one when we get to shore. That's what they do. I'm just, and like you said, like your hard drive craps out, I'd have to get if it's not under warranty, which is pretty extensive. I don't even think I'm out of warranty yet, but you'd have to get a new one. And they're terror systems, as a matter of fact. I don't have the larger Terra. I have the smaller Terra 12. That's a single hard drive. There's no RAID system in that. So if it fails, the whole thing goes kaput, and I just got to get another system. And I know listeners, I've had people tell me how it works, and they've had to do it, and they just ship you another one, and your movie, you just populate it with your movies. On their larger systems, I think it's right now, I can't remember, they keep changing the different sizes, but the larger ones, say the 48 terabyte one, if one of the hard drives goes, they tell you, and they're like, our hard drive's going, and we're going to ship you another one. And then you may have to pay a fee, depends on where you are and stuff like that, but you don't even lose anything. It's got a whole RAID system in it. So, but yeah, it's pretty rock solid. But they went through a lot to do that. They had to go to court. They did all the battling, and they figured it out and solved the problems, and but yeah. So I would recommend keep popping discs, save your money, and then eventually go that direction.
Yeah, that's the thing. I got 2 kids I got to put through college still. I got other, real life things to worry about still.
Yeah. Yep. I was there. And then,
let me check the budget. Yeah, I said the right thing. All right.
Yeah, exactly. The budget committee is just off camera. But, and that's it's not a coincidence. Like, when did you get your Kaleidoscape? Oh, my kids were graduating. And it's like, we knew, we paid for their college up until they're graduating, and like anything left over, they were taking care of. I'm like, and when they're in school, I knew when you see that monthly bill going out between their 2 educations, you're like, holy crap, you know how many kaleidoscapes I could afford after just not paying 2 months?
Yeah.
You're like, oh, it's fun. It's like your kids grow up and what you spend on them gradually goes up, but then eventually it just falls off a cliff and you're like, honey, what are we going to do with this? Most people say that. Us in home theater are like, when are they getting out of school?
Right.
So, I mean, I can't wait, Johnny. I can't wait to see what you get for speakers.
Oh. Yeah, kids are expensive. They're fun, but they're expensive.
Yeah. I have a buddy he's married, no kids, everything. I mean, he's got a C8 Corvette. He's got a Mercedes G-Wagon. He's got a BMW M4, and he's all of this stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. And it's because he's like, I got no kids. And it's like, and he makes a little more than I do, but it's got nothing else to spend it on. Him and his wife. That's it. It's like, actually he probably makes double what I do because I couldn't afford that even without my kid. But yeah, but it's not it's still like, you're like, how do you afford that? I know what you make. And it's like, or ballpark. And but when you don't have kids, it's a lot. And home theater is tough when you have kids, and obviously I went through it, and you guys will enjoy it because it is fun on the other side. You love your kids, and I'm not saying anything like that, but when you get to the other side, you're like, oh.
Reminds me of that scene. I believe it's the first Transformers when Shia LaBeouf
one better than The Godfather.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf is going to college, and he was asking his dad what he's going to do with his room, and Dad replies, "I got one idea that rhymes with home theater or something along those lines." Yeah,
oh, that's funny. Yeah, exactly. They pick out exactly what you're gonna do with the rooms, and my daughter was like, I was going to put my podcast studio in a room, but it was too far from the theater, so I didn't do that. And we're leaving now, so but they get offended. You're going to do what with my room? It's not your room anymore.
Yeah.
I just let you borrow it while you were living here. Don't worry. By the time you move out, you won't care.
Right.
And that comes true because now she's like, I don't care. I got my own house now. I got this. Oh, look at you. Great. Oh, I love it. I love watching the kids grow up. Even at this age, it's so much fun. So much fun.
So Johnny, you got a situation going on upstairs.
I do. Yeah, I had so my receiver upstairs for a couple days, the audio was just cutting out and the video was good. So I would turn off the receiver, turn it back on, and we were good. And then one day it just stopped. So I texted Mike. I'm like, oh crap, man, So I tried HDMI cables. I tried bypassing the amp, go from receiver to speakers, every option. The receiver just crapped out on me. So wife comes home, she's like, oh, what's going on? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, the receiver's broken. I'm just gonna do some research and I'll get into it. She watched like 15 minutes of TV sound and she's like, I don't care what you get, just order something today. And I'm like, oh, thank God.
That's awesome.
So yes. I didn't go crazy, but I went to Accessories for Less, and I just got a 2-channel Marantz stereo receiver that actually has HDMI on board. So it was like half price. So I'm just gonna do that for now, and then maybe look into something else. But I think that'll do the trick. I just need the processor. I need the preamp pretty much, and I needed HDMI switching. So this is a nice little product, I think.
Nice.
Yep.
That's awesome.
It did, man. When you're used to even 2 channels, like DJ, you got those 2 speakers now. You go back to TV sound, it's bad.
It's funny you say that because I was like when I scheduled this and I'm like, oh, Johnny Speakers is coming on, so let's talk about that. It's like, you've heard me say, I'm like, and it wasn't something that I noticed right away. It was through talking to everybody that I'm like, wait a minute, all this dialogue issues that I talk about and help people solve in their theaters, or that people complain about because, oh, the movies are mixed wrong or this or that. And then all of a sudden it dawned on me. I was like, wait a minute, I haven't had a single issue upstairs. And ever since I went to the 2 channels, and I have the SVS like Soundbase Pro, I think it is. Is that what it is? So I have that powering RS2 speakers, and I'm like, there's no, maybe it has the feature on it to where it can actually do the audio enhancement that, you know, sound bars have, but I don't know, because I've never, to be honest with you, with the SVS, I don't mess with it. We use it to play my turntable, and we use it to play the movies or the show, the TV. But I have never gone into the back settings on it. I've never done anything and it is always crystal clear. It sounds great. The dialogue is perfect. Just this last week was the first time my wife was watching one of her shows. She's laying with one ear down and stuff. And she's like, she had the subtitles on. But she was, and the only thing I could think is, and I didn't want to correct her, like sit up and you blah, blah, blah. But it's like, you're not getting correct imaging because you got one ear in the pillow, you got another ear, you know, and you're watching. So, but she needed the subtitles for that. But she's never once, the two of us sitting watching television has never once been like, I didn't understand that. It's like, if we don't understand anything or we don't hear it, it's because we don't hear it. It's not because, you know, we just turn the volume up and you'll be like, it's perfect. And it's like, so, and who was it that told me? It might have been Ara I was telling this to. And he was saying, like, I think it's that, you know, that 2 channel, when you break it down to just stereo, you're getting that phantom center, you're getting it broken down the way it is, and not like with a sound bar trying to give you surround sound through this one local area. And then everything gets muddied together and they're trying to put surround sound channels up in the front because they want to give you that. But all it's doing is ruining the dialogue and everything. And never mind the whole room treatment thing we talk about in dedicated rooms. But yeah, it surprised me. So that's great. It's great, Johnny, that your wife's like, that's it. Go. She's like, here, I pulled the pin. Go.
Yeah. So the one thing about the stereo receiver, there's no Odyssey on it whatsoever. And I was telling Mike that it doesn't really matter. I never ran Odyssey.
On 2 channel?
Yeah.
Isn't that just called balance?
Yeah. I mean,
right?
But yeah, because I had the Marantz 5013 and it had XT32 on it. So I could have ran it, you know, but I just never did. And so it's not a big deal to me, but I thought it was kind of weird that they don't offer any Odyssey whatsoever.
But now, like, this is I'm not an audiophile. I have never gotten into that to the extent that you do and other people that have been on. But it like 2 channel, it's like when you're in your car, if you want to balance your audio, say you wanted to have, where do you want, and this is one of the best places to do it because we've all done it. It's like, where do you want it to sound like it's coming from in your car, right? So you can pull it. Do you want it to be dead? Do you want the audio to sound like it's coming from in front of you? Or do you want to pull it over to your side? Are you the only one in the car and you want it to sound like the center like you're in between the speakers? How do you want to balance that out? And for all intents and purposes with 2 channel, isn't that what we're doing in our rooms? Like the left and right, you're balancing it back and forth to find that if you're sitting closer to the right speaker, so you turn it towards the left. So then now that sweet spot is slid over to you. And that's all that's all you need for Odyssey is just to balance out where you're sitting on a 2 channel system. Correct? Yeah. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I mean, I think it could probably smooth out some of the frequencies too, because I don't have any sound treatments in the living room. So I suppose if I had nulls or peaks that were very bad, it might help out a little bit, but I don't feel like I do. So I guess I'm not that worried about it.
Now, as an audiophile, to do that on a 2 channel system, aren't you eliminating? Because in a multi-room system, you've got sound coming from all around you. So you're trying to eliminate, like Mikey and I talked about when he went to his SVS speakers. We were like, oh, what's the difference here? And his other speakers were probably a little too bright and the reflections you're getting, and he doesn't have Odyssey at the time. And so there's a lot more going on. But with a 2 channel, I feel like that to get like, oh, I've But how are you getting that now when you're only sitting like that 2-channel, or you're getting highs, you're getting this, or the reflections in the room? The only way to eliminate that, and I'm just spitballing here after many hours of podcasting. I'm just spitballing here that doesn't the audio file that's most people listening to the channel, okay, let's just turn down that frequency, but now you're not getting the full frequency. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wonder. So Legacy has a preamp they call the Wavelet, and I guess it's got a really complicated DSP correction system in it. I've never tried it. I'd like to though, and I mean I don't know how true it is, but all the reviews on it say it does a pretty amazing job. So so I suppose DSP it does for 2-channel does work. I know a lot of hardcore audiophiles don't like that kind of technology in their 2-channel music, but I suppose you can make it better through something like that.
So we got a few comments in the chat here, and we got Joe Pretzel, left and right balance more like distance. And I feel like in a 2-channel system, no, but here's the thing. In a 2-channel system, the distance is taken care of by the volume. Okay. So like in our systems, it's like the reason we have a distance is because we're running multiple speakers, and like you're going to be closer to your rear speakers than you are to your front speakers. So the amplification and we're trying to do multiple pans around the room. In a 2-channel system, if you're trying to get 85 dB, it's still that balance. If I'm closer, regardless of how far away I am, it's how you compensate for distance is by increasing the power to this, by turning the volume up and getting that. So if you're further away, it takes more volume to get that dB further away. If you're up closer, you turn it down. I'm still getting 85 dB here, but you're turning it down with volume control. Our Odysseys, all that's doing is it's changing the volume capacity of that speaker, because that speaker is now designated as being this close to you as opposed to the one that's further away. Okay, because the idea in our rooms with Odyssey is all those speakers are supposed to be able to run the full frequency range and sound like they're exactly the same from your seated position. So when that front channel, even though it's your front, you know, that we know 60% of our audio comes from the center and most of it comes from the front of the room. But when you do that walk around the room, that front left channel, which is usually our bigger speakers, that needs, in a good room, in a well-balanced room, when that person says, hi, I'm over here on the left, it's going to be the same volume, same treble, same tone, same everything as when that speaker that's right next to you goes, now I'm over here on the right. If one of them sounds louder or softer than the other, that's not a well-balanced room. You see what I mean? Now with a 2-channel system, I'm over here and you're on the right. And we're like, okay, I want it to sound like that over here. And it's like, now I balance it. I'll take the balance and I'll switch it. Okay, now I can do that just by adjusting the balance. And how's the volume? Well, I need 85 dB in both places. Turn the volume up, turn the volume down. You see, the whole system, and that's the beauty of 2-channel. We've been doing that since we were kids. Odyssey we need that stuff for our rooms, because you have 2-channel, every pan in the room is a 2-channel situation for all intents and purposes. But we have multiple 2-channel systems running in our room all at the same time.
Delay isn't part of the equation if you're sitting closer to your right speaker than your left?
It can be in our room. And again, I'm just spitballing here. Rob H could come on here and he'd be like, I will tell you the truth, right? And that, because that's what he's good at. But in movies, delay is like, all right, I want this to explode, and because this is further away or this speaker is closer, I need to delay this so that it sounds like it gets to you at the same time.
Right.
So yes, they do all that, but when you're using I'm going fast, guys. When you're using a 2-channel system, it's typically you're listening to music, you're listening, and it's like, what are we delaying? Like, are you literally sitting right next to one of the speakers and the other one's way on the other side of the room? And then I think the balance would still do that. You know?
Yeah, I think not with TV or movies, but with music, it'd be really easy. You want the voices normally come directly smack dab in the middle. So if one speaker was higher than the other, gain wise, you just adjust, and then until you got it until it was in the middle. So I think that'd actually be pretty easy to fix manually.
Right. And that, I mean, but that's the idea of the simplicity of 2-channel systems. It's like you can, you know, if you're not, and the beauty of a 2-channel system, which I heard, it's funny, I heard Tom and Rob talking, it was a couple of weeks ago, maybe the past week, maybe it was the beginning of this week, but Tom was talking about a system where like somebody asked him, what's your favorite, like if you had all the money in the world to spend, what would you do? And he said his ideal system was it was the troll system. And he was going to set up like this amazing looking system and then put like not an entry level, but a decent system behind it and let everybody think that all the money went into this. And then everybody be like, that is amazing. I love the sound of that. And then he'd be like, nope, sorry. This is all that was running. And what was funny, listening to him say that, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, and I've said it to him. It's like, he's experienced it in the past too, because we had that in common. I got a demo like that back in the 90s where you thought it was a home theater system. And then they go, but they brought you in and you had to sit in this chair. It was a 2-channel system. And I'm telling you, what I heard that day, it would be like one of the best Atmos systems you hear today. Wow. Sounds were going up and over and around you. And it's the way they utilize the room, the way everything, you know. Now, to do that, there may have been delay. There's a whole bunch, maybe some stuff going on there. But our systems are so much more complicated. The multiple speakers we have is so that multiple people can get as close to the same experience as each other. 2-channel system is very predicated on where you are in the room. And then it comes into how much the room plays into it and stuff like that. But a 2-channel system, like everybody says, like you could be in the middle of a field. If you're sitting in the right spot, that's the sweet spot. And you're going to get that. You're trying to eliminate the room part of the environment, right? That's what we try to do in home theater too. So I just feel like, I'm sure that stuff could be there, but I feel like that the odyssey on that is like, I think that would honestly, I feel like it would be overkill.
Okay.
Oh, what a segue. Nice comment. You didn't think it was going there, did you?
Do you happen to remember? I've heard you say that about the 2-channel demo before. Do you happen to remember what it was? What the demo was? No.
I don't remember. I don't remember the demo. I don't remember. All I remember is, and it's part of the motivation I have for my theater, is they use lights. And so they had lights. It was all black speaker cloth. But the funny thing is they have multiple speakers in the room. And back then, it was the idea of doing like a 5.1 system. It was, back then, it's like the bigger your speakers were. So this was like early 90s. And I want to say it was in Natural Sound because I used to go, and they're still open today. So I could actually probably go back there and ask them. They might have been electrostatic because my buddy bought a pair of those back then. He paid $25,000 a piece for them.
Yeah.
Yes. And they stood about this tall. I'm 6 feet, so they're probably about 5 feet tall. They were gorgeous speakers. And him and I used to go in there. I worked in a factory at the time. I'm working stacking ice cream, and he stacked ice cream with me. And we're getting $15 an hour. And this is in like the early 90s, which was woohoo, big bucks back then. But it was still factory work. But his family, he had money. His family had tons of money. He was loaded. And he actually was doing this job because he thought it was fun. I'm like, this is not fun. It's like going to UPS and saying, can I load the back of your truck for fun? Sure. So that's what he was doing. So he had the money to do it. And him and I did that demo. And for all I know, it was those speakers. But anyways, they had the same set of speakers all set up around the room. And they were big casings with speaker cloth on them. And you did the demo, and then they go, what'd you think? And I'm like, that was fantastic. And then they go, this is what you just listened to. And they turn the lights on. And now the lights in the room went down, but the lights behind the two speakers, and they were smaller speakers. They weren't huge huge standing speakers. They were smaller speakers inside those two that you thought were the front left and right. And it was like, and that was it. And it was just it gave me such an impression. And the impression I got, it wasn't so much that the speakers did it. this is how sound works, and this is how it plays with your mind, and I've used that in every iteration of Dolby, in every iteration of like that's why I love pans so much. That's why, and I've said it, you guys probably know, you were listening way back then, but talking about Cameron, and he loves his pans across the front, because when that went to Laserdisc or went to VHS, we all had maybe 2 channels at home, and that would be an impressive looking thing on our televisions at home. And I have no idea. I've never read that anywhere. I'm just guessing because I know how much he loves to mess with stuff like that. So it's how sound moves. That's the impression I got. It wasn't like I need to have those speakers. It was, wow, that was amazing how that works.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why, like I say, like when you hear Tom and Rob tell you, like, you don't need more than 5.1. You don't need more than this. You don't need more. You literally, I experienced it. You don't need more than 2 channels.
Yeah.
If you're the only one. Right. And we all know that from our headphones. Mm-hmm. Now that they do spatial audio in the headphones, have you guys experienced that with any of the Apple products or anything? It will make you like, why did I buy all this in the theater? And you're like,
I've had that moment. Besides the no subwoofer thing, I've thought about that before.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it's almost perfect,
mm-hmm.
for you,
but
for a person.
For a person, it could be, it depends on what experience you're looking for. Yeah. Now, I've A/B'd it in my room, and I did Maverick, the 215 scene with, when I bought the Bose Max. I got these just before Cedia, all right? So I bought these, and Ara had them before me, and I already had the Bose, these earbuds. And I loved these, and they sounded great. But I was traveling, and Ara's like, you don't want these on a plane, because when one falls out of your ear, you're running down the plane looking for it. And he goes, these are better, more expensive, but he was right. These are fantastic. So I listened to a lot of stuff on my trip to Denver. When I came home, I was like, wait a minute, I've been away from my theater too long. I got to see how, I'm like, are we wasting all our money here? And then I bead between this and my theater, and as good as this is and the detail that you get, it's fantastic. But when you take these off and then play that scene back through your theater, you're like, that's why I'm here, because it's fuller. It's visceral. It's the same sounds are there, but now they just are further away. It is so much better. And it's not even night and day. I mean, it's beyond night and day difference, but it is that good that it'll make you question it. But then when you get back to your theater, you go, oh yeah, that's what I'm here for. And I've never done it since. I'm like, I got the answer, but it is that impressive upon first hearing that it makes you question it. But then when you go back, you'll be fine. Don't worry. You're not wasting your money, Mikey.
There you go.
I know the budget committee is just off camera going, we're getting the headphones. Get rid of this crap. We're all sitting in the living room with headphones.
Yeah.
So
I'd be sitting down here by myself with headphones, honestly. That's what it would be. But
yeah, and you don't want to, and that's the other part too, is like if you're in a living room or you're that, and I could say the same thing to Ryan when he was on earlier. I said, get yourself, and he's moving all the time, and that's why he can't do a home theater. I could tell him, if you're streaming everything, do it through the Apple headphones, and you're going to get a great home theater experience, right? And you can just pack them up and go with you. Now it's $500 for those, and you got to do everything through, an Apple ecosystem or something to get the full experience. But you'll get Atmos, you'll get all the fun pans and everything. You turn it up as loud as you want. You're not bothering anybody.
Yeah,
but it's not really the same experience, right, guys?
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, and
so
nothing fails. So where's the fun?
Right. How are you going to troubleshoot headphones?
Nobody yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I did have Brent and Dennis on. They'll tell you. They review headphones all the time. So there you go. So there are issues.
There you go.
But you were going to say, Mikey?
Yeah, you mentioned those electrostatic speakers. Mm-hmm. And just totally random. You ever noticed on any episode of Friends that Chandler and Joey had Martin Logan electrostatic speakers in their apartment?
I think they're trolling at the time for anybody that knows anything, because that one of of the things when that show was on is everybody was like, and it's like, you know, like Ryan and I were just talking about like the one time he just goes bonkers, not bonkers, but he's like, he didn't like that Jurassic Park movie. And we're like, it's a movie about dinosaurs. What are you looking at that for? Well, back when we were watching Friends, I don't know if you guys were old enough to watch that live every Thursday night, and it was a big deal, right? It was, these kids could never afford these apartments. They're in New York City, right? And I'd be willing to bet that they put those in there to be like, oh yeah, watch this. And we're just going to start throwing crap in the background that only certain people would know.
Yeah.
Right. And you'd be like, they could never, these guys can't afford Joey, who's an out of work actor. Right. And he makes it. And there is that one series where he gets a job and he starts spending. Remember, he bought the white dog, the porcelain dog that he bought.
Yeah.
And he blew all his money on that stuff. So, you know, they don't have money. It's not like, I mean, Chandler had a good job, you know,
right.
R.I.P. Chandler. But it's, you got, I think they were trolling us purposely with that stuff.
Yeah.
Like that in the background.
Yeah, that always bugged me. I was like, man, how did they get
They
those
got
speakers?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Because they're not cheap. They're not, I mean, especially the Martin Logans. I don't think what my buddy Jeff bought. I can't remember which ones they were, and Jeff was that type of person too. He was like, he loved to go around and he didn't flaunt his money at all, but he would love to shock the hell out of people and be like, because it was like we were two factory workers and we looked it out in public and we're in natural sound and they're like, well, these speakers here. And part of me wants to say like, he just bought those speakers because he thought the salesman was talking down to him. And he's like, I'll take those. I'll take them. And it's like, never underestimate anybody. And,
right.
Todd knows that now. Could you do 24 hours? But yeah, it's, I wouldn't be surprised if Jeff did it partly for that reason, but he was a huge audio guy. He did love that stuff, but yeah, he dropped like 50 grand right in front of me. And I'm like, jeez, wow. I don't know what's more impressive. One, that you can afford that. Two, and at that time, I'm like, I was a kid. I'm like, oh, I was probably like 22 years old. I'm like, they make credit cards that go that high? Like, how do you do that? Like, that's like my parents' cars don't cost that much.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's crazy.
Back then. Yeah. So.
No, that's funny. Erica actually asked me today. She's like, how did this even come about? Why is DJ doing this? I said, because Todd was like, hey, do you think you could do this for 24 hours? And sure enough, there he goes.
Spawned the idea. Yeah. Why not? Why not? Why'd they climb Mount Everest? Because it's there.
Because it's there.
Something to do. Hopefully I don't die. But yeah. I mean,
hey,
but you know what?
Halfway.
Yeah. I know. I'm well over halfway now. I mean, Rich is coming on next. Spoilers. Rich comes on next, and I'd already planned with him, like, we do the crossover, the final segment. So the next hour, we do the final segment, and then I go all the way to the home stretch.
You're 2/3 done then.
Yeah.
Just
after this, I'll be 2/3 of the way done. I have 10 hours. Right now, I have 11 hours left, 10 and change. I have it written. I have everything written out. I sent the schedule to Todd, and like he said earlier, he goes, it's impressive. You got everybody's time zones down here. I've got color codes for segments. I've got this, that. And I'm like, I have to. I know I'm going to get loopy. I know. I'm like, I need to have, and I didn't want people like, how much time you got left? I'm like, I don't know. Mississippi 2 minutes. I don't know. I'm like, it's all written right there. Actually, after I sent it to Todd, I added in the countdown because I had the original hour 1, hour 2, hour 3. And then right next to it, I have 25, 24, 23, 22. So yeah, nice. We're getting there. And guys, I'm telling you, it's you guys. It's everybody that's been on here. It's just everybody's keeping me so energized. And this, honestly, I said it to Todd after Cedia. I go, when I came home from Cedia, getting to talk to you guys when I was there, talking to people there. It's like, this is the end. I mean, I get up in the morning. If somebody told me like, just go talk home theater, I'd be like, okay, just let's go. And that's what I did today. But it's like, I just get that energy from it. And I think we all do. to be fair. I mean, we all do, right? And it's like, I've had all of you guys on, both of you guys on multiple times. It might be late at night. It might be whenever. And you're like, all right, let's go.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like each of you, I've said, hey, I got to test something out. You want to come on? Yeah, got to go. Like, gotta go. I gotta go. DJ needs me. Let's go. And it's not me. It's like we get to talk home theater, right? And it's like, Mikey, do you want to tell that story? You don't have to say names, but the guy that came to your house and dissed your theater.
Oh God, yeah.
I was mad about that. I was like, who is this guy? Let me find him.
And here's the thing, before you get into it, looking at the two of you, Mikey looks like the nice guy. If he had said that to Jonny, I think he would have been on the floor. I don't know. I'm just getting that out of impressions of looking out of the two of you. Because in the chats, and Jonny, you've been in my Zoom chat, or most of my Zoom chats, you don't say boo. You just sit there. And those are the scary people. The guy standing off in the corner.
Okay, well, to my credit, when Paul and Carl in a chat, those guys can talk. It's hard to get a little bit.
Yeah, it's like having two more me's.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but that's what I mean. It's like you always got the hat on. You've got the thing. I'm like, you just look like a badass. I won't say it's a family show. And then you got and that's the thing is that this is why I got beat up all the time. And I hope this didn't happen to you, Mikey, but we got like the same face. People have said we look alike because we're always like this. What can we do next? There's a big smile, and it's like, and I'll have that. And that's why I got beat up as a kid. It's like because people be like, "You're this," and they call me a name. I'm like, "Oh yeah, you are too." Oh yeah, and they knock that smile right off my face, and then I'm like, "Oh wow, look at that! Oh wow, look at you! You hadn't have a comeback, so you punched me. Oh, here comes some more with a big smile on my face." I'm like, this mouth didn't do me well.
Yeah.
But yeah, why don't we talk about who Jonny would have knocked out for you?
All right. Well, the best part of this story is this guy is from my church. So like, right?
Clearly not listening to this podcast.
No, he's not. But he comes over to deliver a cabinet to for me to fix for whatever. I said I'd fix a cabinet. And because he knows I like to do woodworking and stuff. So he comes over and he drops the cabinet off and he's looking at all my tools and everything. He's like, "Hey, you like home theater too, don't you?" I was like, "Yep, I do." I said, "I got my theater downstairs in the basement." And he's like, "Well, can I go see it?" And like, again, he asked to see it. I said, "I have it downstairs," but he asked to see it. So he comes downstairs and I believe it was Ready Player. I think I put Ready Player One, the race scene for Ready Player One. And I didn't turn it up to reference. I had it maybe -6 something. It wasn't super loud because it's an open basement and there's not a lot of room treatments. And if you get up to reference, it gets kind of painful. So I think I had it. I mean, it was loud, but it wasn't at reference. And we listened to it and he's just kind of looking around and evaluating. And we turn it off and finish it up. And he's like, "No, okay." It's like, "Nah, it needs to be louder than that. It's mine is so much louder than yours, and it's yours just didn't do it for me." I'm like, "Dude, you invited yourself down here. I didn't ask you to come down. I didn't ask you to critique anything. You wanted to see it. Why are you?"
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. So I got real quiet because I don't say anything. And I think he kind of got the vibe that I was put out because he quickly left after that. But yeah, like for him to invite himself in to see it and then tell me that it's just not that great. Mine's better. I was like, wow, thanks, man.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I wouldn't have hit him. I don't think Jonny would have either.
No.
I definitely would. If somebody did that to me, I definitely would have started hitting them with questions about his and been like, "Well, let me see. Can I get that?" And I would have tried to let me dial in your system in here.
Yeah.
Because you literally could do that. You could be like, and Mikey, even you have not even you, but you have enough knowledge that you'd be like, well, what is your volume? I would have gone back to the scene and brought him and been like, "Oh, in this, and this." And then when you were done with it, was that good? And he would have been like, "Yeah, that's my scene. That's what mine's like.
Yeah.
Great. You know how wrong that is? Now, I'm not picking on you, buddy. I'm not picking on you, but do you know what reference level is? And do you know each movie is calibrated to? And you start hitting them with fact after fact after fact, and be like, "Here's the door, but I'm going to keep talking to you." And you're like, and it's so funny because like people make fun of me because I talk too much, but at the same time, it can be a weapon. Because
sure.
People make a comment like that, and you be like, you're just not hitting them with facts, ideas, and blah, 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 and your experience, and blah, 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 and they're like, I shouldn't have pulled this pin.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like, I'm never doing that to somebody again. And it's even better than like, because what are you going to take me to court? If I hit you, now I'm in trouble. If I just start talking to you, what are you going? This guy won't shut up. Keeps calling me and texting me about home theater. It's like, well, you did go in his basement, sir.
And I don't know. I was so, I guess, upset. I don't know, dumbfounded. I don't even know that like I said, I just didn't say anything. I just got quiet.
Right.
But
you don't know what to say. You're like,
right. And he had never seen or heard of Ready Player One before. So
clearly a home theater fanatic.
Right. That's like, he said he was big into home theater, like back in like early 90s and stuff. And he came down and saw my SVS speakers. He's like, SVS, what's that? Like, okay, like you don't know Ready Player One. You've never heard of SVS. Like, how big into home theater are you? But so again, I didn't ask these things because I was just like, it's time for you to leave. I don't want to be around you anymore.
Yeah. And you know what's funny is going back to Ryan, who was on before you guys, Ready Player One, listening to #Dork. I think this was, I can't remember if maybe it was before I had Home Theater Podcast, but listening to him, he had read Ready Player One. He told me that the movie was coming out. It was being done by Spielberg. He didn't tell me. He said on the podcast that, you know, he said this stuff, but he said he had read the book and he thought it was fantastic. And he's like, if you love 80s references, you're going to love the book. And this, I went out the next day after hearing him and I bought the book. And this was probably 2 or 3 weeks before the movie was coming out. And I'm not a fast reader. And I'm like, I plowed through that book to me. And like 2 weeks, I finished the book and it was 9:00 at night. And it was the opening night of Ready Player One. And I went to the 10 o'clock show so that I could, because I had just finished the book, but that was all because of Ryan. Right. And it's like, and then of course I loved it because I do separate book from movie and this, you know, and I understand like the book's always going to be better because there's more background to it. There's more details to it, but I do love the home theater experience. And if I get to have Ryan back, that's another one where he saw the movie and he's like, nah, he didn't think it was great. He didn't, I'm pretty sure he wasn't a big fan of the movie because he was a huge fan of the book.
Oh, okay.
And it just doesn't. I mean, it never does pay off, right? Even read Jurassic Park. Have you guys read Jurassic Park?
No.
It's so much better than the movie. It's so much. There's pterodactyls in it. I'm no spoilers because I know there's dinosaurs in the book, right? The T-Rex scene in the book 10 times better than the movie. And had you read the book when you saw Jurassic Park, you'd be like, that was awful. And I honestly think one of the things they did is they promoted that movie with not showing you the dinosaurs or anything. It was the mystery. Can they pull it off? Part of that was because they weren't sure they could pull it off.
No.
But it was also and then they come out with the campaign of how difficult it was to make this movie. So you never heard Boo 1 about Crichton's book being better because we all knew how difficult it was to do that Spielberg did, right?
Yeah.
To be able to pull that off at all. And when you read the detail in the book, you're like, it's like Lucas in 77 trying to do Star Wars. You can't do it because he didn't have the tech. Well, Spielberg is inventing a way of making these movies, inventing dinosaurs for us. And to give us that little glimpse of what the book is, we were just amazed by. When you read the book, you're like, oh my God, there's so much in it. There's so much more to it. It's the same story, but it's just way more dino action. And you're like, oh my God, I'm still remembering the T-Rex scene, and it's literally terrifying in the book, and I would love to see them. Did they do it in one of them? They may have. I can't remember. But yeah, definitely highly recommend that book. And then you'll be like, yeah, you're right. The movie isn't very good. But it is.
Going back to Ready Player One, do you remember your experience in the theater? Because I never saw it in the theater. Was it? I would assume it's way better at home than it was in the theater. Okay.
It was one of those ones where you can't wait to, you guys know the movie, obviously. That's one of those scenes, one of those movies that you're just like the entire time, you're like, this was just so much fun to watch. There's so many other, so many things going on the screen. The surround sound was amazing. And Rich, you ready, buddy? There we go.
Yes,
now, nobody else I warned, but this is the radio professional, so I didn't want to. I don't want to make him angry. I don't want to do anything like that. So, because he is that type. You see, look at the two on the bottom there. They got the scruff going. They're the badasses, and Mikey and I are up on the top here. And I was like, don't mess with the two on the bottom. It's the two on the top.
Where with them?
Like,
where with them?
Hi. Yeah, exactly. We go into the club behind those two. All right. Hey, how we doing?
Mike, do you listen to sports radio in Chicago? I listen to 670 a lot. So this is kind of cool because Rich is Boston, right?
Yes.
Boston sports radio?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I really like I listen to sports radio a lot at work. So yeah, this is cool.
Very good.
This is cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Rich has his own show.
Oh, wow.
How do you like that? Yeah. Man, they don't just hand those out to just anybody, you know? Yeah.
No.
And Rich, are you a wrestling fan too? Because you've had Adam Cole on, right? Or are you friends with Adam Cole?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not friends. He was in town. They were in
okay.
Boston, and so we just had an opportunity to interview him. So
okay.
Yeah, no, we were lucky. We got Chris Jericho one day. We got Bryan Danielson. We've gotten a few other guys. And Cole was great. Yeah, Cole was a blast. So
cool.
I do still watch wrestling. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I steal that from Rich all the time on my show. Like, oh yeah, friend of the podcast, such and such. And it's like you just had him once and you met. But to be fair, all like the people that I on, and I said this when I was helping Rich with this theater, I'm like, these people are amazing, they're so nice, and they do. I'm like, I get them back, like I know what you go through to get your guests, and it's PR, it's this and that, and there's a whole bunch behind the scenes, and then they get to be on the show with you, right? And it's like, if you could have like Adam Cole back like every month, you would.
Oh yeah.
And it's right, but it's like, if like all of my guests in home theater, like experts like Brent Butterworth, is just like, yeah, whenever you need me, come on, buddy. I was like, let's go. And
I use but friend of the show pretty loosely. I mean, if somebody likes a tweet, they're a friend of the show. So
okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's great. But we were just finishing up with Ready Player One, and I was just telling him I didn't even talk about that with Ryan when he was on. I'm just, like, I read the book and saw the movie because of you guys. I was sitting there and I was like, he had recommended the book like a few weeks before the movie came out. And I finished the book at 9:00 at night and got to see the premiere that night right after I finished the book. And it's like, so we were talking about that and then other movies that aren't as good as the, book and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, and you've got the Dragon's Lair, which we're going to get into. And how do you feel? How's Ready Player One on the Dragon's Lair?
So that's the thing. Ready Player One, I didn't love the movie. I didn't love it. It sounds amazing. It looks amazing. It is a classic home theater movie, but I was disappointed. And I never even read the book. It was Davey's favorite book. So Davey talked about it on the podcast a lot. And then I remember talking to him. We did a whole episode on it. And he was like, yeah, this isn't exactly. He was explaining to me some of the differences and everything else. So I had such high expectations for the movie that it was a bit of a letdown. However, watching it in a home theater is by far the best version of that movie that you're going to get. Yeah. And we call that enhancement, right, guys? It's like it enhances the movies. And that's what I was saying to Ryan. I could hear it in your reviews. Like, you might give it an extra half a stone because you're like, oh, Ryan, and like, oh, Davey, I'm sorry. Davey, and like, oh man, you got to hear it here. It's like, you got to see it here. It's like, it's not as bad. It's not great, but I'm telling you, the experience is this. And that's, and me as the listener, I'm like painting my cars and I'm doing my work and I hear you say that. And I'm like,
I know why you're saying it. I know why you're saying it.
I'm in the
It's
club
pretty
now.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't want to be, but guess what?
here.
Did you hear Ryan?
I caught some of it. It was like I was like putting the kids to bed and things like that, but I did catch some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I think he's in the club too.
Yo, yeah.
I think he's in the club too. So, guys, awesome. Thank you so much. Rich, no shirt? Come on.
I need to
You
get
didn't
one.
get the dress code?
Next time I'll have one on.
No, I want you to get the pillow.
I'll get the pillow. Yeah.
I got your pillow.
Good point. I
should have brought you a pillow. My daughter said that when I went to your house. She's like, bring him a pillow. I'm like,
yeah.
Why are you so much smarter than me?
Just come to the subwoofer. Here's a pillow.
It's at a home theater pillow. So they're great sound treatments. So guys, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being here. These guys here are literally spanning the globe. Hey, thank you. Thanks, Erica.
Bye, guys.
Thank you very much. All right, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, DJ.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Later, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
So, all right, what do we get? All right, I have people drop out. There we go. Just make sure I don't accidentally click on the wrong person. So,
Dude, how many times have you gotten up? Because I've tuned in and out throughout the day, and every time you've been sitting down, you've been talking to somebody, you've been doing your thing.
I'm standing. I've been standing since about 12 o'clock now. I think I don't know if I'm going to sit back down. I sat the first, whatever it is, 5 or 6 hours, maybe. And my back started to hurt. So I stood up and I haven't moved. I haven't even left here. And I'm looking, I'm like, I kind of have to pee, but I'm not kidding you. It's like people ask me this, like, can you do this? And I'm like, it's not me, it's the guests. And I just can't, like, I keep looking at the list. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to be able to pee until like 6 o'clock. I'm like,
pee. I can filibuster.
I know you can. I know you can, but I don't want to miss the opportunity. Rich, our audio is good. Our audio is working. Did you see Ryan's audio went out?
Oh,
it was a true #dork
AV audio. There he goes.
Yeah, AV audio. And it's like, so all of a sudden he's sitting there and he's like, and he's like, 1 minute. I was like, I'm in. I'm part. I mean, I know I'm not part of the Dork Gooniverse. That's fine.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, I lived through you. And I crack up every time it happens. Is it a state secret, or have you figured it out why he ended up at Low Davey?
Yeah. So
how did he do that?
We recorded the same way DJ does this one, and so I don't know why we strange audio like half the time. But long story short, Davey came on once, and I could see him and I could hear him, but he sounded he had a very low voice. Actually, I think I have a clip of it here. Let me find some of it. Where is it?
You're way better with the clips than I am. You get into some
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it.
So he doesn't normally sound like that. You heard him a couple hours ago. He doesn't normally sound like that. So there was a whole thing, and we couldn't really figure out what it was for the longest time. And then it was something on his end. And even though he blamed me initially, it was something on his end, and it had something to do with, like, I don't know, some sort of input or whatever it was. And we've gotten it figured out now, because we had a follow-up episode where it happened. And then what happened was, a lot of times it would happen before we started recording, and he'd be like, oh, wait a minute. And then he would, like, jump out of the room, obviously, like, plug back in or something, and then it would work. But then one episode he couldn't figure it out. We just ran it through again. And now I think he has it all squared away, finally, after all this time.
It's like, it's funny. It's low, but it's also like slow motion, but there's no delay in the conversation. So it's like, it's like if you took, it was weird, because I was listening, and with my, like, I'm doing my podcast, so I'm like, what could that be? Because why are you on time and he's in slow motion talking the entire podcast? And like, if you took your podcast and you do it to half speed, that's what he sounded like, but your conversations were perfect, right?
And there's no lag there.
Weird. Like it was weird. It was weird, but it's him. It's all.
We couldn't do it. Like, if we were like, "Hey, that was funny. Let's do it next week," and then it wouldn't work. And we'd be like,
right.
Okay. Don't know how we got there.
Yeah. So then when I had you on here, I didn't have a Rodecaster. I was doing OBS. You were using your Rodecaster, and then that podcast comes out because I didn't know that I didn't know how a Rodecaster works. So you got to do the mix minus, and I should have told you to go into mix minus. So when I went to produce that one, because that was back when I wasn't live, we didn't record, and it was like, I was like, oh my God. And I'm like, here I am. I got Rich Keefe on my show, and I texted you and you're like, it's all good. And I'm like, well, I know that because I hear your show and you're so good at dealing with it. But I'm like, my one shot. And I'm like, nah.
Yeah, but it wasn't
so bad.
Trust me, as a podcast that's had a million audio issues, I don't even think that one was that bad. I don't even think that one was. That was a classic case of after like 2 minutes as a listener, you're just like,
yes, this is what. And that was the other thing I didn't get into. I got in. There was so many things I was going to mention with Davey, but like when he was first on the show, and anybody starting out podcasting, like when you brought him on, he was on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
And that was part of his personality. And I remember saying to Dr. Joe, I was like, when he actually went and you guys got a better system and he actually got the microphone and he had a good system, I'm like, that's not Davey. That doesn't sound right. It sounds too good.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, but his personality was that call-in voice, which I'm sure you're used to from your show.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's funny.
You know.
Like in the early going of the Dork podcast, it wasn't just Davey. He did most of them, but we had a lot of different co-hosts.
Yeah.
And he was the only one who had a landline because he was working at a prep school. And so like he had an actual landline, whereas all my other buddies were calling in on a cell phone, and that didn't sound nearly as good. So we were like, all right, the landline actually sounds legit. And then once, podcast became like the most popular thing in the world, and there were so many different ways to record them, and then it was pretty easy to just get like a decent microphone. Then all of a sudden he sounded much different, I'm sure, to you and to all the other listeners.
Yeah. So I sent you this the other day. I almost forgot to do it. I'm trying to load it up here now. Let me see if it'll come up. Nothing's. Let me see. You know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. There it is. Okay. It's there. I don't know why it's not there. Oh, you know what? I'm in the wrong stream. That's why. I'm sorry. I'm in the old stream. Oh, actually, you want to do that right now? You and I? You have both streams, right?
Yeah. You want to hop over to the other one?
Yeah. Let's hop over. Let's send it because you do not want to miss this. This is, am I wrong? Is this not like YouTube gold?
This was pretty good. Yeah.
This is radio gold. I've been dying. I mentioned it the last time you were on, the only other time. And I was like, I can't wait. Because I heard this live. I was working at the time and I heard this live. So that's why I know it so well. And I was crying, laughing. So let's you and I switch over to that one. I can switch over from here. You can switch over. Let me get to the other channel before I shut this one down.
Right.
But trust me, I'm trying to do a big market tease here. And this is a big one. You definitely want to get over to the next one. So, all right, you want to switch? I'm there. Yeah. I will go live now there. You can head on over. Oh, it's there now. Perfect. All right, we are both there. And now I can shut down the old stream. Head on over there. We'll be running in about a minute as soon as I load it up.